Chapter 61. Beware the Ears. At Hashor's insistence, Baron had come up to watch the scenes as well, since he kind of had to know. Most of them had gone to bed. Sapphire had stuck around, though, to see the legendary dragon's reaction. Tom had agreed, Baron hadn't even seemed very concerned about the display of death he was being shown. Sapphire didn't even look at the movie, she just watched Baron. He asked questions about standard combat ranges, for far, and how long they could fire. All in all, he was exceedingly calm. Only the nuke, as Tom called it, got a reaction from him, even if it was slight. I concur. This must not be allowed to become our future. Very good. Now I have one more thing. Tom then proceeded to treat them to a clip of their earliest aerial warfare concerning a very famous fighter ace, which apparently shared Baron's name, even if this Red Baron wasn't actually the name of the one in the red plane. That had actually gotten a chuckle from the old legend. Tom had used that movie to try and convince Hashor that humans could in fact fight with honor if given the chance, going as far as to risk their lives to honor a dead opponent. Sapphire had to agree with him. This was about as honorable combat as she had seen, even if they fought a little strangely. It was fascinating to see the flying machines stumble around the sky. It had been almost laughable. In fact, they looked more like kids trying to play catch than anything else. Sapphire had even chuckled a bit at their ineptitude, as had Baron. Hashor just shook her head. The smile faded when one of the planes managed to catch another. The result was a torn piece of wreckage falling out of the sky in smoke and flames. Tom explained it was called a dogfight. The objective was to get your plane pointing at the enemy so you could use machine guns to shoot them down. The same weapons they had used on the beach. Such an extreme mix of insane killing power and terrible flying. It wasn't very different from some of their own aerial battles, though, at least in concept. Tom had explained that just like Sapphire had guessed, this was only a few years after they figured out how to fly. Apparently, even taking to the sky in these machines was considered extremely dangerous, as they would often break and just fall out of the sky. Not to mention most of the pilots had either very poor or no training at all. With that in mind, they had done rather well in Sapphire's mind. It of course threw both Hashor and Baron for a loop, as they struggled to figure out how everyone they had just seen had less flight experience than most young, adult dragonettes, and flew machines built by people who barely knew what they were doing. When she made it into bed that night, Sapphire said a prayer. It had been a while since she had last done a proper prayer, but it seemed right to pray for those who had given their lives with such bravery. She had no clue if her gods were willing to smile upon those of another world or their descendants, but it was the least she could do. It had been a terrifying experience. But what an experience it was. She was exhausted, yet couldn't sleep. She guessed a few of those images would trouble her for quite some time. Sapphire couldn't wait till he got out something a bit less dark like he had promised, though she had been starting to enjoy the one about the Red Baron. It helped that they didn't talk while in the air, which was all Tom had shown them, so that had probably helped. He claimed that with some work, he could make text come up, so they could read what they were saying, even if he had yet to figure out how to make it right in Draconic. Perhaps she would just have to put in some more effort with the English lessons. The next day, the Colonel had spent much of the early hours in discussion with Tom, the Bismutai family, and Lady Flaxen. Judging by the now familiar shouting and screaming, the lady wasn't happy with the news. Following that, Lady Flaxen decided to start her own investigation. That meant Sapphire and Esmeralda found themselves assigned to keep an eye on her, along with two of Hashor's retinue. As shit duties went, this was just about the worst Sapphire could remember receiving. They made sure to keep a very close eye on her, following her wherever she went. Nunuk had expressed concerns they might have to face underhanded tricks aimed at turning the Colonel against them. With Tom occupied, there were an awful lot of questions they just couldn't answer, and with every failure to answer, they suffered a verbal tirade from the woman. About the only nice thing she had seen today was when they had passed the greeting hall to find Jarix and Archeon lying side by side and not even arguing. It would seem Tom's shock lesson had gotten through somewhat then. "And what is this supposed to be?" the lady demanded of them, having found yet another thing. At least she hadn't touched this time, following swords being drawn on the last occasion. "A music box. How does it work?" Sapphire looked to Esmeralda before they jointly answered. "We have no idea. By the gods, you are useless. If you don't know, it could be anything. Dark magic, the depths of hell. How would you know?" It plays beautiful music, not battle chants or demonic screeching, Esmeralda answered with a sigh. Sergeant, can you sense any evils within this artifact? No, ma'am. You didn't even try. Don't you think I can see whether you are doing your job or not? Everything was searched yesterday, including that, and frankly, I still have a headache after all that. Sergeant Kolinki was clearly exhausted already. He, just like Sapphire, had stayed up late. He had even fallen asleep during the discussions last night, and today hadn't given him many breaks either. And yet you somehow didn't find anything besides a very large amount of artifacts. No one seems to understand except that hideous-looking thing. You don't find that a little strange? His name is Tom, Esmeralda clarified in no uncertain terms. I don't care, Huntress. You should, Maiko added. Maiko struck Sapphire as the kind of fighter who would throw sand in your eyes, then throw a net over you for good measure. That was likely the reason he was still a corporal. Given the chance, she guessed he and Tom would get along famously. And why is it that you lot all seem like he beat the shit out of you last night? With whatever it was that I wasn't allowed to witness. If I didn't know better, I would think you all a bunch of cowards. Because let me make it clear, man. If he wants you dead, then you're dead. I have an escort of Royal Guard veterans, and the legendary Baron, and a single malformed thing has gotten you scared. What kind of cut-rate scoundrels are you? Lady Flaxen, insult me again and I won't even try and stop him, is that clear? Michael responded, clearly done with her shit. Disobeying orders too. I see, perhaps you should just be left here. You might fit in better. The sergeant let out a deep, grumbling sigh, putting his hand on Michael's shoulder. Where to next? The sergeant asked as calmly as could be managed. This was getting real old, real fast for Sapphire. Sapphire, commentate how wooden's grade, no one India. This was getting real old, Denningsy. And this is rear. Right then, have you had a chance to sleep on last night's lesson? Tom went, as he strode out into the greeting hall, Colonel Hashaw and Nunuk on his heels, finding Archeon and Jarix both there. It was a little tight for the two of them, but not too bad. Now that they were up against each other, it was easy to see both similarities and differences. Jarix was considerably smaller. Tom guessed he was less than half the weight, though the length was closer. I feel I must first apologize for calling you a coward. Dalsmain do. Don't worry about it, as I said you didn't know. Actually, before we continue, the walls might have ears here today, so what say you to a quick flight before discussing more? Okay, may my father join us? Most certainly, in fact, I insist on it. Tom went walking over to get off his weights. If he had learned anything, it was that they didn't belong in the sky. He checked all the straps on his parachute, walking back over. What are those for? Jarix questioned curiously. Helps keep me strong. They're just lead weights. No need to bring them flying though, and this might keep me from going splat if I fall off. You coming, Ark? Certainly, Volzan, saddle up. The venerable old trader responded, mood seemingly greatly improved since yesterday. I must say, Tom, I was starting to have my doubts you could get through to him. You weren't alone, but this is a discussion for elsewhere. Permission to climb aboard, Jarix? Come on up, you little strange thing, Jarix responded in a jovial tone. Low grave certainly helped with the ascent, but still, it was an awkward climb. A shame I can't use ice picks for this? Why not? Bradexi asked, clearly not understanding what those were. They're like climbing spikes. I don't think it would feel nice. Oh, Bradexi responded, realizing the implications. You aren't hammering spikes into me. That's for sure, Jarix stated. Tom managed, though, swinging up to settle down. Looking back and forth, he could see the spikes up here had been filed down, and a few handholds could be found attached to the harness, so plenty of handholds. Radexi and Zarko, though, sat squatting down like true gopniks. Tom elected to just sit down like he was on the ground and hold on for dear life. If it came to a meeting with the dulled spikes he was wearing, armor after all. Luckily, Nunuk had allowed him to ditch the ridiculous jewelry and get his proper boots on again. Combined with his helmet and goggles, he was looking a lot meaner today. Even if the flag cape kinda ruined the look. Colonel the First, think Baron should join us for this. Agreed, see you up there, she replied, jogging out to the edge, dropping off. Mind giving an old lady a lift? Arch Nunuk questioned, walking over Dakota and Ratchuk flanking her. Certainly, up you come. Archeon lowered his wing to let the three of them walk up it. Zarko and Radexi just snickered, looking at Tom. God damn it, Tom went looking away. He felt like an apprentice in a machine shop going to fetch the left-hand screwdriver. No, it was good to know you can climb. You never know when that might be handy. Zarko went in an extremely unconvincing tone. The sensation of sitting on something as it launched itself into the air was a new one. It felt almost like the world's least safe roller coaster. Once airborne, though, it wasn't bad at all. The wing beats were even slower than with the Dragonettes. Even when climbing, it was a much more slow and steady affair. He was glad he had the goggles and helmet as well for today, since the wind was quickly getting very intense. Look at him, he doesn't have a clue, does he? Redexi shouted out. No, he doesn't. Careful, Jarix, we have an inexperienced passenger. Hey, I have flown before, Tom protested. On Dragonback? Zarko questioned, in the kind of sultry tone used for someone you were pretty sure was lying. Mostly Dragonettes, I admit. Did fight from Archeon's back once. Didn't go that well, though. Oh, right, that was when you fell in the water, Jarix boomed out. Yeah, not entirely my fault, though. I got carried off. Man, not being able to fly gotta suck, Redexi replied, clearly not considering just how true that statement was. Yep, Tom just replied, trying not to sound sour. They had no clue how fucking lucky they were. Also, is this what you look like normally? Redexi asked, gesturing to Tom. Minus the cape, yeah, mostly. Why would you take that off? It looks good. What do you think would happen if one of the guys yesterday had been wearing this? Tom flapped his cape a bit for dramatic effect. Oh, right then, speaks before he thinks. Well, at least he was likely honest then. You should see me in full battle kit. Perhaps I will come and scare you in the night. Sure gave Volzan a scare that night. Tom chuckled a bit too, himself at the terrified trader's face. Jarix, someone is getting too confident back here, Zarko shouted out. Roger. That was all Tom managed to think before Jarix folded up his left wing and they rolled into a dive. Okay, this was very different than having someone to hold on to. Tom had just been holding onto a spike with one hand enjoying the ride. Now he was hanging from that spike, like some kind of Hollywood action movie. Jesus Christ, a little warning next time, we don't get that, Zarko retorted. Radexy just laughing at the spectacle. You either hang on or you fall off, those are the rules. You don't die if you fall off, Tom tried reasoning. All the more reason to hang on then, Zarko replied very calmly, if still shouting, to beat the wind. Tom guessed she could catch him if she had to. His expectations for Redexi weren't great though. Jaxi finally finished his rolling dive, pulling up, laughing as well. Sound like you are having fun back there. Two of us are. I think it's time for a lesson of our own, Zarko replied. Tom wasn't sure he liked the sound of that. Calling yourself a trained dragon rider sounded hella awesome. But he had a feeling this was going to get uncomfortable. Jarix next to the old man if you could. Can do. Jarix began beating hard for altitude again, climbing up towards where Archeon was now soaring above. Behind them, Baron was taking to the sky as well, climbing slowly. Lesson 1. You are always holding on to something, even if we don't have to. 2. Jarix decides what happens. We can make suggestions, but he is flying and he is in command. Your rank doesn't matter. 3. Our problems are up here. She gestured above to the sides and behind. Everything else is Jarix's job. That seemed easy enough, though hanging on for dear life and shooting was going to be a problem. One-handed with a pistol might be possible though. Damn them, and they're walking around not worrying. How were they supposed to worry about that though? Looking around, Tom saw a pair of crossbows lashed to the armor at the wing shoulders. I'm guessing that's for bad guys behind us? Correct. Can you use one? You know what I use, Tom replied, holding up a revolver. Right, of course. We there yet, or did you eat too much this morning? I haven't eaten since the day before yesterday and you know it. I'm starving here, Jarix replied. Oh, you'll manage him, sure. What a machine gun wouldn't do back here. Tom thought to himself. I saw Baron had a ballista. Why haven't you? This young strapping lad should be able to get behind most other dragons. Baron, though, might need a hand keeping them off his back. I see. Makes sense, perhaps. Forward firing then, or over the side broadside style. Then a turning fight becomes the objective rather than something to avoid. You look like you were making plans. Not sure I dare ask what they are after yesterday. Zarko asked, slap a good machine gun on him and just blow anyone out of the sky who gets close. Tom retorted. You want to give me one of those death machines? Jarix went excitedly. I thought you promised the colonel you didn't have one, Zarko questioned. You know the deal. If I find you worthy of it. And no, I would need to build it first. I haven't even gotten what I need to build. What I need to build it, though. So, you're broke? Radexi asked. No, not even close. Traders just don't come by often. Hey Jarix, think we could put in a supply order for some spares? Might want to take that up with Hashor and Baron, but maybe. Oh, he had military backing now. Tom hadn't even thought of that. They made it up to level with Archeon, as Zarkon got up and took a walk over the wing, crossing over, simply walking from wing to wing. Show off. Tom tried to taunt, being rewarded with a turn and bow from her before she continued to walk backwards. After a short chat, she came back over and Archeon fell back. Right then, the chase is on. Hang on, and don't be an idiot, she shouted, grabbing hold of a handle with her clawed foot. Oh, Tom let out. That's what those were for. Heavy hostile to our rear. Hard right, Zarko bellowed out. Hard right, came the response from Jarix as he leaned hard into the turn. This time Tom was ready though, as he held on for dear life. The lean did mostly mean he just got heavier rather than fall off. It was a hard turn, and both the dragonettes crouched down. Tom just straightened his back with a smile. This was great fun. Hostile following turn, not gaining, falling back. Zarko continued. Clever system, Tom thought to himself. She was basically spotting for Jarix then. Enemy 6 o'clock sounded cooler though. Holding turn, came the response from Jarix. Yeah, you got him, Redexi cheered, roaring in approval. Hey well, if this was a flying lesson, Tom didn't have a problem with it. This was awesome, he thought, as he joined Redexi in cheering. The turn doesn't bother you? Zarko asked. Girl, where I'm from, you couldn't even fly. This is fairly normal, he replied with a laugh. This was heavier than back home. They might be pulling 2G tops though. Huh? As they continued the turn, Archeon finally gave up, pulling up hard, doubling over. Tom guessed he wanted to intercept them as they came around the turn. Hostile going high and right. Reverse turn, Zarko bellowed out. Reversing turn, came the reply, and they rolled over, pulling into another hard turn. Archeon clearly figured out he was in a world of shit, right as they came up behind and below him. He had just sacrificed all his speed for altitude, and they were catching up fast. As they approached, he flared up to vertical, beating his wings and coming to a dead stop in an attempt to make them overshoot. Watching a creature the size of a flying lorry with several people on board pull a cobra maneuver at this range was quite the sight. Target dead to rights. Hang on. It came from Jarix as he too pulled up hard, heading straight for his father at what Tom thought was a distinctly unsafe closing speed. As he closed, he rolled over onto his back, passing beneath Archeon only, meters to spare. That's a hit, he roared out as they passed Archeon, who looked like he was standing still in the air. Redexi and Zarko both roared out in triumph. It hadn't been anywhere close to a fair fight, and a distinctly swift victory. It was all in good fun though. They joined back into formation with Archeon as they continued to make way. Are you carrying cargo, old man? A very smug Jarix questioned. Hey, if I had my escorts, you wouldn't just get away with holding a turn like that, and as a matter of fact, I am. Archeon retorted. What escorts? The ones Tom shot down? How did he manage to get that sprightly already? I thought you got him grounded for once, Tom. Archeon seeming not upset in the slightest at the outcome. Well, you haven't got a big-ass gun yet, so I guess that's why. You wouldn't give him that, would you? Jarix questioned concernedly. If it keeps you grounded in reality, then certainly, Tom joked back. Hey Arch, how much can you carry? Oh, I don't know, about 3 tons, maybe 4 on a good day. That's a pretty fucking big gun, Jarix, or a lot of them. I'd be scared if I were you. Hey, I can carry a big gun too. He's just a fat ass. Not pulling turns like that, you don't, my little sparrow, Archeon retorted. Their ears must be excellent, Tom thought to himself. He could hear noises from the ones on Archeon's back, but couldn't make anything out at this range. The booming voice of the dragons carried well though. Now Tom, you said something about walls having ears. Should we put down? Archon questioned. Sure, I had some questions for you lot, and a proposition for this one, Tom replied, patting Jarix on the back. Looks like the Red Baron has about caught up too. To discuss what might best be left unsaid in the keep, Baron had caught up just as they came into land. Jarix standing proudly, clearly expecting praise. Congratulations, kid. You outmaneuvered a laden trader within only just over a minute. Well done. The old warhorse sounded surprisingly sarcastic. Jarix's face practically screamed, Come on! No offense to you, Archeon. None taken, the trader replied, looking to Jarix with a smirk. I still did it. He didn't even get close to me. Good, he shouldn't. Now, why did I need to come out here? That was Tom's cue. Right, first of all, Jarix made a decision. Yes, he'll do it. You get to be yet another teacher for me, and you have to serve as part of my crew in exchange. He even cocked his head again, clearly proud of himself. You little sly bugger, it ain't gonna be that easy. I'm not royal guard, and I don't think I ever will be. So I'm not sure that is even possible. But for as long as you're here, I would rather fight from your back than trying to hang on to Jackalope again, that's for sure. Jarix looked a little miffed about that. But what could Tom do, really? Besides, as awesome as professional dragon rider sounded, he had shit to do. With some finesse, it might be possible to get the best of both worlds, though. So what? Jarix started. I'm technically sworn to the keep and Nunuk. I think, yeah, that sounds about right. So as long as you stay here, it's all good. You need to know, though, I do a lot more than just play soldier all day. Can you read and write? I can read, yes. Jarix held up a foreleg. Writing is a bit of a problem. They can, though, he continued, gesturing towards Zarko and Redexi with his head. Right, I see. Tom scratched the back of his head. Really should have seen that one coming. What was your routine before coming here? You know, everyday stuff. I would eat, sleep, train, relax, and that's about it. Not a bad life, Tom thought to himself. Living in luxury, I see. Well, I take care of the kids, experiment with dangerous substances, and design machines this world has never seen, and some no world has ever seen. I hunt for food, I clean, I stand guard. I teach math, science, English, and history. And now I also need to teach you. Not to mention, I do like having a bit of fun every now and again. Do you see the problem? Do you sleep or eat? Jarix questioned, sounding genuinely curious. Oh, sorry, yes, of course. Only sleep 6 hours a day. Though I would like to make that 8 once in a while. The girls have been bugging me for a while on that front. I like 12. Though I can go a few days without, just need to catch up later. That's handy. But anyway, as you can hear, my day isn't really long enough to do all that, so I might need a little help. Jarix tilted his head as Redexi and Zarko looked at each other nervously. Don't tell me I have to work too? Jarix questioned in a disheartened voice. Oh yeah, you do. In fact, that too will be an important lesson. How do you get better at fighting? From what do you want me to do? He turned to his father instead. Dad, what kind of work can I do out here? I want you to help make this a home for you. Homes can't be bought, they must be made. Sure, you can buy a home. The keep would be very expensive, but… Tom held up a finger to stop him. That's a house, very different. A home is where you belong. So tell me, where do you belong? I lived the last 40 years at the training fields. Sorry, stupid question. How old are you? Tom really should have gotten that out of the way earlier. 85, why? Tom turned for a head tilt as he looked to Archeon 38-6 and going strong. A blue dragon usually lives into their 600s, Volzan added. Fucking she is, Tom said with a smile, shaking his head. Oh, come now, 150 ain't so bad. Archeon went in an apologetic voice. It wasn't like he could do anything about it. Try again with 90, though 80 is more likely. Oh, Archeon responded. How old are you then? Jarix tried 37, so a long way to go. My latest teacher, the Master of Death, is 37. Jarix replied in disbelief. I was small enough to ride on your back then, he said, looking at Archeon. A bit on the heavy side, but yeah, just about. Your father ain't no slouch when it comes to carrying things about after all. Well, it was good to see some happiness in the little family at least. Yesterday had been rather depressing. Do you know how big you are, as in how heavy? Tom asked. He genuinely had no idea. It wasn't like he had a set of scales big enough. 8 tons, Jarix replied with pride. Slow down there, Junior. I clocked in at 19 at the last weigh-in. Volzan walked over, whispering into Tom's ear. That's a mark of pride. Bigger is better, of course. As long as you ain't fat, obviously. A fat dragon now, that would be a sight. Tom pictured a round Jarix struggling to get off the ground and snickered a bit. 36, came the prideful reply from Baron, clearly extremely pleased with himself. He wasn't much longer than Archeon. He did have a bit more wingspan, though, it seemed. He was a little wider built tough, but really another Jarix just in muscle and thicker bones. Fuck. What's the matter? You got something bigger where you're from? Jarix asked with a slight chip on his shoulder. Not that's alive. Tom shrugged palms upwards. Our biggest planes, though, are like 2080 tons empty, and they can carry over 350 tons. You're joking, Archon went with disbelief, and Baron looked like somebody had just taken a shit on his parade. That whole situation took a bit before they managed to get back on track. Sometimes he should just shut up, Tom thought to himself. The idea of a cargo plane being refitted as a personal dragon transport was hilarious, though. Yes, I know you won't want to try being carried again, and no, I can't just make one. Now, where were we? Right, Jarix. I'm gonna need you to help out where you can around here. Not just to save me what time you can, but because, as I said, you need to know what's worth fighting for. How does working help with that? He asked, clearly not comprehending. Yesterday you were talking about fighting for the good cause, because the more you work on something, the more you care about it. If you had 2 beds, one you just so happen to find, and one you spent ages making yourself, which one would you be most upset if I set fire? 2? Not a kid, Tom. The one I made, obviously. Right, okay, maybe that had been a bit too on the nose. Tom honestly hadn't known what answer to expect from that one. Sorry, but the principle stands. The more time you spend working on the keep and with the ones who call it home, the more you are going to care about it. It will become a true home. Jarix looked a bit indignant at that, cocking his head. So what? I go hunting with them sometimes, and we always have things that need carrying, and that amount is likely to increase in the future. Raouf and Wiperna could likely use a hand too. And they are? Farmers, Jarix. I want you to help them with farming as well. You want a dragon of the Royal Guard to haul logs and plow fields? Baron had finally interrupted, clearly not believing what he was hearing. We were promised shelter and all necessities in exchange for risking our lives for your keep should it come to it. Zarko joined in. She and Radexi clearly were not pleased either. And you will get them, but if you want me to teach Jarix as well. Then he and his crew, Tom, looked very pointedly at Zarko and Radexi. Go through all my lessons. This one covers humility, companionship, teamwork, and the art of making a true home. Come on, you're a fucking dragon, Jarix. It's gonna be easy. It's also a great way to get everyone to like you in a hurry, because I'm gonna let you in on a secret. Tom looked from side to side as if to check no one was there. No one likes hard work. They love having fun and relaxing and doing interesting things. He is a warrior dragon trained for combat over decades, and him not doing field work. No way, Zarko protested. No royal guard should ever do so. We have more important things to do. I do field work. Not sure if him important though, but I am fairly sure he gets to decide what you end up doing. Tom went, pointing to Jarix, who was clearly in deep thought. This sounds more like you want a beast of burden to do all your shit jobs. Jarix finally went, having pondered the strange proposition of having to do manual labor. Well, otherwise I have to do it. But remember what I'm spending my time on. Do you want that machine gun or not? That definitely got the young dragon's attention. He nearly looked like he was going to spin around on the spot. His head coming down in front of Tom. Will do it, but only if you promise you'll make me one. Sure, if you pass, I'll be happy too. Do keep in mind I need time and materials for that, and the ammunition, of course. I'm guessing you are going to want a lot of that too. If not, poor Jarix just replied, seeming very cocksure. Neither is my dad. Hey, you aren't going to be spending my money on whatever a machine gun is. Volzan, what is a machine gun? The thing I told you about this morning, Jarix interrupted before Volzan got the chance to answer. It's unlike any weapon I have ever seen. The humans had dozens of them. Well, it can't be that expensive then. Well, Tom had managed to humble the dragonettes, so going for 2. You said you aren't poor. Do you receive wages? He questioned, looking at Jarix. Of course, on deployment, Im paid even more. That made sense, much like home, Tom thought. I think Im's supposed to get 200 gold for this tour. Not to mention, I don't have to pay for anything. Jarix looked to the colonel, who just nodded, clearly content to watch the exchange. I'm only supposed to stay until late autumn, after all. Don't want to get stuck here during winter. Tom had a feeling this might turn into a longer deployment than he was expecting. Still, that was plenty of time to work with. Not bad. I made around 1,000 back home in a year. Volzan spat out some water from a flask he had produced from under his coat. What did you do? Volzan questioned. Engineer, not even a very well-paid one. Still doesn't really matter here though. I can't exactly find a bank from my home around here. Actually, If we use that bottle I sold you as an exchange rate rather than gold, I made like 25,000. Tom laughed a bit. Back home, that thing cost like 15 silver. But you said it was exquisite. I sold that to a noble. Volzan went, sounding a tad desperate at what would happen when that one was uncorked. Relax. That bottle is likely the finest in the kingdom. We make a lot more than good flying machines. Our alcohol is excellent too. Thanks for the cloak, though. Out of curiosity, what did you sell it for? 125 gold, Volzan admitted, looking a bit ashamed. Ha, I knew it. By that exchange rate, I made over 40,000 gold a year back home. Oh, the look on their faces. And yes, I did field work back home too. He went looking at Tigra21 babysit. I plow the field and clean the workshop when I'm done. I do the dirty work, as does any self-respecting individual. Tom held up an authoritative finger as he looked at the three of them. And you will too. That means all three of you put in the effort to earn a place here, just as I have done. Zarko and Redexi just looked at Jarix, who lowered his head all the way down again. He was looking right at Tom like a cat with a toy. In fact, he was close enough to pet. Mustn't pull a hiccup. Mustn't pull a hiccup, Tom thought to himself. You are the strangest thing I have ever met, and quite possibly crazy. You don't have to do a thing, and yet you toil like you don't know if there will be food on the table tonight. I'll do it, but I want that machine gun and ammunition for it. Deal, this should be interesting, Tom concluded to himself. Like he was gonna stop with a machine gun anyway. Always useful to keep some cards in your hand, though. Out of curiosity, would you be willing to sell one of these things? Baron asked, Hashor looking up with a bemused expression. No, they are not for sale. They must be earned. Tom replied, putting his fist into his hips. Remember yesterday's lesson? Earned. Fuff. Well, kid, looks like you got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, Baron relented. He didn't seem too upset. Tom guessed he had thought it was worth a try. They can't read them either of the mand to what was a good for Histig and helping problem, the Histig good. They take his books back to the capital. They can't read them either. No one even speaks English around here, let alone reads it. Stupid girl, don't you know that may be accomplished with magic? Stupid girl. God fucking damn it, I hate you. Sapphire fumed to herself, doing her best to kill the lady by looking at her. You still aren't allowed to steal his things, Esmeralda added in. It is evidence, so of course I may take them. Sorry, Mom, you can't do that, the Tory added, having replaced Maiko following an emotional outburst while going through the food supplies. Thanks, buddy, Sapphire thought to herself. You little, why are you siding with traitors? I am impartial. That is why we are here. Lady Flax and Sapphire wondered why Latori hadn't been given this position from the start. She seemed to have perfected the art of not giving a shit. Kolinki had claimed it had to do with her being a former escort to a noble family. Sapphire wondered if that meant all nobles were insufferable pricks. Nunuk and Apuma weren't, though. Ugh. And I assume that if I ask you, Sergeant, you're going to reply that these have all been searched? They have indeed, Koliki responded for at least the 10th time today. It's almost like you're wrong, Sapphire added with a cocky edge to her tone. I will have you all painted as traitors, all of you. The sergeant sighed, stepping forward. I think we are going to have to conclude your little investigation. You clearly aren't interested in the truth. You just want revenge where none is warranted. Not warranted! They killed my Dashu. He was your cousin, Mom. He was hardly yours in that respect. Wasn't his father your mother's little brother or something? Kolinki replied in a tired voice. Oh. Esmeralda went looking, as if she had finally cracked a puzzle. You think murder is funny, Huntress? The lady snapped at her. No, I think incest is, Esmeralda just replied in a perfectly calm voice. Sapphire damn near got some spittle down the wrong throat at that. Oh, Essie, you absolute beauty. There was a bit of awkward silence before Lady Flaxen got her shit together following that accusation. I would never do such a vile thing, she replied, surprisingly calmly considering her previous behavior. Sapphire agreed with her on the last part of that sentence too. That was truly a vile thing to do. Of course you would. Such a young, sprightly fellow, yet so weak of spine, ripe for wrapping around your finger, Esmeralda continued, pacing around the lady like a predator. Good looking too. I wouldn't claim that is true of you, though. I'm guessing that is why you wear a robe a bit too loose for you. That, and you are well past your prime. You do seem to have a lot of money, though. Anyone here know what a trader escort makes these days? She looked around at the others. First, you accuse me of sleeping with a cousin, then you call me an ugly old bag. Do you have a death wish, Huntress? The temporary calmness was certainly gone now. Don't know, 25 to 50 gold a year. Maybe they do get most of their meals and shelter paid for after all, Latori replied, still perfectly calm. Kalinki was clearly in a state of disbelief at what he was seeing. Esmeralda had no place challenging a noble like this. Then how come he had such a fine blade after only a few years of service? That thing looked expensive. It's in the armory if you want to have a look at it. And guessing that was a gift of some kind. A gift from his useless father, yes. I think we need to find Tyborg. I want to know more about this useless father who could afford a blade like that. Sapphire had the evilest grin on her face at the panicked face on the lady in front of her. Sapphire didn't believe a word of what she had said so far. Esmeralda, though, had one hell of a knack for things like this. We are looking through these heretical books, not meandering about. Now, what is this one about? She went, like they were going to let her get off the hook that easily. Lady Flaxen, we require that you follow us, Colicky replied in a calm but firm voice, gesturing towards the door. Fine, I shall indulge your weird fantasies about me and my cousin. I am not done with those books, though. You lot follow along, she ordered to her entourage. That's right, bitch. Your turn to come under scrutiny. They made their way to the dragon-free greeting hall, finding Tyborg in the middle of running his new escort through some basic drills. They had suffered rather heavily last time, so there were a few new faces that needed to be worked in. Captain 1, require a moment of your time. Esmeralda went in her most flamboyant voice as soon as she rounded the corner. Right, you lot, go, do something useful. Fire away, Esmeralda, he replied, walking over to meet her. What do you know of Dashu's father? Never met the guy, seemed like a right prick though. The kid's sometimes told of a less than perfect childhood, you know. I see. What about Dashu's sword? Was that a gift from his father? Hell no. He said it was from his extended family. Never wanted to talk about that though. Must be nice people to give away a blade like that. Maybe not, Lady Flaxen. Why are you lying? Are you insinuating I gave away a blade like that to a cousin? Gods, I need a drink for that one. The lady produced a small, very fine-looking flask and downed it. She even drinks pathetically. Sapphire mused to herself. That was likely the finest of liquor, and her face still contorted like it was some cheap crap. You dragged a squad of veterans and a legendary dragon out here to investigate his death. Yes, you did, Sapphire stated. Why would you give him that? Tyborg questioned, clearly confused. Because they were fucking, Esmeralda replied loud enough to make sure everyone heard it. You little. The lady went lunging forward, trying to grab Esmeralda, who for her part didn't resist letting the lady knock her to the ground, clearly playing along. Kolinki and Latori moved over to the two of them, taking their sweet time about it. Esmeralda, who was by now just holding up her arms to shield her face from the random assortment of punches, giggled. No, stop, you're hurting me. Esmeralda went taunting her. Add further insult to the lady's already ruined honor. Sapphire did her best not to outright laugh. Well, that certainly did it, she thought to herself. Lady Flaxen. I'm gonna have to ask you to restrain yourself, Latori went, sounding like he was talking to a couple of fighting children. It'll rip your fucking horns off. The lady screamed as she thrashed at Esmeralda. By the gods, you're pathetic. Have you never fought in your life? Esmeralda continued to taunt. The lady pulled back a bit, reaching for her waist. Then Esmeralda stiffened. Ugh, Essie, Sapphire screamed out. You just stabbed Essie, you fucking piece of filth. I'll kill you. Sapphire went drawing her knife. Kalinki and Latori ripped the lady off Esmeralda, revealing a short blade stuck in her gut. Perhaps luckily enough for Sapphire, Tyborg managed to get in the way of her revenge. Now, no need for that. Calm down now. Let's tend to her first. Faced with fighting her way to the bitch or helping Esmeralda, Sapphire chose the latter, dropping the blade. You're gonna be just fine. Where the fuck is Nunuk? Sapphire went kneeling down beside Esmeralda. Out with the others, one of Vulzan's escorts replied. God damn it, where is Unkai then? Well, don't just stand there. Find him. Every one of the escorts just scurried off in a big hurry at that. Right then, apply pressure and leave the blade in. How bad is it? Esmeralda asked in a pained voice. Oh, it's hardly a proper wound, Sapphire assured her, fingers already covered in blood. Still, this wasn't anything they couldn't handle. Now where the fuck was Unkai? One Kai. Rocks start hitting windows. Okay, geez. I swear the next one will end on a cliffhanger, how about that? Excavator knocks down gate. Okay, maybe not. Run, goblin. Are you run? Are you run? As you ren. Tired RUS. IUS. Excavator knocks down gate. WS. More finiers in the 70 W1. Excavator knocks down gate. Unkai went as he rounded the corner at a flat sprint. Here, you dingus! Sapphire shouted at him. For the god's sake, they were in the middle of the room kneeling over Esmeralda. He ran over as quickly as he could, coming to a sliding halt. Not a bad-looking maneuver, in fact. Right, what have we got? She stabbed her in the gut, Sapphire stated matter-of-factly. I see. Out you come. The small dagger clanked to the floor as Unkai set about stopping the bleeding. Don't worry, you'll leave. Gonna need to do this properly at some point, though. Properly? Esmeralda replied worriedly. Shh, now. Lay still, otherwise. This will end up looking weird. At that, Esmeralda laid perfectly still. There were cool scars and hideous scars. The latter was best avoided after all. Tyborg handed Sapphire the blade. It was a nicely made piece, finely decorated, even featuring a bit of gold trimming. You expect this to kill a huntress? She spat at the lady, who was currently being pinned down and bound. This was occurring amidst much protest from her three companions, who had decided now was the right time to join the discussion. They clearly thought some kind of injustice was being committed by restraining someone for attempted murder. After Kalinki made it very clear that attempting to get in his way right now would be a very unhealthy idea, they resorted to standing well clear, hurling accusations and threats. The lady, though, appeared to have calmed down. She didn't even answer Sapphire, instead just looking at her with a fiendish grin on her face. Sapphire looked down to the dagger. It was covered in blood, but the blade itself was rather unremarkable. She held it up and sniffed it. All she got was the blood of her friend, so she licked it with just the tip of her forked tongue. It's poison, she screamed, spitting out foul concoction. Clean it, clean it. Sorry, this is gonna hurt you, Kai. Went before he cut the wound back open. I need water now. Several bottles and skins were quickly produced as they went about rinsing the wound as best they could. Sapphire just sat down beside Esmeralda to hold her hand. What the hell is going on? Shiva went, as she and Jackalope rounded the corner. She stabbed Esmeralda with a poisoned dagger. What? Jackalope replied, head snapping to the lady, making for her at a flat sprint. Shoulder-checking the Tory off her and grabbing her by the shoulders. She pounded her into the floor. What did you use? What did you use? It took a bit before Jackalope stopped shaking her enough to let her speak. Green dragon venom, of course. It'll get the old man. He'll know, right? Jackalope went, getting up, looking around in a panic. Now where is he? What is going on down here? A puma went rounding the corner with a gaggle of kids on his heels. Oh, my word, Essie. He went, clearly not understanding the gravity of the situation. Antidote for green dragon venom now, Jackalope roared at him. His face almost went as white as the kids behind him, as he turned to run back the way he came. Hurry, hurry out of the way, Jackalope running after him. Did that bitch really manage to kill me? Esmeralda asked Sapphire, clutching her hand. No, of course not. You're staying right here, don't you worry. That's as clean as I can get it. Unkai went, beginning to close the wound back up. Will that be good enough? Tybor questioned. You tell me. I have no clue how much you need to kill, Unkai replied in a disheartened tone. Where is Nunuk when you need her? Sapphire sighed despairingly. Unkai looked a bit ashamed at that comment, but it was the truth. She would know. Sapphire just hoped Applemar did too. At least it wasn't Dakota who had been around. Sapphire doubted she could bear not being able to do more. They had secured a dragon for the keep and convinced him to actually help out around there. They would also be receiving a shipment of raw materials, tools, and other spare parts from the capital, signed for by Hashur, even if the box said it was for Jarix. Additionally, they had 2 new hands to help out around the keep with everyday tasks. With Jarix helping on the hunts, they didn't even need the quad bike to haul things back and forth over long distances. Hashur had also agreed to drop these ridiculous charges against them if the lady hadn't somehow managed to dig something up while they were gone. They would be departing tomorrow or possibly the day after that, and they were taking the bitch with them. All in all, a very productive start to the day. The scene that greeted them as Jarix came into land, though, was an odd one, though. Dragonettes were everywhere, some running back and forth. Esmeralda was lying down, and Lady Flaxen was also on the ground, though she had 2 royal guards on her back keeping her down. What the hell? Jarix went in confusion as he struggled to find a place to land without squashing someone. Archeon ended up veering off to land on the ground along with Baron, his passengers disembarking mid-flight. The landing was less than gracious, but they were down safe and sound. The same could not be said for Esmeralda. Tom had half fallen off Jarix, doing a not-so-gracious stumble running over. Sapphire quickly explained the situation. A poison dagger, what the fuck? How does one even treat that? Where is a puma? Nunuk shouted as she touched down. Already on it, came the reply. Well, that was something at least. You got something, Tom? Nunuk questioned, turning to him. What kind of poison? Green dragon, Sapphire replied. That didn't sound good to Tom. Oh shit, Nunuk replied, turning away from Tom. That really didn't help his confidence. Jarix turned away, slinging his head over the side. Green dragon poison antidote. We got any? He roared down towards Baron. What? Why? Baron questioned, voice carrying clearly. Just get it up here now, Jarix replied, turning back, closing the argument. Tom just stood there, not sure what to do. He'd never had to deal with poison before, apart from like bee stings or jellyfish. Those were annoying, not fatal though. Dakota and Nunuk had made their way to Esmeralda, clearly doing what they could. What to do. He couldn't just look up how to treat dragon poison in anything other than a D&D book. The stuff might even be magical. Wait, if Jarix asked for an antidote, there must be one. No way that bitch was brave enough not to have some then. Only a coward uses poison, and cowards have a backup plan. Where is your antidote? He went kneeling down in front of her, leveling the gun at her head. Haven't got one, not anymore. She just replied with a sly smile. That little flask, you monster, you planned this? Sapphire screamed out, clearly having heard what they were talking about. Oh, fuck all kinds of duck. No one talks to me like that and lives. The bitch spat back at Sapphire. What is wrong with Essie? Holdy asked, walking over, some of the escorts quick to shoo him away. They didn't need to see this. Lady Flaxen, you just attempted to murder a close friend who I am by an oath sworn to defend. If she dies, you die, Tom stated as coldly as his rising temper would allow, pushing the revolver against her forehead, cocking the hammer. I am a noble, you vile creature. Touch me and you're dead. I highly fucking doubt that. You're less noble than a street rat, so let me make it very clear for you. I will fucking murder you. Mount your head as a trophy above my door, cut you into little pieces, and send you to the corners of this world, so your family may spend a lifetime trying to find enough of you to have a burial. Tom had more than had it with this piece of shit. It would seem the lady barely even registered that threat. Kolinki and Latori both stiffened up though. Look around you. They will burn this keep to the ground if that happens. You people have called me many things. Terror in the night, master of death, legendary warrior, and a god of war. Believe me when I tell you, I don't give a shit who you are, and if I say so, you die, along with anyone dumb enough to stand beside you. Kolinki, are you dumb enough to die defending a murderer? Nope, she's all yours, he replied, sounding like he was trying to hide a shiver. It would seem that the message even made it through that thick skull of hers as the smile finally faded. Tom got back up, looking to Esmeralda. They were keeping her lying down and as calm as they could manage. The poison was likely well spread through her system already, but it might help a bit. She was also turning a sickly shade of green. It was slow, but around the ears, neck, and between her fingers, there was no mistaking it. It looked like she was rotting in front of them. Unkai had brought some foul-smelling concoction, which they were force-feeding her. Kokashi had also arrived, taking Sapphire's place by his wife's side, doing his best to comfort her. It was a miserable spectacle. Not again, Tom thought. Why did it have to be like this again? And he was just standing there like an idiot making threats at the stupid bitch. He could just shoot her and be done with it. Sure, there might be consequences, but who the fuck cared right now? He had been doing well with his teaching though. Might as well have another lesson. Get her on her feet. He went. The 2 guards actually obeyed, which was nice. Grabbing her by the shoulders, getting the bitch to her feet. Arms, legs, and wings all tied up. Would you mind making her look at what she has done? You know, like training a stupid kid not to do something. The 2 royal guards looked to each other before nodding and bringing her over. You need a lesson in responsibility and consequences. Look at her. Look at what you did. The lady gave a quick glance, then looked back to Tom. Oh no. She must be unwell. Someone should help her. She taunted them. Tom pulled an uppercut from the floor, sending his armored gauntlet up into her jaw with a cracking sound. The hit left her dazed and clearly struggling to get her bearings as she swayed. If she wasn't being held up by the shoulders, Tom guessed that would have put her on her ass. Then he grabbed one of her horns and turned her to look at Esmeralda again. I said, look at her, not glance. It took a while for the bitch to get back to her senses following what might have been the first proper hit to the face she could remember. She's dying, so what? So did Dashu. That is a mother of two, used to be three. Then your piece of shit traitor of cousin came by. On that note, Tom turned her head to look at him, then headbutted her, helmet first, in the mouth as she opened it to speak. The bitch screamed, but Tom got what he wanted as it knocked a canine loose. There we go, matching set. He went pocketing the tooth. What the fuck was that? Hashor demanded, coming in for a running landing, not pleased by what she was seeing. I take a tooth from each murderer who comes to this. Keep Hashor glanced around quickly, her eyes landing on Esmeralda. You gotta be kidding me. Make room coming through. The colonel borderline kicked some of the escorts out of the way, who were too slow on their feet. Setting down next to Esmeralda, opening a leather pouch she had slung over her shoulder, looking through the contents. Black Scyther Drake Bane. No, not God tears. There we go. She produced a tiny corked vial of clear liquid drink Huntress, for the love of the gods drink. And so, as the city of Bruth and the sting with her, Dawn, which warts with dad braids and alter, they actually had an antidote. Oh, those magnificent bastards. Sapphire had stepped back to make room for the ones who actually knew what they were doing. And Kokashi, of course. Sapphire had only heard of what green dragon poison could do to someone. Actually seeing it was a horrifying experience. Esmeralda was practically light green by now, and her breathing was slow and labored. She had stopped talking, and she didn't even seem to be looking at anything anymore. They had to massage her throat to get the antidote down her throat. Then the waiting game began. Esmeralda had sputtered and was making noises. She also began thrashing about, so it was clearly doing something. Though Sapphire wasn't sure it was all good. Looking around, she was clearly not alone in her worries. Sapphire knew that the antidote could save Esmeralda's life, but she had no clue if they had made it in time. It hadn't been more than a few minutes since the stabbing, yet there was no mistaking that this was going to be a close call. The concoction Apuma had whipped together was apparently supposed to buy her more time. So, for the second time in a long while, she sat down to offer a prayer, pleading that they had been fast enough and for Ishan not to take her friend. Yet, there was no way Letho was going to get Esmeralda's soul, but surely Ishan could wait a little longer for his just dues. Ratchuk had suggested getting her kids, so they could say farewell to their mother. Kokashi had begged him not to, clearly holding back tears. It just wasn't fair that it was them again. First Anastasi, and now this. Esmeralda couldn't even talk, so it wouldn't have been much of a goodbye anyway. Sapphire just sat down with her eyes closed, focusing on her prayer. She felt someone sit down on either side of her, beginning to mutter as well. She could hear Tom continuing to force Lady Flaxen to watch, having made it abundantly clear that if Esmeralda didn't make it, neither would she. Hashor might have something to say on that front, but Sapphire guessed there would be two bodies before the colonel got the chance to intervene. The sound of an armored gauntlet striking home could be heard with even intervals, breaking the uncomfortable noises Esmeralda was making and the complaining screaming coming from Lady Flaxen. Sapphire added a plea to bar the skies of heaven should the lady somehow find her way up there. As the sounds died down around her, it felt like the whole room was holding its breath. Only the murmuring of those in prayer could be heard alongside the struggling Huntress for whom they were praying. The lady even learned her lesson, or was possibly unable to struggle anymore. Sapphire didn't know how much time passed, but it was an uncomfortably long wait. She just repeated her prayer again and again. This was a mother. She wasn't done down here yet. She was a friend too, and one who would be sorely missed. With time, the sputtering was replaced with coughing and wheezing. Sapphire just kept praying, not sure if that was good or bad. Looks like you can put that away. Nunuk finally broke the silence. Sapphire dared to open her eyes to see a completely still Esmeralda, except for her chest moving up and down with slow breaths. That's good, right? Fengi cautiously asked. Shell life, yes, Hashor clarified. Tom, would you please take the gun out of the lady's mouth? Tom obliged, stepping back to give the others some room, as Kolinki and Latori dragged the lady away. It was clear Tom had been less than gentle with her face. Let her rest for now, then move her to the infirmary. I'm going to see if Apuma has anything that will help further. Don't kill her yet. Nunuk went, holding up an authoritarian finger, pointing to the lady. That would be damn hard not to do, Sapphire thought to herself, as she got up to see how Esmeralda was doing. The green was fading slowly, and she was breathing steadily. It was clear this had not been an easy trip, though. Rakshasa and Vigon had been allowed to come over, Esmeralda weakly holding each of their hands as she struggled to speak. At Hashor's instance, she relented, instead just weakly stroking each of them across the snout a bit. Don't worry, mother is okay, Kokashi tried as the horrified kids started crying. She's gonna be just fine. The kind colonel helped her very much. No, I did not, Hasha replied, getting up. You two, how in the name of all that is holy did you manage to let a weakling of a noble get away with stabbing someone with a poisoned dagger? Kolinki snapped to attention and started explaining rapidly. Esmeralda managed to grievously insult the lady, then Lady Flaxen proceeded to try and fistfight a Huntress. We just kinda let her. Esmeralda was even laughing at how useless she was. Then that happened. He pointed to the knife currently in Dakota's hands. Sapphire didn't disagree with him. It had been hilarious to watch just how hopeless the lady was. Hard to find the situation funny now, though. Hashor rubbed her temples with her offhand right one firmly placed on the pommel of her sword. You mean to tell me you let her attack and didn't even try to stop her? Give me strength. Koliki was well-statured, tall, and muscular for a man. Right now, though, he more closely resembled a puma hunched over and head held very low. Latori didn't seem to be affected in the slightest, though. Honor jewels aren't that uncommon. The lady's honor was insulted, and she saw fit to defend it. The use of underhanded tricks aside, she was technically allowed to do that, especially towards a non-noble. It was a considerable insult after all. Do please elaborate on this magic insult she came up with, Hashao continued in a pained tone. Well, Esmeralda appears to believe the lady had very intimate relations with the young Dashu, which led to why she is so convinced that those who condemned him should be prosecuted. What? Hashor replied, clearly not quite grasping the implications. So Sapphire endeavored to elaborate. She's an incestuous bitch, Colonel, and that is all there is to it. This doesn't even concern family honor, because they haven't got any. You sniveling little. The Colonel ended the lady's emergent rant, taking a page out of Tom's book, backhanding her with her gauntleted hand. Shut up unless spoken to. Well, that certainly explains a few things. You got proof? Oh yeah, we do, Sapphire thought to herself. Well, she felt the need to lie about where Dashu's sword was from, claiming it was a gift from his father. We have discovered that definitely isn't the case, as Dashu claimed it was a gift from his extended family and refused to answer questions about it. Then there was her reaction. Not exactly calm, is it? Nor does the excuse of protecting her family's honor make sense when her behavior over the last 2 days is taken into account. Hashor looked at the lady, who was just about able to stand on her feet again at this point. Lady Flaxen, you are under arrest for attempted murder. Additionally, you are hereby charged with lying in front of a royal court, fabricating evidence to insinuate traitorous behavior, misleading and lying to members of the royal guard in the field, and breaking the rule of hospitality to the most extreme extent I have ever seen, and while in my care. Hashao sounded furious, especially at that last point. This was not just a terrible stain on the lady's honor, but hers as well. How do you plead? The lady just looked at Hashor with a contemptuous gaze, not saying a word. Very well, as stated, you are under arrest, as are your compatriots. Tie them up, Hashao went gesturing with her hand at the remaining robed dragonettes. They looked like they didn't have a clue what was going on. Lady Nunu? Dakota Bismutai. I would like to take Lady Flaxen before the royal court to which she lied. Is that agreeable to you? Most definitely. Do you require testimony? Dakota responded with poorly restrained fury in her voice. Sapphire would have preferred they gave her a fitting send-off immediately. That would be greatly appreciated. The colonel responded. Volzan, would your route happen to take you back to the capital? No. The trader responded, seemingly unsure. Are you sure? Come on, Vulsi. They want you to testify as well. And Tyborg saw the whole thing, didn't you? Jarix pleaded. Vulsi, Sapphire thought to herself. That was adorable. She needed to remember that one. Oh, right, sure, we just so happened to be going that way anyway. Good man, Sapphire thought to herself. She would hate to see the lady get away with any of this. Excellent, we can discuss the details later. First off, you lot tend to your friend and he'll take care of these disappointments, Hashor responded. I'm keeping her tooth, Tom stated in a fierce tone. Sapphire guessed he had a very itchy trigger finger right about now. Sure, I don't care. Just don't take any more souvenirs. Hashor dismissed him. Shame, could have used some white boots, he replied, turning back to Esmeralda. Those who were not either tending to Esmeralda or keeping curious kids away set about tying up the 3 accompanying dragonettes and loading them onto Jarix. They would be placed under the watchful eye of Baron, who Sapphire guessed would be less than pleased to hear what had happened. 2 of them were just silent, clearly not quite sure what to do in a situation like this, or possibly having taken the lady's wisdom of don't admit to anything before a court hearing to heart. The last one had been apologizing profusely, as damn well he should, Sapphire thought. They were all taken away by Jarix along with the lady. Following that, Esmeralda had been moved to the infirmary, as carefully as they could manage. There she was fed more foul-smelling concoctions of Apumas design. The improvement was a lot slower than the deterioration, but it was clearly working. Sapphire had been asked to recount the sequence of events for everyone, now that it was clear Esmeralda was going to be okay, or at least she would be eventually. They even had a bit of a laugh at just how absurd it was to stab someone in the middle of a large hall full of people. Quite a few jokes were made at the lady's expense, or the bitch, as Jackalope had so eloquently named her with Tom's approval. However, the news that all charges against them were going to be dropped anyway soured Sapphire's mood a bit. She really wanted Essie to get the credit for it after all that had happened. Still, since they had gone from having their own charges dropped to pressing charges against the bitch, it hadn't all been for nothing. Tom wasn't in a very good mood though, spending most of the time scowling at Esmeralda, even if he made it very clear he didn't believe she had done anything wrong. He had told them that Jarix had agreed to his whole teaching idea and joked that Shiva better fire up the forge because she had the largest Huntress crown ever to make. Even Esmeralda had chuckled slightly at that notion, even if she sounded quite pained doing so. Kakashi did his best to calm her down again before she hurt herself. Quite how Tom had pulled that off Sapphire wasn't sure, but having the dragon along for the hunts rather than just having to feed it would certainly help a lot, especially if they were sending people to the capital to testify. When Tom had started asking questions like, if they had a pulling harness for a dragon, so Jarix could plow, Sapphire had damn near lost it. Raoulf and Wiperna did. They all thought he had been joking. Sapphire had actually heard a story about a green dragon taking up fieldwork, as odd a combo as that seemed. But a blue dragon of the Royal Guard plowing fields, that was hilarious. When she found out he was actually serious, she laughed even harder. Perhaps it was more of a nervous reaction following having yet another close friend cheek death by a far too uncomfortable margin. But damn, that was funny to her for some reason. Dakota and Nunuk both confirmed it though. This was getting weirder and weirder, and weirder, and weirder. Or say, was it Everty in the Musit's Forchursters? Is 64 Justice Expedition? So, how are we looking back there? Vulzan questioned, looking at them. It had been 5 years since last. She was in the capital. She might even get to see some of her siblings. The last time she had been there, Heiko was trying to become a tavern guard, and Viper was supposedly a trader escort now, so there was a chance she would see them both. Ready as we'll ever be, Dakota retorted. It had taken some thought to decide who would be going. In the end, they had settled on Sapphire, Dakota, and Baelthon. Dakota had demanded to go, swearing vengeance on Lady Flaxen for attacking her childhood best friend. She and Esmeralda had practically grown up together. Nunuk and Apoma couldn't be spared due to Esmeralda's condition. With Jarix and Tom helping, they shouldn't have much trouble with securing food though. That meant Sapphire had been allowed to go, since sending Jackalope really wasn't going to do much good, and Fengi would rather not go back. Rachuk had decided that Balethon was the best pick to send, probably because there was no way of getting Kokashi to leave Esmeralda or their children. Dakota had wanted Unkai, but Ratchet claimed he needed his healer if things got rough while they were gone. Besides, they did have Dakota if they ended up needing some emergency medical aid. So Balathon it was. Sapphire was at least hoping he would find someone other than her to shower with praise for some of the time. It was going to be a long flight, and as much as she enjoyed being told how beautiful or awesome she was, there came a point where it just got repetitive. Looking around Volzan's escorts, there were a few candidates to choose from, not to mention a few which were clearly eyeing Sapphire. She just crossed her fingers that they were less persistent than Balathon. There might even be a funny one among them, you never know. Cargo Secure, one of the escorts, shouted back to Volzan. Right then, all good back here. Arch. Very good, hang on then. Sapphire grabbed the thick netting running across Archeon's back as the dragon got to his feet and began running along. Baron had already taken to the sky. They were not in too much of a hurry though. Archeon was faster flying even with cargo on board, thanks to his sleeker frame. A considerable amount of that cargo had been left behind, which of course didn't hurt his speed either. Volzan had of course seen his chance to bring in more metal for Tom, and Jarix had managed to convince his father that they deserved a great price. The young dragon had even paid for much of it himself, to everyone's surprise. They took to the air waving at everyone who had come out to say goodbye. Sapphire did have a bit of a knot in her stomach, leaving Esmeralda, but both Nunuk and Apuma had promised that she would be fine. The trip to the capital would likely take them close to a week each way, and who knew how long they would need to stay in the capital. Sapphire had never had to attend the court hearing. She had only looked at the building when passing above it a few times. Jackalope and Fengi had come along either side of them to give a flying send-off. Good luck, you're gonna need it, Jackalope shouted jokingly. Don't get killed, Fengi had added in a slightly more worried voice. You first, Sapphire had retorted with as much confidence as she could muster. These were trying times, but damn if life had been this exciting in years. Well, stay in touch, Dakota shouted at them. Sapphire smirked, looking at the new earring their fearless leader was wearing. Just because it had been in the service of evil didn't mean it couldn't be useful after all. Jackalope and Fengi both peeled off, rolling into spinning dives, clearly trying to show off a bit one last time, scoring a few shouts of approval from the escorts currently perched around Archeon. Dakota, Sapphire, and Balathon added in. Those were two of their own after all. As Archeon continued to climb, the keep was soon getting rather small behind them. Baron was dead ahead, getting bigger. It took a minute or two before they were up alongside. Archeon had offered to take point, but Baron had refused. He was both the larger and older dragon here, and as such would fly as formation led. Even if Archeon was better suited to break the wind for them, as they settled into cruising speed at a safe altitude above the ground, people started getting up and walking around a bit, setting down for a chat and a game or two. The three of them had just huddled together. They had gotten out the winter coats for this trip, else they might very well risk freezing up from sitting still in this wind, especially if they hit bad weather. Right now, though, the weather was beautiful, with plenty of sun and only a few clouds. Sapphire wondered if she could get Dakota to spill the beans on what Tom had offered to Jarix. She'd never even heard of a royal guard dragon agreeing to plow a field. Hell, even those considered honest working dragons would be hard to coax into such a job. And he had paid for some of what was technically their supplies, and that was definitely supposed to be the other way around. So, I heard Jarix agreed to pretty much be Tom's beast of burden. How did that happen? Yeah, that was quite the scene, let me tell you. Tom got all philosophical again. He managed to talk Jarix into it, Sapphire replied in disbelief. Sure, Tom had a bit of a silver tongue, but that was simply too much to believe. Dakota leaned over, clearly trying to be subtle. He promised Jarix a machine gun as well as fighting alongside him in defense of the keep. Sapphire could see how that would do it. Kinda explained the dragon's extreme generosity as well. Am allowed to know? Balathon questioned as he waited his turn. Only Volzan and Tyborg had been allowed to witness the evening lesson, so they needed to be a bit careful about what they said. Tom had clearly been very determined not to let what was shown there become common knowledge. Dakota obliged. The look on his face became one of understanding. Watcher, talking about one of the escorts, questioned, something we are allowed to hear. Unfortunately not, sorry, Dakota replied, in a stern yet apologetic voice. Nah, I get it. That Tom guy has secrets to keep, and I sure as shit ain't gonna be crossing him. Care for a game? Why hadn't she thought of that? Sapphire cursed herself. Sure, what you got? Dakota replied for them. Come on over, gonna play one up? Oh no, not the weird metaphor stuff, Sapphire thought to herself. Still, it would help pass the time, and she was bound to become bored with looking at the horizon eventually. They had gathered a handful of people on the center line of Archon's back. The netting helped, but this would have been easier to do on Baron. Some of the escorts were hanging down the sides of the dragon. They looked comfortable enough, though, dangling from the netting. I am a kid. I see the joy in everything. The one next to Dakota went. The game was already going then. Brilliant. I am a nightmare. I prowl the dark, Dakota continued. I am a torch. I keep the darkness away. Heh, that was easy. I am water. I drown the fire. I suck on that one, Bale boy. I am human. I love water. The one next to Sapphire went. Clever little bastard. The next one in line wondered for a bit. The fuck beats him? He went in a genuinely curious voice. Sapphire pondered a bit. The Vargafals had sort of managed it. Corruption? One of the others went shrugging his shoulders, looking at the trio from the keep as if they should know. No clue, actually, Dakota finally replied. You got one, Sapphire? Thinking back, there was one thing he had yet to manage with any sort of grace. Girl, Sapphire finally went. He's got no clue there. The Stens of Stran of Ward, Besens of the Center of Fine Speech, with Bond Staunturk in Mead AV. Brigo Swarderstra of Finished. Hiye. He's got no clue there. He's got no clue there. The hydrometer claimed it was between 94 and 95, and that was good enough for Tom. I am Baron. I am mighty. It had been a while since Tom last tried this trick, but it was always a party favorite, as long as you didn't do it indoors, and especially near curtains. This was a smithy though, so he was sure it would be fine. Shit, what the hell? Wypuna let out an alarm. Shiva just had a hearty chuckle. Oh yeah, it certainly burns all right. Doesn't even taste that shit anymore, nice and pure. Don't drink it though. There might still be methanol in there. Tom went putting away the lighter. Which is? Shiva questioned, clearly expecting an explanation. Makes you go blind if you have too much, so just don't. Shiva eyed the glass jar he was holding a bit. I will take your word for it. On second thought, I should probably mix this with petrol right away. Tom had a feeling Shiva's word might not be so sound on this point. The annoyed twitch on her face told him he was probably right. Making what was essentially E85 would help a great deal with storage too. Not to mention the bike would likely run a lot better on that than pure alcohol. If you insist on drinking it, do try and take the stuff from the middle of the process. That should be mostly pure. A hint of a smile crept onto Shiva's face as she crossed her arms. I insist. Tom wrote of the afternoon's scheduled work on the engine housing, as he doubted the smith would be much help then. Baron had departed that morning to transport the bitch and her accomplices back to the capital. Hashor had promised she would face some considerable punishment, but didn't elaborate further. Tom has asked Nunuk and Apuma what sort of punishment would be expected for something like this. The answer had been a mixed bag. They were hoping that her position as a city warden was at the very least done for. There would also be reparations to be paid, both to Esmeralda and Nunuk. There was even a chance they could get something for what Dashu had caused if the judge was feeling vindictive that day. Nunuk was also hopeful that she would face prison time, and if her family didn't decide to back her up, there was a good chance it would actually stick. Tom had hoped for something like taking her wings, but hurting a noble sounded a lot more tricky than it should. Then again, it wasn't much better back home. The idea of buying your way out of jail had apparently made it through their rather strict honor code around here, which was a bit of a disappointment too. Judging by Hashor's demeanor when she left, there was every chance some political favors were going to be pulled in the other direction too, though. Dakota had gone along to try and make use of what connections they had, should it become necessary, as well as testifying, of course. In other news, Esmeralda was also doing much better, though she was still resigned to the bed for a bit longer. Apparently, the more rest she got, the fewer lasting side effects she would suffer. That poison was a truly vile thing. Tom knew of nerve agents and things like mustard gas, but this stuff seemed almost like it tried to eat you. In that sense, it was more of a chemical weapon than the poison or venom the dragonettes referred to it as. That alone sent shivers down his spine. If he ever came across a green dragon, he would make sure to keep his distance. Anything that could survive having that in its mouth was bound to be bad. News. Apuma had promised that Esmeralda would get back to her feet and make at least close to a full recovery. She would need to continue eating that foul-smelling stuff he had made, though. For that, they had gotten a shopping list of things they needed from the forest. Since they were down to Fengi and a one-handed jackalope, it had been decided it was as good a time as any to take their newest members on their first hunt and foraging expedition. Fengi and Jackalope had already departed, taking Whippener and Zarko with them to help out. They were to start gathering up what they could find in terms of herbs and game. Then Jarix could just haul it all back and not have to sit around waiting for too long. Jarix hadn't objected, though he seemed a bit skittish about letting Zarko go on ahead. Tom had brought up an empty fuel can and a full one, and showed Shiva and Raoulf how to mix it. It wasn't a difficult procedure, so he left them to it, crossing his fingers that they would still be able to see when he got back. Then he had grabbed his parachute and made for the greeting hall where Jarix and Redexi were already waiting. So ready for takeoff? Tom went upon rounding the corner. Buckles are tight and checked, Redexi answered in an optimistic tone. Do I get the special treatment, or do you want to see me try climbing again? Come on up. That was funny, though, Jarix replied, lowering a wing. As Tom walked up, he felt a little bad. His boots weren't cleaner. It almost felt like there should be a welcome mat or something. Walking on the soft, springy membrane was an odd sensation, too. He felt more like he was walking on a bouncy castle than anything. Tom, you do know the way, right? Tom hadn't known Jarix that long, but that sounded like masked confidence to Tom. Sure been there and back quite a few times. Oh, good, Jarix replied in a clearly relieved tone. What's the matter? Not much of a navigator? No, Jarix replied in an uncertain tone. That's what I and Zarko are for when flying. I'm just a backup, though, Redexi piped up. Jarix, you're 85 and you can't navigate. Yes, I can just not read maps or stars. I don't know where I am right now. Okay, Zarko usually takes care of where we are going, Redexi added, seemingly not concerned. Welp, I'm the king of not knowing where I am around here, so might as well get going. Can't argue with that, Redexi agreed. Wait, is that good or bad? Jarix questioned, clearly not reassured by that statement. Brought my compass, will fine. What's a compass? Redexi questioned. Always points north. Not that great on an island, though. It likes to move. Tom had to admit, oh, brilliant. 3 people who don't know where we are, and a magic thing that doesn't help here. Relax, I've been to the forest a few times. Jarix got up, doing a bit of a jog in place as if hyping himself up. Okay, off we go. Hang on back there. Tom was starting to properly enjoy the feeling of going weightless as they dropped off the edge. Then the first wing beat caught them, and they were flying. Okay, turn right to 2 o'clock. What? Jarix responded. Oh, right, sorry, turn right to 060 degrees. There was more silence. You don't know degrees. I have no clue what you're talking about. Oh, right a bit. Tom turned back to Redexi. How do you say go over there? Tom pointed to 2 o'clock. Redexi squinted a bit. Right turn 16, I think. That sounds very annoying to use. What would you say? We just go on 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock and so on up to 12. Why 12? There are 24 hours in a wood. Someone tell me where we are going, Jarix interrupted. Right, sorry, right turn 16. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Jarix replied, going into a lazy right turn. My system is better. You learn it one day. Sure it is. Hours in the day and turning have so much in common. Jarix replied, clearly not convinced by that fact. So Tom turned to Redexi instead. Humph. Right. So you see this thing. This is a watch or a clock. It took a while to explain the concept, but at least it helped pass the time. They were discussing degrees when Jarxi interrupted the lesson. I see trees. Good, head for them. They see us coming, I'm sure. They made for the tree line. Tom and Redexi both peering out ahead, trying to see if they could spot anyone on the wing. Hey Tom, why do you wear those Google things in front of your eyes? You know they are black, right? I'm not made to go this fast. They hurt otherwise, and they help with the sun too. Man, you really suck at being up here. Hey, remember, I'm the second most well-armed guy here, and only by a little. Have you ever seen what I can do? Jarix questioned, clearly not believing what he was hearing. No, Tom had to admit. We are here to hunt, right? Yeah. Well, what do you say we do some hunting then? The quick way. Are you sure that is a good idea? Tom replied. Redexi just looked at Tom, violently mimicking a come on man with his whole body. You know what, sure, why not? Just don't wipe out an entire herd, okay? Okay, this had the potential to be really awesome. Yeah, else the prancy white horse gets mad. I know. I have heard the stories. Didn't Nunuk claim you met one? Redexy asked Tom. I did, and I agree she was quite annoying. She didn't even like my chainsaw. Well, I already like your chainsaw for that reason, Jarix replied. It would seem the reverence for the unicorns was a dragonette thing rather than a draconic thing. Oh, you will. It made so much noise she had to come to check what was happening, Tom replied, laughing. Okay, now I love it, Jarix retorted. What does it do? It eats trees. They both laughed a bit at that one. Oh, I bet she hated that. Then I don't want to ruin the mood, but do you see anyone? Redexy interrupted. There was a bit of a pause as they started scanning around them again. You are sure they went to this part of the forest, right? Jarix questioned. I think so. I think so sectors was a mentory. I think an asses to be a bag a 19. I think so strange of this is, made a by girl. Chapter 6-5, who is in charge? I told you we should have brought someone who knew where we were going, Jarix protested as they flew along the forest's edge. They had been at this for nearly an hour now, and no sign of any dragonettes. Tom reckoned Jarix was fast even on the cruise. Tom reckoned maybe 130 or 100 as they went along, meaning they had likely covered over 80 kilometers, already accounting for a bit of backtracking here and there. And yet, they had found nothing. This doesn't make sense. Could they still be on the ground searching for those herb things? Tom questioned. Look, don't ask any of us. We have no clue, Redexy defended. Let's land for a bit before we get completely lost. Okay then. Go down low and circle back again. I'm used to navigating by ground. Let's see if we can find where we hunted those red deer. Fine. At least that is more fun than this, Jarix replied, clearly not very optimistic. Redexy and Tom took a shoulder each as they sat peering out ahead trying to spot something. It took a while, but they finally came across a familiar-looking hilltop. There, left turn 1/8. They seriously needed to improve on this system. Left turn, Jarix replied, flying over the hilltop, and sure enough, there were the tracks left by his quad bike. Why hadn't they just followed those? God damn it, I'm an idiot. We could just have followed those tracks. What is that? Jarix questioned. My quad bike. You'll see soon enough, those lead home. You really aren't good at this, are you? Redexy added from behind. Yeah, I can't fly, that's my excuse. Well, we are where we are supposed to now. So where are they? I'm gonna get some altitude so they can see us. Jarix climbed up hard. He was surprisingly nimble for his size, and even seemed to be able to match the dragonettes for climb rate. He wasn't even breathing hard from doing so either. Jarix targets 2/3 left. Is that them? Redexy asked, pointing to the horizon. Tom strained to look. He did make out 4 dots on the horizon, which seemed to be approaching. That was behind them, though. Yep, came the reply from Jarix. Turning to intercept it took a few minutes for the range to close, but eventually Tom could make them out as well. As they reached each other, the dragonettes turned to match Jarix's direction, setting down on his back, all seeming a little winded, especially Whipana. Why didn't you stop? We've been chasing for kilometers. Thengi questioned, setting down. I didn't see you, Tom replied. Zarko looked less than pleased. Who was rear lookout? Redexy and Tom looked at each other. For a teacher, you sure suck at learning. Tom and I expect better from you. She went, pointing at Redexy. Whipana was still wheezing, trying to catch her breath, clearly not used to this kind of flying. Ooh, why are you so fast? That is my job. Who gave me such a kind compliment? Jarix responded. Whipana, she got out. Right, you're the one whose fields I need to plow. I think this is a weird day, Whipana went, giving up and just laying down. So you all look tired. Tom tried in as innocent a voice as he could manage. Not, Jackalope replied with her usual lack of tact, standing proudly with, of all things, 2 jackalopes hanging over her shoulder. Touched, Tom thought to himself. Well, that is good to hear, Zarko replied in a discouraging tone which achieved exactly nothing. Want a race? Yeah, Jarix replied as if that was the easiest question ever, which to his credit it might well be, not with all you lot on board. You are rather heavy, you know. Tom looked around at the 6 people currently standing on Jarix's back while flying. Well, Whipana was still lying down, which didn't really help with the space situation. Oh, shut it, Jarix. It's good exercise, Zarko replied. I flew nearly a week to get here. I don't need more exercise right now, and my belly is full from last night as well. Yesterday you were starving, now you're overfed. Does a happy medium exist? Fewer people on my back would do nicely. Oh, poor dragon who can't handle a few passengers. Really? How about I try and stand on you one day and see how that goes? They were clearly joking. Tom guessed they had known each other for a while. Based on what Archeon said, Jarek should be good for over a ton of cargo, probably more. And I only said if I was going to race someone. Before any racing, could we not get some hunting? Fengi asked. Tom, could you do that trick you and Sapphire did again? Sure, I think Jarek's has a better idea though. There was a bit of a crackle, then a boom that made everyone flinch, followed by a chuckle from Jarek's. Oh yeah, I do. Jackalope's excitement was both visible and audible as she cheered best hunt ever. No offense, Tom, hell, no. I can't compete with a flying lightning cannon, not yet at least. Isn't that irresponsible? Whipperna questioned. I'm not a Huntress, who has seniority here, Zarko replied. It was at that moment Tom realized the catastrophic error that had been committed. He turned to Jackalope, who was standing there obliviously, the only silvered Huntress present. As it finally clicked for her, she began cackling madly, rubbing her hands together. Let's get started to dear the wee her of a sea, the wee her of a sea as poisers of wee her of a sea. The sea, on the seed of sea. Arming was getting the distinct impression Boltahon was making this easy for her. Not once had she even had to reach for something philosophical, or even a metaphor. She didn't mind, but after a while the game did sort of die down. She had learned that the one to her left was called Canabrera. She was a little older than Sapphire, only a few years though, and they had gotten a decent conversation going. She even knew where Vulture Keep was, apparently having made a few stops there in the past, having served with another trader who had elected to take some time off. Having made enough money for a while, Canabrera was one of the newly hired escorts following the bloody battle to reach Bismutai Keep. After a bit, Canabrera brought out some dice in a little box with a glass lid. Sapphire hadn't seen one before. It was rather clever, even if you had to time the dice throws with the wing beats to keep them from rolling around. Sapphire had never been a gambling person, but a friendly game was always good fun. She glanced over at Baron every once in a while. As much as she would like to berate the bitch all the way there, she was fairly confident things were going to be more entertaining over here. She wondered how they would manage with Jarek's back home. She had never seen a dragon hunt before. Esmeralda would get him in line, though she was sure of that. Wait, Dakota. What is it, Saf? Dakota replied, seemingly a bit confused at the sudden outburst. We left Jackie in charge of the hunt with a dragon, and Tom Dakota developed a sort of deep 1,000-yard stare. Not answering, "Oh no," Balathon added, shaking his head. What's the matter? Surely it can't be that bad. She seemed friendly enough, Canabrera questioned. What's the matter? What's the matter? Surely it can be, super. Surely it can be. Cheaper, enter. Surely it can be that better. Target dead ahead. We'll break 'em up for you. Wanna come, Zarko? I'm fine here. The boys need some oversight, I think. This was yet another in the long list of stupid ideas that might work. Tom should maybe have tried to take some more responsibility, but Jackalope was in charge, so any disasters were on her after all. It didn't hurt that he really wanted to see how this lightning breath worked. Suit yourself, Geronimo. Does she actually know what she is doing? Redexi questioned. More than any of us. I'm afraid, Tom answered. She seems very sensible, Jarex added, sounding perfectly serious. Perhaps assessing people's character should be worked into the lessons, Tom thought to himself. The three girls set about herding the deer away from the forest, further into the open marshes. Jarex following behind from above, so as not to scare them yet. Now, Tom, this is going to be a steep dive. Make sure those goggles are secure and you hang on tight. Zarko went in a serious tone. Tom had no clue how quickly an 8-ton dragon could dive, but it was likely fairly fast, so he did as instructed. He moved to make sure he had both good foot and handholds. They're starting to split up now. Here we go. Jarex pitched down, pulling his wings in close to his sides as they began to fall. The sensation of being pulled down by Jarex was different from when Tom had flown with the dragonettes. They fell at about the same rate. This was like holding onto an elevator with its cables cut. As the dive continued, Tom guessed they were well above terminal velocity for a human. They had maybe 1,000 meters of altitude to scrub, and Jarex didn't seem to mind falling most of the way in one go. Tom pulled himself close to Jarek's, lying as flat as he could manage, the wind screaming in his ears. He had no clue how fast they were going, but he was fairly sure this was a new speed record for him in this world. Zarko and especially Radexi seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely, even if Tom was unsure as to whether it was the dive or him providing the entertainment. As they approached the ground, Jarek started to slowly extend his wings, but only by a little. Tom looked around, fighting the wind to get a better look. He was making a kind of delta wing. As the young dragon started to pull up, the familiar sense of G-forces returned. It was a strange feeling when lying on top of something, but it was no less thrilling. This was a proper roller coaster. Woohoo! Tom let out in glee. Oh yeah, this was about as much fun as he had imagined as a kid. They came upon the herd of red deer. They were still traveling at considerable speed. Tom strained to get as good a look as he could manage, looking over the side in front of Jarek's left wing. He saw Jackalope off to the side, clearly positioned to get the best view she could as they came speeding by. Tom felt the hairs on his neck stand on end as the air around him almost started to crackle. The sound was like a railgun charging. Jarek's inhaled with a static electric whine that sent shivers down Tom's spine. This was followed by a single bright streak of bluish light that looked more like a beam than a lightning bolt. It impacted the ground in a split second, resulting in a bright flash with lightning arcing in every direction. Even in the middle of the day, it was perfectly visible. No long breath spreading the love around. It was like a single shot that hit the ground, followed by an echoing boom. Jarek's hadn't even managed to hit one of the deer, but the electrical arcs could be seen spreading through the grass as they went by. Jarek's pulled in a fresh breath, letting out a sigh. Phew, that ought to do it. Good shot, right on target. Now that's what I'm talking about, Radexi added. Tom looked behind them to see maybe half a dozen deer all lying legs in the air. The grass blackened all around the small crater in the ground. The three girls came circling down as the remaining deer bolted in a blind panic. Holy shit, Tom let out, gawking. That was one hell of a weapon, and he had been worried about a damn machine gun. Try that on for size, Mr. Nearly as well armed as me. Jarek's went in a sarcastic tone, scoring a short laugh from Zarko and Radexi. Not going to argue with that, though it would be more like a storm of lightning. Oh, I can do that too, Jarksy clarified. Spitting works great for ground targets, though. You can say that again. They had come down next to the others, taking a look at the damage, which was extensive. Jackalope was beside herself with excitement, of course. That was awesome. Look at them. I mean, that one is a bit busted, but still, look at them. Tom glanced around at the fairly singed-looking deer, one clearly having been a bit close to the impact site. It was a disfigured mess, hardly recognizable as a deer. He slid off Jarek's to have a look around, inspecting the ground and the impact crater. You want that one, Jarek's? I mean, it's already sort of cooked. Jackalope then went, pointing at the charred deer. No, I don't like raw meat. That's for savages. We can light a fire under it if you want. She continued. No thanks, Jarksy replied, clearly not thrilled with the prospect. Isn't this cruel? Wipenar had questioned, clearly disturbed by the scene. In hindsight, bringing the resident animal lover along might not have been the brightest idea they had ever had. I doubt a deer has died this quickly around here in a while. Well short of when Sapphire decides to show off. Anywho, we need to get these back to the keep. Jackalope's answer sounding a tad annoyed at the part about Sapphire. How much can you carry, Jarek's? Jarek's took a step back, looking at all the 6 dead deer. 5 is no problem, he finally replied, looking at the mangled one Tom was now inspecting. What's the matter, soldier? Scared of blood? Tom questioned. No, of course not. It'll take 5. They look heavy. I guess we will have to come back for the last one then, Tom just stated, getting up. But my harness, Jarek's pleaded. Tom had to admit it was very nice. Mostly made of the dark blue leather the dragonette seemed to use for most things. There were some white pieces here and there, though. Most of the handholds were polished metal too, and there was even some engraving on parts of the armor plates. A soldier that doesn't want to get dirty? I've shown you what a soldier is expected to go through. Does this look bad to you? Or do I need to get a mud bath going? It'll take all 6. Think you can scrub it out? Jarek's went, looking to Radexi with a pained expression on his face. Sure thing, boss. Well, at least Radexi was still positive. I'll grant you, though, it's a nice harness. Perhaps we should have something less nice made for things like this. But it's mine, though. It was a gift from my mother. Yeah, but there is no use ruining it. It should survive a bit of blood, though, if it's as well made as it looks. Jarek just let out a discontented grump as an answer. By the time they had finished carrying all the deer up and lashing them down securely, Jarek's looked more like a medevac for a fictional deer army than a hunter. On the job, it did the trick though, and they were soon airborne. The girls having gotten the herb collecting done prior to their arrival. They had matched cruising speeds, the dragonettes flying under their own power, with Jarek's breaking the wind for them. It wasn't fair that he had to carry both everything and everyone after all. They had tried to keep the mess to a minimum, but still, Redexi would have his work cut out for him. They had sat down outside the keep to begin the process of prepping the carcasses. Unkai and Heron had come down to meet them. In Tom and Esmeralda's stead, they had been tasked with taking care of the children for at least some of the day, judging by the crying and the two very weary faces that had been a tall order even for a couple of hours. "Hey Torinia, how's it going?" Tom tried in his best diplomatic voice. "Holdy bit me." Torinia let out sobbing a bit. "Holdy? That isn't nice. Come here, let me have a look at that." Well, bite might have been a bit of an exaggeration, but there were actually teeth marks. Tom had struggled a bit with coming to terms with the, at times, slightly more violent tendencies of the dragonettes. "This wasn't that bad though." "But she took my bricks." "No, I was playing with them. If you keep fighting over blocks of wood like this, you are never gonna get those Legos I talked about. Now come here." Tom picked up Torinia to try and comfort her. Now, no harm done, and you shouldn't take what isn't yours either. Would you two help them unload? I'll take care of this." Raoulf and Heron looked rather relieved at the prospect of physical labor, so they must have had a rough time of it. "Get yourself cleaned off, Jarek's, and take some time off. There will be another movie tonight. A bit more fun than last time, though." "Another movie?" Jackalope questioned excitedly. "Yep, two, in fact. Not about war, though, but I think you're gonna like it." Jackalope looked a little slack-eared, but Fengi and Whippernaw definitely perked up at that. So, with Kieran clambering up to his usual perch, Tom went about the next duty of his day, trying to figure out whose bricks had been stolen and by whom. Maybe he should just make more bricks for them. That would have to come after winding the coils for the motor, though. He wondered if Shiva was still conscious enough to discuss that. This is the Flying Lightning Gun, was incredibly F6, half-6 stock. Shipping, shooting, and balloons. As it turned out, hunting deer with a flying lightning gun was incredibly efficient. The only problem was the rather singed nature of the result. Only 4 of the hides didn't have substantial burn marks on them. Luckily for Tom and the others, Jackalope had been in charge, so she received the brunt of the verbal abuse from Nunuk for ruining such fine red deer pelts. The result was that they were banned from hunting using Jarek's lightning breath, at least until they could come up with a way of doing it without destroying the valuable pelts. Then there was the matter that they really needed to hunt the woods rather than just the grasslands on the outskirts. Jarek's was nimble enough to fly between the heaven oak trees, but the regular trees in the undergrowth were off limits. He would also need a clearing or a perch of some kind to land. They had secured a sizable amount of meat once again, so they had time to work with. However, given that Jarek's ate more than the rest of the keep combined, they didn't have much breathing room. They were going to have to keep up the pressure. Tom had a feeling this was going to put a dent in his ammunition supply. He sure as shit wasn't learning to use a bow right now. He had bigger things to worry about, such as how to wind the rotor by hand in a reasonable time, and how to keep Sheba from getting more than slightly drunk on his precious fuel. She and Raoulf had been very merry when Tom had finally made it to the workshop. Kiran gratefully exchanging Tom's hard helmet for his soft, warm hair. Torinia was also still in Tom's arms, as he didn't trust her, and Holdy wasn't quite over their differences yet. "Did you at least mix some of it?" "Oh yeah, we're halfway with the first metal can, jug thing," Shiva replied with a sly smile, clearly feeling good right now. "Great, and how much have you drunk of that stuff?" "We made a jar in the middle, Hiike. Taste okay when watered down," Raoulf replied, seemingly proud of the fact. Tom had been planning on teaching them how to make proper whiskey, but it would seem that wouldn't be necessary. The shittiest moonshine in history apparently did the trick. "Want a sip? Might as well see how bad this stuff actually was." He accepted the small glass jar and took a small sip. It burned, but it had definitely been watered down, at least by half. That did upset his inner engineer a bit, as he had worked so hard to make this stuff as pure as possible. Aside from tasting like half-strength medicinal spirits, it wasn't that bad actually. He had half expected to puke on contact. It just didn't really taste of anything. Hell, with something to mix with it might even make a decent drink. And Jarrett's had sort of solved their fuel problems for the time being, since they didn't need the quad bike. But they didn't have anything to mix it with. The only juice they had was that berry stuff they made themselves, of which there was preciously little. The children had gotten some during the feast for Volzan last time, so what do you think? Shiva questioned as Tom stood there pondering. I guess it'll do for getting you drunk. And that is the important part, Shiva went, pointing a finger at him. Tom just shook his head. She was right. Though it would definitely do that, and more cheaply than the beer if they didn't use the purest of the resulting distillate. Maybe just keep the leftovers from the runs for drinking. That couldn't hurt much. Much? Balathon questioned. Playing dice had lasted almost an hour, but now the general conversation was doing the trick. Sure, these court things usually take ages. I would be surprised if we even get to the court within a week. Then they might have to go through several sessions, for which we may or may not be required. Dakota clarified for them. Sweet. Think we got enough money to stay for that long, though? If you want to get drunk every night, no, but that is on your bill. In paying for the tavern and meals, though, really? Sapphire asked, surprised. She had thought they would be splitting at least the meals. Yup. Nunuk was feeling generous, or perhaps more busy with figuring out how to get her claws into the bitch. I don't know. Sapphire had brought every coin she owned, and now she could spend them as she pleased. What did she want to spend it on, though? We need at least one good night out. Come on, girls. It will be fun. Balathon tried in his most convincing tone. Sapphire didn't have a problem with that idea, though. If it means you won't get drunk and cause a scene, if we end up having to attend something more high class, then sure. I'll indulge you, Dakota replied. Sapphire knew damn well that Dakota didn't mind a good drink every now and again, so she guessed this was about making Baltathon believe they were doing him a favor. High class? Are you expecting some nobles to invite us to something? We have friends too, Bale Boy. Might need to go see some of them. Don't forget you are talking with one right now. Never been to something like that, Balathon admitted. During her time in the capital, Sapphire hadn't exactly been part of high-class society either. She'd gone to a very nice ball after she won the championship that had been quite the experience at the time. Sapphire, didn't your big brother work at a sort of normal tavern? Yup, the Sweet Dragon. Sounds like a good place to start. Sapphire had never even seen the place, so she just crossed her fingers that her brother had a decent taste in establishments. A bit early to worry about that, isn't it? Cabrera joined in, clearly not having left the discussion entirely. That is an all-right place, though I've been there before. We've still got days' worth of flying to do, so we were wondering. Tarok stuck his head over Cabrera's shoulder. Wondering if you had any more stories about Tom? Tarok seemed like a very excitable fellow with even worse manners than Jackalope. He didn't seem malicious, though, so that was something, that you were allowed to tell. They certainly had a few. They should probably avoid anything concerning weapons. Sapphire didn't quite know what they were allowed to say. There was the one where he fought Ratchuk till he passed out. What about the one where he fell asleep on the floor with Jackalope in the smithy, and we all thought they did you know what? Balathon asked eagerly. Okay, that one then. At least he would be the one telling it then, Sapphire thought to herself. Then she noticed all eyes were currently looking at her. Dakota had scooted up beside Balathon, looking expectantly at Sapphire as if to insinuate that she knew the story. Damn tactician and her quick thinking, Sapphire muttered to herself before beginning. Well, it all started with the feast following the battle, where we saved all of you. Never mind, Sapphire had done diddly squat during that fight. He had tried to make the computer write in something that looked like draconic symbols to no avail. Hence, he was still stuck with movies that made sense, even if you didn't know what people were saying, or at least that could be easily explained. He had really wanted to show them we were soldiers, or maybe Band of Brothers. In the end, he'd gone for 2 movies. First was one for everyone to enjoy, kids included. Much to their delight, he had considered Wall-E, but he wasn't feeling up for explaining space or being accused of heresy yet. In the end, he went with Up, because who couldn't love that? Thinking back, that particular movie had a darker opening than he remembered. He was currently buried beneath every kid in the keep, all yammering about how unfair it all was. It was at moments like this that he wished Esmeralda was up and about already. Most of the others were too busy asking things like, "What is a balloon?" and "Why do they all look so weird?" So there wasn't much support there either. In hindsight, he should have also explained animation a bit more thoroughly than imaginary pictures that aren't real. It got so bad a halt had to be called to proceedings while he went about explaining what an animated movie was, what the premise of the film was, what a car was, that yes, they had running water in their homes, and no, he couldn't just use balloons to fly like the dragonettes because that would be impractical. But you could do it? Fengi questioned. Only if I find helium and rubber, which are both of the things needed to make balloons. And remember, this is just a story. It isn't real. Balloons can't lift much. I would need as many as the house just to lift me. Then why does the house fly? Ralph questioned. In a story, things don't have to be true. You can lie to make it more fantastic. Chimon, would you mind? Kiran, would you mind? I fell off, sorry, Kiran replied as he clambered up the front of Tom's face to his usual spot. So remember, most of what you see isn't how it is. We could make a movie like this where humans could just fly. That obviously won't work in the real world, now would it? There were nods from around the room. Tom sighed a bit. He hadn't expected this to pose so many problems. He had continued the movie, deciding to let the movie do the talking for him and just not explain anything other than what was being said. The questions started dying down. Soon the adults weren't taking it too seriously anymore, and the kids often not realizing when something was off. By the time they found the talking dog, Tom was happy to see laughter around the hall, even if there were a few heads shaking here and there. They even really rooted for our unlikely heroes. He had almost feared they would side with Munst being a hunter. There was more laughter and held breaths as Tom let the movie work its magic. They were all having a great time. Evil man can't fly, he too heavy, Kiran let out, sounding a bit too cheerful at Munst's death. Good riddance, he wouldn't have survived an encounter with Kalestein, Werferner concluded. There was no arguing there. Tom threw a slightly worried glance at Jarix. Maybe they too needed to worry about ending up in a Munst situation on that front. Those were worries for later though. Right now, they had a movie to enjoy. They had even cheered for Russell when he finally got his badge at the end. Then the questions started again. Fengi clearly not able to hold them in any longer. Tom, I know the house wasn't real, but was the big grey thing. It's like a flying building. That wasn't real either, right? Yes and no. It's called an airship, and they did exist. They weren't capable of carrying that much stuff though. They were huge though. Were. Why did you stop making them? They were expensive and dangerous. They liked to blow up. That sounds bad. Why did you build them in the first place then? Fengi did have a point that hadn't been the best sales speech. That didn't matter though. It wasn't like you could make one anyway. They could fly. You could sleep in a comfortable bed and wake up somewhere new. Who doesn't like that? On that note, we need to get you lot of the bed. It's already past your bedtime. Tom, can we get a dog like Doug? Calhoun tried in doing his best to be adorable. Not unless we find one, you can't make a dog. What about the collar thing? Could we put one on a deer to make it speak? Holdy added in very excitedly. I'm afraid I'm a bit too stupid to figure out how those collars work, sorry. There was a universal flattening of ears at that around. The kids. Shiva just had a chuckle from the corner. Talking deer, that would be something. Well, she wasn't wrong. Now come on. We need to get you lot tucked in, Werferner, and Fengi helped herd the kids up to their bedroom for the night. There was the usual protest, but in the end, they were all nice and tucked in. One advantage of Dragonet children was that they were clearly a lot better at sleeping than human kids, and with lights out, it didn't take many minutes before the yammering died down, being replaced with cute little snoring. For the adults, he had gone for something with more spectacle, racism, and most importantly, more flying. As he sat back down at the table arranged so they could see the screen, the title card came up. Red Tails, this should be good, Tom thought to himself. He did his best to explain the setting and what was happening in the ground scenes. They were familiar with WW2, so that helped. That, and the fact that they were utterly mesmerized by the aircraft. There had been questions, sure, but they were mostly what the planes could do, and the movie did great at that part, at least spectacle-wise. It almost managed to distract the experienced flyers from some of the maneuvers being pulled. The whole black human had been a whole new can of worms though. Tom had expected that, and they needed to know. Still, there were a lot of uncomfortable questions. Tom elected not to answer, and let the movie do it for him since that had worked so well last time. The fact that they were more of a dark brown than the ashen gray-black the dragonettes were used to helped a lot. They quickly proved themselves pure of soul and damn effective combatants, winning the dragonettes over rather quickly. It also helped that they were clearly fighting similar judgments on screen. Tom even saw quite a few ashamed faces among his friends once they figured out the kind of life these people had and what they had gone through just to fly. They had to fight for the right to fight. Unlike everyone else, they thoroughly enjoyed the fight scenes as he had expected, even the fatalities. They were a lot better at handling a plane with a guy being shot down. It seemed they could more closely relate to that. It also helped that Tom compared the bombers to dragons. Jarek's and crew, of course, had more than a few questions on those defense guns, and Jarek's had seemed a bit disappointed at their effectiveness. Tom had assured the young dragon that that was down to the planes going 3 or 4 times faster than any dragon could in level flight, and that, of course, did make them very hard to hit. The results, once they did hit, were nothing to sniff at either. So in the end, the dragon had seemed content with the weapon's performance, even if he was already talking of more than one gun now. Tom had tried to sell them the idea of bombs. Without much success, though. Short of attacking a city or a keep, he could see why. It wasn't like hostile dragonettes would just sit there and wait to be bombed after all. What about my father? I don't know where you would drop them, but he does like just cruising along nice and steady. You know, nothing too strenuous, Jarek snickered. Sure, I don't see why not. If you want to hit with level bombing, you need to be very steady. What's the alternative? Zarko questioned, sounding curious. Dive bombing. That got their attention. Basically, you dive at a target, aiming yourself at them like you're going to crash into them. Then you drop your bomb and pull up. Rather simple, really. I could do that, Jarex concluded. And bring down a keep in a single run, Zarko added. It has been done with big rocks and things like that during sieges, but nothing like what those things are dropping. Tom could literally see the horror on Redexi's face at having to deal with a dragon dive bombing the keep. The poor dude wasn't having an easy time as of late, and with the report of possible hostiles in the area, that hadn't improved. How would you defend against that, Tom? The captain asked, trying to sound professional and to his credit only failing slightly. Anti-air guns and fighters. Not much else you can do, Tom admitted. Or build something that can survive the hit. We sort of have fighters. We can't just rebuild the keep. So what is this anti-air gun? Tom sighed internally at the notion of adding yet another thing to his list of stuff that was likely never gonna be complete. He guessed he could put this one under cannon for Shiva though. I got a clip that will show both. I think it took a bit of searching, but he did have midway that scene where they dive bomb the carriers, unrealistic as it was. Should do the trick. Passerbys as every Tory, finding his sweating stands with a standing knife of the significant. By one time in sun, and I stated on a Sapphire had long while since Sapphire had last slept on Dragonback. She did feel a little sorry for Arch and Baron, having flown through the night, but they wanted to make a small town by nightfall today. Good morning, sleepyhead, Turox teased as Sapphire got up, instantly regretting the decision as she was hit in the face with the ice-cold wind. Laying back down, she was sheltered behind Canabrera, who still appeared to be sleeping. Or maybe not, Turox went again with a chuckle. Shuus. It's cold, Sapphire replied, pulling up her bedroll tighter. Ain't that the truth? It came from Dakota, who had apparently decided to take cover behind Sapphire during the night. What time is it? Too early. It came from Balthon, who was one notch further down the line, clearly not happy either. What do you think they're doing back home? Dakota asked. Don't know. Probably nice and warm though, Sapphire responded. I take it you don't do much cold weather training. Tyrox responded in an obnoxiously optimistic tone. Couldn't he just let them complain in peace? I was wondering, you're Sapphire, right? Yup, that's me, Sapphire replied in an annoyed tone. He knew that they had all introduced themselves already. As in Sapphire Rayland? The one who took the Tonsilra Championship. What was that 15 years ago? Yup, to that one too. That was a new one. She couldn't remember the last time somebody had recognized her. Not that there had been many chances for anyone to do so in the last decade. No way. My sister played against you then. Sapphire rolled over to look at him. He had her attention now. What was she called? Nuri. She only made it to the quarterfinals where he knocked her out. Sapphire needed to have a think on that one. It was a long time ago. I do remember she was pretty damn good too. What happened to her in the end? Did she keep playing? There was a clear ping of sorrow in Tyrox at that one for some reason. Oh, she died the next year competing. Made it to the semis that year triumphs went. Faultless optimism cracking under what was clearly a big loss to him. I'm sorry to hear that, don't want to pry, but hit a pole and broke a wing. Snapped her neck when she hit the ground. She didn't even scream, Triox replied with a shrug. Just a stupid mistake. Sapphire laid her head back down, looking up into the clouds, attempting to remember. She could remember the match against her well enough. She didn't have time to look at her opponent, though. All she remembered was that it had been a close call. She had seen accidents as well, of course. That was the reason she took Dakota up on her offer. She didn't want to be next, to be carried off the field. You're not going back to compete again, are you? He sounded concerned. She guessed that was more than understandable. Nah, never. Those days are over. Besides, I would be better at archery these days. You a good shot then? Oh, he had no clue how good. So good I wouldn't be allowed to compete in most competitions, Sapphire replied with a cocky smile and a chuckle. It was true, of course. There wasn't much point in having her shoot at some target 100 meters downrange. That would just get real boring real quick. Udanti. Got one who thinks she's a good shot? This might be good fun. Sapphire thought to herself, getting up. The wind hadn't changed its mind about being so cold, though, so she laid back down again. No one else got up, so she was clearly not alone in that decision. I heard you well enough. I'll whip her ass once we are on the ground, don't you worry. It came from below. Sapphire guessed her challenger had slept in the belly netting then. Dakota rolled over to look at Sapphire. Destroy her, Dakota whispered. The two of them had a little competition for who could put on the most devilish smile. It had been another quiet day of flying. As the sun was starting to set, they passed Hookbill Gorge, which was quite the spectacle. Supposedly, it had once been the home of a dragon calling himself Hookbill, who would raid and plunder traders and keeps in the area. That was centuries ago, but the name had stuck. The gorge itself was more like two mountains protruding for kilometers up into the sky. The cloud cover had obscured the bases, so they looked more like two massive, slender spikes that the group flew between. Sapphire had almost expected something nasty to detach from the towering peaks and make a break for them, but nothing happened. Volzan had brought out another game for them to try. Sapphire hadn't seen it before. It was apparently called Junk Claw. It was a small board where you would stick wooden pegs into the holes which made up the track. Then, a spinning wheel in the center was used to determine how far you could move. If you passed someone else's peg, they went back to the start. First to get all their pegs home won. It was a simple yet fun game, even if only 4 could play. That didn't mean you couldn't cheer the others on while you waited for your turn. They had made it to the small town of Yilditz before nightfall, where Archeon and Baron could sleep and eat. They would set up a more comfortable camp, with actual tents and a campfire. Lighting a fire on Archeon's back wasn't exactly possible, but next to him while he slept was more than welcomed by the venerable dragon. It was an idyllic little town, buildings all strewn around the central keep. Sapphire put the population at around 150, maybe 200, so it was a lot bigger than their home, and there was obviously safety in numbers. The keep could hold everyone in a pinch, but for the most part, they slept in their houses. They had just about finished setting up camp on the outside of the little village and begun to go over the plan one last time. Udanti had come up behind them, a few of the escorts following along at her heels. So, Archer girl, ready for a spanking? Udanti seemed very sure of herself, head held high and ear perked. Her tone was more teasing than malicious, though. This was just a friendly competition. She was an older dragonette than Sapphire, probably somewhere between her and Dakota. I see you got a proper bow as well. Afraid yours couldn't cut it? Sapphire had been scheming with Balathon and Dakota to make this as fun as possible. For starters, she was holding Dakota's bow, with Balthian hanging on to her real one. Dakota made a quick getaway to get on with her part of the plan. There wasn't much prospect of interesting things happening, so the archer's duel was the evening's only attraction, apart from the local tavern, so most of them were gathered around. Sapphire didn't mind a crowd, though. Hashar was currently perched atop Baron's head, watching with interest. Just don't cry when you lose, Sapphire replied confidently as ever. Want to pick a target and go first, or shall I? Why don't you start? Very well. Udanti knocked an arrow in her bow, ranged to that tree with the cleft trunk. What'd you say? 80 meters? Yeah, thereabouts. It was a far target, Saf would give her that. What are we shooting over? Around at the tavern? Sure thing. One in the center of the cleft, and one in each branch, she stated confidently. Then she drew and fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. She was almost as fast as Sapphire when it came to rate of fire, and she hit her targets, which was very impressive, and every shot was perfectly centered. There was a good chance she used magic to guide them then. This just got interesting. She seemed very pleased with herself as she turned to Sapphire expectantly. Not bad, my turn. She might have hit, but she lacked flair, something Sapphire knew a thing or two about. It helped a lot when competing to be a crowd pleaser, at least if you wanted a decent meal that night. Sapphire knocked an arrow into Kota's bow, drew and fired normally, using only the slightest hint of magic to land the arrow right in the center of the cleft, swearing. A bit she didn't manage to break Udante's arrow. That would have been awesome. Then she drew another and pretended to sneeze as she fired, sending the arrow low, skimming across the grass, before it miraculously pulled up, burying deep into the left branch. To much oohing and eyeing from the crowd. Sapphire smiled a bit to herself as she continued her shenanigans. Oh, that was lucky. Wonder what happens if Sapphire loosed another arrow, deliberately aiming high and doing her best to seem surprised by the shot. She then carefully guided it back down on target, landing squarely in the right branch. 3 perfect hits. Gods damn it, Udante protested, clearly not pleased. Sapphire was far from done though. Would you look at that Balthian real bow? Sapphire demanded, switching tone, holding out her hand, looking sternly at Udante. Sapphire swung her hand above her head, that being the planned signal for Dakota, who came flying overhead and began dropping 4 of the pieces of firewood she had borrowed from the pile for the campfire. Sapphire drew and fired in rapid succession, nailing all 4 pieces, one by one. The power of her new bow ensured the arrows hit before she needed to send the next one. She might be good, but guiding 2 at the same time was still beyond her. By the time all targets were hit, the first one hadn't even reached the ground yet. As the last of them came down, Sapphire turned and bowed to her audience with a flourish. I told you she was good. Archeon went in a very serious voice. That's gonna cost you a beer. Of course, the trader was more worried about the monetary costs. Sapphire mused to herself, shaking her head a bit. Yeah, she got any more of those pieces up there? Udante questioned. Sapphire just nodded. Very well. Udante raised her hand, doing the signal, and Dakota came around again and began dropping more pieces. Udante raised her bow and fired, hitting the first target. But she was slow on her follow-up shot, spending time leading the target before firing. She was good, no question about that, but Sapphire was feeling rather confident right now. Udante's second shot hit as well, but by the time her third left the bow, Sapphire had already finished. As Udante took aim at the last target, she didn't have time to lead it. She just fired early, hoping for the best. The arrow went way high, and Sapphire could see it starting to curve in flight. No doubt about the use of magic then. It wasn't enough though, as the arrow went flying over the firewood and off into the woods downrange. Damn it. You spend too much time practicing, Udante conceded. She was gracious in defeat, and Sapphire had to give her that, especially after just having lost an arrow. What can I say? It's my job, Sapphire went, running a finger through the tuft of soft fur on her crown. What kind of bow is that though? That thing shoots like crazy. Oh, this little thing. Sapphire went, brandishing her weapon. It's just one of Tom's creations. In time he might sell you one. That obviously caught both Archeon and Volzan's attention. Hashor too came over with her best archer, a quiet woman named Laetho. At least, Sapphire thought that was what she was called. She hadn't actually said yet. After a short demonstration, as well as a personal best for Volzan in terms of draw weight, he was ready to order a dozen already. Hashor hadn't made an attempt to get her bow, so she guessed Tom had agreed to her demand of receiving the design then. Hopefully he had gotten paid for that. What about this one then? Surely more could be made. Volzan tried in vain. I can't do that, and you know it. This is a prototype. Sapphire reveled in using the fancy word which no one except the trio from the keep understood. It means it is the first one ever, and it's mine, she stated proudly as she slung it over her back where it belonged, tapping it daintily. Sunback and 15 was a well of the gamma, and under as sunback, which is fine to the Cass, was the use of Ray of the Tafe, the chap 6-7, of fine art. The beer the tavern had wasn't much better than what Wiperna and Rolf had managed to brew up back home, but it was beer, and it was rare to have that on a daily basis after all. Prices were also distinctly rural at only 2 copper per mug. It also helped that the first one was on Udanti. The tavern was cramped yet warm, and that would do for Sapphire as they sat and exchanged stories with the locals. Some of them remembered Sapphire, and they all knew Dakota. Since this was the closest town, if you could call it that, Hashaw and her crew had not joined them. Much to Sapphire's annoyance, she would have liked a few good war stories. The locals mostly had funny or odd occurrences to share, since, well, not much happened around these parts normally. The most interesting thing they had to report was spotting a single large flyer, escorted by a rather large formation of small flyers, which had come past 2 days after. The trio of dragons had left. Dakota had decided to call that one in using her fancy new earpiece. If that was bad news, they needed to know back home. Nunuk had replied that they had not seen anything out of the ordinary, even if Jackalope had persuaded Jarix to fry a small herd of deer. Sapphire guessed it was likely a joint effort, but still, she would have liked to see that. If we were the target, wouldn't they have attacked though? At least after we all left? Balaton questioned, as he gulped down more of the passable ale. Unless those bastards are waiting for more. Like last time, Dakota replied, clearly not optimistic on the subject. If they saw Jarix go out today, that would have been the perfect time, though, Balathon retorted. And if they have a dragon or whatever that was, it would have been a more than tough fight. But could they win fast enough? Dakota replied, clearly not convinced. You keep folk are always so self-centered. Udanti spoke up. Is that so, Miss Pretty Good Archer? Sapphire replied with a smirk. Udanti seemed more than capable of handling a little teasing, so might as well. What if you aren't the target, huh? There is not much except Frontier keeps this far out, Dakota replied. But there are more than yours. What about Hylesdale or Deriva? Sure, it could be. But from this direction, you get to us first. And you've proven a hard nut to crack, Udanti replied dismissively. And that is a mighty big forest you are all bordering. You think they are probing us? Dakota replied. She sounded like she was considering the fact. Sounds like a very expensive way to gain access to the forest. We can't cover all of it. Hell, we rarely even see someone from another keep, Sapphire added in. Could just be looking for fresh recruits, she continued in a dark tone. Don't say things like that, Canebrera objected. That's horrible. Well, they weren't trying to corrupt anyone when we fought them, or if they were, they sucked at it, Balathon added in. Could just have been another trader going for another keep. Sapphire interjected. It wasn't like they could do anything about it anyway, unless they turned back tomorrow maybe. And that was a very big maybe. No, we always land here. There is no good resting place for a day's flight in any direction. Volzan joined in. So bad guys heading that way doesn't have to be Darklings. Though Udanti added, could be brigands or something. Is that better? Sapphire had to ask, genuinely curious. They all just looked at each other, no one having an answer for that one. Darklings were usually predictable, especially if they didn't have someone to order them about with them. Brigands, though, or maybe even hostile mercenaries, was a very different thing, though. 1940, second stretches of passable of dissipation, between the others of Ahas, researchers, nectars, meta, for every tale, the bygone. Can't see this, is you basically just spit in a bucket and hope it doesn't blow up. Tom couldn't believe they hadn't figured out a better solution to that problem. It's very rare for that to happen. I've only had it happen twice. Why were you selling it anyway? You make a good salary. It's free money, duh. Tom had to give him that stepping back nodding. Okay then, let's see it. Tom was very glad they were not in the keep for this experiment. Even if his plan of having Jarix do whatever he had to do to make the stuff wherever they went had taken a bit of a hit, considering the danger involved. Tom put on his goggles just in case and made sure Karan was hanging onto him like a backpack, just like they had practiced for other dangerous experiments. Should I also spit on bucket? Chiron questioned. I'm sure Esmeralda would love it if you don't spit on the floor, that is for sure. But don't worry, yours doesn't blow up. Now put the earmuffs on. Tom swiveled his head to check Kiran had done as instructed, not at all to see him with those goddamn adorable little earmuffs on. Okay, Jarix, take it away. With that, Jarix gathered up a good-sized amount in his mouth and spat at the wooden bucket they had borrowed without asking. He pulled off the maneuver with the grace of an experienced bargoer hitting the bucket cleanly. Tom had closed his eyes, expecting the whole thing to detonate, but nothing happened. The result was about half a jar's worth of the precious stuff, even if this looked a lot thinner than what he had bought. So he guessed it needed to be concentrated. It wasn't that far off though. Not bad. I gotta say, being a dragon is looking very easy from my standpoint right now. That stuff was quite expensive. It is? Jarix questioned, clearly surprised. I used to get a silver for that, at most. I guess prices are different out here then. Had Vulzan ripped him off? It's dangerous to transport, so traders demand a high price for it. Come by the training fields in the capital, and we will sell you a jar for 1/10 of what a trader will, Zarko clarified for him. That did make sense, Tom guessed. What do you need that much for anyway? It's good for many things. The Tom held up his fingers to do some quotation marks in the air. Magic boxes. I used to show you the movies. They run on electricity. They're powered by lighting and show illusions, and you still claim it isn't magic. He hasn't lied yet, so I just go with it. Fengi added. She and Jackalope caught wind of what they were doing and had come down to watch. Tom had a feeling Jackalope was hoping for another boom, and Fengi had just tagged along hoping not to do any work for a bit. No magic involved, I swear. That thing I'm making for building the guns, the lathe. That thing will run on electricity too. That's what I need this for. So the more I spit in the bucket, the faster I get my machine done. Jarix went excitedly. I guess. I mean, as long as I don't run out, There was an ear-shattering explosion as the bucket turned to splinters in a ball of light following Jarix's second try, which had apparently arrived with a bit too much enthusiasm. Jackalope, utterly surprised and of course closest to the bucket, was knocked on her ass with a yelp, clutching her ears. Tom did stumble for a bit, and cursed himself for taking his ear protection off already, turning back relieved to see Kieran still had his on. 3 times Jarix admitted in a slightly shameful tone. Whoops! 2 arms were extended into the air from the now prone Jackalope, giving a double thumbs up. I'm okay. I think you might have burned my snout though. Tom just shook his head as she made it to her feet, revealing a blackened spot on the front of her snout. She just looked at it cross-eyed, touching it a bit, which clearly hurt. Careful might mistake you for a darkling with a black spot like that, Tom said, expecting laughter but got some distinctly judgmental looks instead. No darkling jokes then, okay. What? Jackalope answered entirely too loud. My ears are ringing. What did you say? God damn it, Jackalope, Fengi went in a defeated tone. Tom made a mental note that the next one to receive ear protection would be Jackalope. Her hearing had mostly returned by dinner that day, though her snout was now bandaged up, looking truly ridiculous. As they ate, they went over the progress they'd made. It had been 3 days since the others had departed. They had received a warning that there was apparently a bad guy in the area, and that his group had something big with them. Jarix and his crew had spent most of yesterday flying reconnaissance, but to no avail. With Zarko on board as navigator, there had been no problems figuring out where they were, despite the unfamiliar terrain. The whole "what is your magic" shtick was apparently quite personal information, so Tom hadn't asked her. He was guessing it had something to do with knowing where she was going, though. He had seen her gear on Jarix's harness, and there was nothing but maps. No instruments of any kind, unlike what Vulzan had. Following the little mishap, the plan of returning the bucket had proven difficult. Nunuk had just shaken her head at the whole situation without further comment, so there was that. Tom guessed he wasn't the only one with a lot on his plate right now, and it had been for a good cause. The motor was also coming along great. All the wire had been drawn, and Tom was already spending his evenings winding the thing, often telling goodnight stories at the same time. It wasn't a bad way to spend an evening. Distinctly not stressful. The linseed oil grout mixture he used for insulating was a sticky bitch until it dried, though. As they sat eating, he was pondering what his next lesson for Jarix should be. The working part so far mostly came down to help hunting and fly patrol. They were running out of spring, though, so if they wanted some quick-growing plants in the ground, they needed to hurry. Kalinja and Wyperna had been put to work making a working harness for Jarix out of whatever they had lying around. Meanwhile, Shiva handled the buckles in between her tasks for the motor and lathe. Following Archeon's last visit, they had secured a large amount of metal to work with. With the promise of more on the way, it was looking like work hours rather than resources were going to be the limiting factor. They really needed more hands around here, but it didn't sound like that was likely to change anytime soon. With possible hostiles around, Ratchuk definitely wasn't handing over any of his guards, aside from their normal extra duties either. Speaking of which, tonight was Tom's turn for guard duty. He sighed a bit. At least he could work on the motor up there. As he sat up in the tower winding away, periodically peering out into the darkness, he wondered just what the fuck he had gotten himself into here. He was sitting in an, by all accounts, alien keep in a fantasy world, wiring an electric motor, and his biggest worries were making a decent man out of a teenager, man-hours, and how fast crops grew. This was fucking weird. So alien yet so normal. Then the hatch opened, revealing Unkai, who was joint on watch tonight. "So finished your round?" Tom asked as the younger dragonette clambered up. "Yup, everyone is sleeping and Jarix is snoring, like you wouldn't believe." Tom gave a chuckle. "Yup, the dragon was snoring. Alien yet normal par for the course these days. How's that thing coming along?" "Oh, it's gonna take a while longer. Not too bad though. Shiva is gonna cast the housing tomorrow, then it's time for the magnets. I remember those things that magically attract each other. Like the ones in the compass. Not magic, but yeah, that's magnets." Unkai sat down on the bench next to Tom, scratching his neck, something clearly on his mind. Tom just waited for him to get to the point. Up here, there was plenty of time after all. Tom, I have a question. Is it about how this thing works?" Tom went holding up the rotor. "No, it's Fengi." Tom turned to look at Unkai with a worried look. Unkai was a healer, after all. This could be bad. "Something wrong with her?" No, the opposite. It's just, she does seem to like you." Oh, Tom could see where this was going. "And I was wondering if you could maybe give me some tips on getting her to like me a bit more." Of all the questions Tom could answer, how to woo girls was not one of them, was it? He had always been shit at that back home. Did Fengi like him? Like really like him? No, that was not right. She was over 15 years younger than him. That would fly well. She could. No, they were good friends. I gotta be honest, I have no clue there, guardsman. But they all like you. Is it just because you were weird? Come on, dude. Don't tell me you got every girl here liking you by accident." Unkai sounded quite distraught by the notion that Tom had succeeded without even trying. Great, now Tom needed to cheer him up too. Could blame the guard though. Tom had seen them try their hardest quite a few times, often with very little success. I don't know, just be friendly and helpful, I guess. Oh, and don't pretend you are better than them or that there is something they can't do. That is very bad, I think. Is that all? I spent hours trying to come up with new compliments for her. I even got her flowers." Tom thought for a bit. Well, he certainly hadn't given them flowers. Come to think of it, what had he given them? "I don't think I have given them a compliment yet. Well, I told Sapphire she was a bloody good shot, and Jackalope, she was strong as all hell. Esmeralda was the best singer I had ever met in person, and Dakota was the bravest person I have ever met. And Fengi?" Unkai tried expectantly. "That she was the sweetest little girl I have ever met, despite everything that has happened to her. But I told her that yesterday, and she just sighed. Well, that she was the sweetest girl in the world." "How many times have you told her?" There was an awkward silence as Unkai clearly tried to remember. "There is your answer. I told her once. Keep going, and you seem like a tryhard." Tryhard? Fiery enough, that one was new to Unkai. Like when a child is pestering a parent for something. Unkai visibly deflated at that comparison. "But I can't come up with new ones. Not really. At least really, bro. You just keep trying the same ones again and again." Even Tom could figure out that likely wasn't a great plan. "You don't have to. She's not stupid. She knows what you think of her." "Sound like you have made it very clear." "Then what?" "Perhaps don't treat her like she can figure out you like her." "You couldn't, it seems." "Now hold on, that was different. Kakashi told us you had her wrapped around your lap down by the lake, and the other girls were jealous. And now you claim you didn't know she liked you. That's because I'm warm and they were cold. Same with Jackalope in the smithy, I swear." Unkai didn't seem convinced by that answer. "How do you people even do that? You all seem to be running around trying your best to get them to like you. Do they just pick?" Tom honestly had no clue. He only knew some of them apparently got married somehow at some point. "What? No, I mean, if Fengi asked, I wouldn't say no." Obviously, Unkai replied with a coy smile. "What about Sapphire then?" "Okay, that would be fine by me too, but come on. Have you seen a more perfect woman? She's so hot." Tom did admit she looked damn good. It really wasn't fair. The Huntresses spent almost every day walking around with a bare midriff. It was damn distracting. "What about Jackalope then?" "Nope, too crazy, fair enough." She definitely had upsides too, though. She's strong as all hell, though, and she ain't scared of anything. Funny too, in her own slightly unhinged way. Oh yeah, she can be great fun until she does something incredibly stupid and hurts herself or others. I think you are scared of her because she could rip you in half. Tom punched Unkai playfully on the shoulder. Unkai didn't strike Tom as particularly brave. He was dependable though. Who wouldn't be? She is fucking scary. Fengi isn't checkmate. As predicted, Unkai didn't have a comeback for that one. Tom just put on an evil grin. Well, why don't you ask her then if you are so brave? Unkai finally replied. Only if you ask Fengi. No way, I tried last summer celebration. She slapped me. Unkai sounded properly hurt at that. Were you drunk at the time? Maybe. Was she drunk? There was a bit of an awkward pause. Don't really know, he finally admitted. Okay, so he had likely been very drunk then. Tell you what, friend, he'll try and put in a good word, and in return you just try to talk to her like a normal person, not just praising her or trying to do her work for her. Just be kind and helpful, then let's see what happens. You would do that? Tom guessed they were used to some competition, but sure, why not? Sure, I'm kind to you, Tom replied in the most inappropriate voice he could manage, stroking the guard's thigh. Unkai looked a little strange, almost going stiff, trying to process that. Before Tom broke out laughing at the poor guy, who reciprocated with a punch to Tom's shoulder. Damn you had me worried there, arsehole. Tom just continued laughing at how well that had worked. You'll do it though, right? Sure, can't hurt. However, no picks-arpers, and however, as a single group, part side of Meta policies, of all which it was official. Sapphire was getting really bored. They had run out of ground to play I Spy over an hour ago, and they had gone through every game they had on board. She had taken to the wing just to do something, flying around and stretching for a bit. They had been at this for 4 days now, and they wouldn't be reaching the capital today either, all because of that stupid storm they'd had to fly around. Sapphire was damn glad she hadn't signed up as an escort back in the day. This sucked. The other escorts didn't seem to mind though. She guessed they were used to it. A few of them were always on watch while the others played games or just slept the day away. Sapphire, however, was bored out of her mind. She was even considering trying to go through some of Tom's classes in her head, though the chances of her remembering something she had barely understood at the time were next to zero. Maybe she should try to buy a book in the capital, just to have something to read on the way back. If only Applemar had let them take one from the library like she had asked. Sapphire had no clue if she could even afford a book. She had never bought one in her life. She guessed they were expensive though, and she only had 8 gold and a few scraps with her. She stepped down from Archon's back, walking over to where Dakota was sitting talking with Canabrera. Dakota, why didn't we bring some of Tom's stuff to sell in the capital? We did. Also following our little agreement with Hashor, I don't think we are looking too bad this year. We hired Archeon to go right back to the keep. After all, that isn't cheap. You know, almost jealous up here, Volzan added in, apparently listening. Oh, shush, you got paid handsomely. Of course. Do you know how much stuff were you planning on having us carry back? Don't know. That is up to Hashor, I think. She's the one signing for it, Dakota shouted back. What do you need all that stuff for anyway? Canabrera questioned. I heard it was mostly metal and alchemical stuff. Well, more of those for starters. Dakota went pointing to Sapphire's bow, and I think he has more surprises in store. For us. Then what did we bring to sell? Sapphire asked. She hadn't seen them loading anything of note before departure. Dakota just smirked, opening the pouch she had under her arm. Sapphire noted that thing hadn't left her side yet. Inside were sheets of paper, ideas for the guilds, sold under royalty of course. Sold with the authority of the king? Sapphire questioned. That didn't make sense. There was no way they had that. No, Saph. It means for everyone they make we get a small amount of money. Sapphire had to admit that was a very good idea. Didn't he say no weapons though? There are no weapons in here, all simple everyday stuff. They aren't even that hard to make either. There's a lighter for starting fires, those pencil things he uses for writing, the earmuffs he made for Kiran in big size. The compass is my favorite. Hashor has the plans for the bow, which is to be given to the royal guard as payment for all those supplies we are getting and a token of thanks for Jarek's deployment. And Tom Guy just gave you all that to sell? Canabrera asked. Just like that? Well, most of the supplies are for him, but otherwise, yeah, Dakota admitted. What does a girl have to do to get on his good side? Breathe, don't try to kill him or his friends, and not being an asshole helped, Sapphire joked. It was true though. She had yet to see him be truly mean to anyone short of Dashu and the bitch. He even still treated Kullinger with respect following some of his unkind remarks. Whatever you do, just don't get on his bad side. That is even worse. If you do, you can ask Dashu when you get there. Why, Dakota added in a grim tone. Point taken. Canabrera went in a wistful tone. He might look strange, but damn if I wouldn't mind not having to work another day in my life. Dakota and Sapphire just looked at each other before bursting out, laughing. Oh, you can keep dreaming on that front. What, not good looking enough? She didn't even seem offended to Sapphire's surprise. No, it's not that. He works harder than anyone I have ever met, Dakota replied. Huh? What an idiot. Well, in a way she was sorta right. The wash your dragon. Asti I. What's your 6'8" without sign? The biggest was a prowness to 5 L's. The broke your dragon, it was 5 L. One looked like a broke idiot. Jarix protested, inspecting his new harness. My other one was so much nicer. Oh, come now. We worked hard on that, Whipperna protested. They had managed to slap it together in record time. Tom had to give them that. He guessed it was on account of having a dragon work the fields for them, rather than having the team of oxen lumber along at a snail's pace. Jarix had been digging irrigation ditches with his claws all morning for the new fields, while they finished up the last things on the harness. They only had 2 of single furrow plows, one of them having hastily restored to a sorta usable state. Tom guessed this should be an exercise in patience rather than strength on Jarix's part. Then, still, it would serve its purpose well enough. All good to go back here, whenever you're ready, Raoulf went, manning the old plow. With that, Jarix began to pull, and with hardly any effort, the plow began to move along at a steady pace. Hey, it's working. Congratulations, Jarix, you're plowing. Raoulf was perhaps a bit too excited about the achievement. Jarix certainly thought so, as he let out an annoyed sigh. Can I go any faster? Sure, if you can manage, Raoulf replied. Tom just sat down on a rock and prepared to watch the fireworks as the 8-ton dragon put his weight into it. Oh shit, hang on, Ralph. Whipperna let out an alarm as she struggled to keep the plow in the ground. Ralph just hung onto the handlebars as he was dragged along behind it. Tom just sat there laughing, beating his knee at the spectacle. Honestly, daring a teenage dragon to go faster. What the fuck did he expect? It didn't look particularly straining for Jarix either as he trotted along. The first 2 furrows were completed in record time, even if they were about as straight as Henry Cavill's fanbase. Should I go faster next time? Jarix asked, cocking his head, turning back to look at the 2 dragonettes. Whipperna, currently inspecting the result of the run, scratching the back of her head. Raoulf just gave him a thumbs up and an enthusiastic smile. Sure, I think we need to be smarter about it though. Oh, this Tom gotta see. They brought Jarix and the plows around for the next run, and Raoulf got up onto his plow, laying down on the handlebars, folding out his wings. You want to ride the plow? Whipperna asked in the sort of disappointed tone reserved for a husband with a bad plan. Yup, Raoulf replied, clearly determined to try out his harebrained scheme. You think it will work, Kiran? Tom asked the kid who was currently busy trying to plow using a stick in the dirt. The other kids were doing flight stuff with Apuma of all people. Predictably, that meant they were in the library, learning about various maneuvers and important flyers through their history. Kiran had been very grateful to be rescued from that one. Of course, Jarix is awesome, dirt isn't, he replied without looking up as he struggled to get the stick to go deeper. Hey Jarix, you got another fan? Tom shouted out. 40 years of training, certified combat flyer, and I get more praise for digging up dirt. Jarix responded dejectedly. Tom could see there was an upward curl to the corners of his mouth. Yeah, playing in the dirt isn't so bad if you're having fun, Tom thought to himself, pleased at how this was going. Well, if it is dirt that needs digging, Raoulf responded. You ready, sweetheart? Sure, why not? Whipperna answered. Tom gave her some credit for going along with the idea. He was a little sad they were still months away from the ability to make popcorn as he glanced at the corn plants, who were not much more than large shoots yet. He could have used some for this. Jarix swiveled his head back to look at his 2 passengers. If you get hurt, just scream, then it'll stop. He got another thumbs up from Raoulf and a worried look from Whipperna as the 2 dragonettes spread out their wings and made ready for the off. With that, Jarix's hind legs dug into the ground once more, and they were moving To his credit, he did accelerate more slowly this time. The dragonettes used their wings as rudders to keep the plows going sort of straight. It was a truly ridiculous sight, and it didn't seem that effective either. They were plowing though, and that was all that mattered. The clock was ticking after all, so perfection would have to wait. As they came by where Tom and Kieran were sitting, Jarix was going at a slow trot. Tom guessed he would need to be sprinting to keep up. Even with the quad bike, they had been struggling to go that fast, and that was with one plow. "You go, Jarix," Kieran cheered as the young dragon came thumping past. The dragon even reciprocated with a deep nod of appreciation and a smirk to his newest fan. Tom almost felt the need to bring out the speaker with Sweet Home Alabama or something. In the end, he settled for taking a few pictures with his phone and a video of a hard-working dragon in the flesh. Damn, he wished he could have sent this to someone back home. Judge as cool calm, and N-jet, and pitch dark, or dark, modder. Down, modder. 1960'd. They were finally here. At least Volzan said so, and he really ought to know. They should be able to see the city from here, but those damn clouds were in the way. Baron had begun his descent, Archeon following close behind. The two dragons searched for a hole in the cloud cover for a while but found none. Baron continued to descend regardless, and soon they were in the middle of the clouds, flying blind. That was always an uncomfortable experience. You really needed to be sure there wasn't anything coming the other way while doing this. It was especially tense, given they were currently above the largest draconic city, and possibly the largest city in existence. Sapphire silently got ready to disembark in a hurry if it came to it. As they pierced the clouds, though, they were confronted with the city in all its grandeur. In the center, the royal palace was shining like a beacon of polished white marble, sitting atop the grand cliff in the middle of the city, its spires reaching for the clouds. She could see the cave entrances carved into the cliff all over its face, betraying the myriad structures within that served as home to most of the city's large inhabitants. On the ground, sprawling towers and buildings were strewn all around, a maze of walkways connecting it all together, visible even from this range. It was a vast place, but Sapphire found herself reminded of Tom's words. They were kilometers up, but she could see from one end of the city to another. A puma had claimed there lived maybe 200 GW000. If what Tom had said about his home was true, their cities must stretch beyond the horizon. She shook the thought from her mind. There was no use in dwelling on that. It felt a little strange being back here again as it was. Before, life at the keep had been safe and secure, but part of Sapphire had longed for the adventure the capital held. Once Tom had arrived, however, she certainly hadn't felt short on excitement. In fact, the capital held the promise of the familiar rather than the exciting for her now. She just hoped she would get to see at least one of her siblings. She had also decided to send a letter back home. If she could find Heiko, she might even get him to hand it off to someone from Vulture, keep free of charge. "So where are we landing?" Archeon bellowed out. "Training fields are always clear. Don't know about you, but I want to freshen up a bit before seeing anyone important," Baron replied. "Sounds fine by me." Sapphire had never been allowed onto the training field before. She had snuck in once or twice to watch the Royal Guard train, but this time it was official. That was something new. She wondered if anyone who had kicked her out back then was still around, looking a tad nervous at Dakota. "Now, everyone behave yourself. We are guests, and you are in my care. Let's not have a repeat of Lady Flaxen here," Archeon went, making sure his voice was loud enough to be heard on Baron's back. Sapphire smirked a bit. It was probably as close as they were going to get to hear Archeon scold the lady, but it still felt good to know he despised her too. As they approached, a younger black dragon came up to meet them. He clearly recognized them, though, as he veered off before he even got close. "Good to see Solto is still lazy as ever," Archeon joked. "Careful now, I trained him too," Baron replied, also in a joking voice. "And he still managed to figure out we weren't coming to burn or blow up part of the city, didn't he?" "Well, how would he know that from a glance?" "'Cause if you're flying with me, you don't survive trying," Baron retorted, followed by a rumbling chuckle from the old dragon. They came in to land along the grassy fields on the outskirts of the city barracks and hangars strewn about the fields haphazardly. It didn't look like the home of the world's most elite military organization, but this was for recruits and training after all. As they came down, Baron set off at a slow walk, heading for a group of buildings in a corner, his passengers remaining seated. Archeon quickly trotted up alongside once he made his own landing. What you got in mind, old sport? Archeon questioned. First off, I haven't been out of this armor in over 2 weeks and haven't had a bath in 3. Secondly, I don't want to be seen with that lady or her compatriots any more than necessary. Splendid. Are those facilities for visitors too? Archeon asked expectantly. They are, if I say so, Baron responded confidently. Archeon did a little excited jig, clearly looking forward to that himself. Sapphire guessed, being a trader, there was rather long wait between baths. As Sapphire looked around, there were easily 24 dragons on station, all looking at the newcomers. They made it to the collections of buildings next to the giant sandpit where they could get dusted off first. The prisoners were ferried down from Baron's back, and Vulsan set about directing the escorts to take off Archon's harness and cargo for the bath. Sapphire, Dakota, and Balathon jumped down to take a look around. How many have been here before? Sergeant Kalinki questioned, walking over, looking at the 3 of them. Only Dakota raised her hand. Right, so if you need it, restrooms are in there, feel free to use the dust pit, and there is water over there if you want any. Oh, and baths are in there too if you fancy it. This might take a while. Don't go anywhere other than that without someone accompanying you, understood? Yes, Sergeant, they all replied. Sapphire could use a warm bath, come to think of it. Jarix had done well, putting in hours worth of work in the fields as an impromptu tractor. He looked the part too, caked in mud and dirt. How else would you wash? With warm water, obviously. It's got to be freezing in there. Right, how the fuck do you run a bath for an 8-ton dragon? Do you at least have a sandpit? There is a bit of a beach down there too, Tom replied apologetically at the now distinctly miserable-looking dragon. You gotta be shitting me. Can dragons swim? Tom questioned, receiving an incredulous look from Jarix, who failed to answer. He likes water like a lot, Kieran tried to clarify. Fine, then you get to wash this off. Radexi doesn't like water much if he can't reach the bottom or see his feet. That seemed fair to Tom. He wondered if he could become the first to ever use a dragon as a diving board. Did he need to find a brush or something? As it turned out, Jarix had brought a very big brush, along with a rather large amount of cleaning supplies, which were all under Radix's supervision. Kinda like the most oversized set of toiletries Tom had ever seen. Still, even with the big brush, the process of washing a dragon in a semi-cold lake was a considerable task. It didn't help that the dragon in question was complaining all the while. No, against the scales, not with them. You aren't trying to stroke me, get the dirt out. But before that was annoying. Yes, that was my inner thigh, you. That's all soft in there. Yeah, in trying here, Jarix. You need your teeth brushed too, by the way. Radexi shouted from the safety of the shore. You really need to get him used to water. Have you tried? They really don't like it, Jarix responded. Yeah, I taught 3 of the girls to swim, Tom replied, in a proud tone. T.O.T. Of course you did. About done back there. Yup, no more mud. What's next then? Drying, then polishing, of course. You sure? That is a good idea. You know what you are doing tomorrow, right? The look on the dragon's face would seem to indicate no. As Jarix stared at Tom with a mixture of dread and disbelief, we haven't sewn anything today. The expression shifted to one of defeat as Jarix let his head hang low. More mud work. Tom did feel quite bad at that. Still, this was what they had agreed to. Cheer up. If those bastards Dakota talked about show up, you'll get a chance to do your real job. They won't know what hit them. Jarix responded decidedly unenthusiastically, head still hanging low. Munsing waters and standard prudes, time to mini under strict debala. The 4, U.S. Aster, timed in the say, nice bath over. Sapphire emerged to see Baron in the middle of being washed off using the suspended runner, carrying water from the massive cauldron out to dump on the backs of the target. It was an impressive system that allowed for comfortable washing of just about anything, no matter the size. As a few able hands were hard at work brushing the old legend with soap, Archeon was laying in the grass waiting his turn, still covered in sand. When it finally became the trader's turn, he looked about as content as Sapphire had ever seen him as he ruffled his wings to get the water in under them. Hashar had handed off Lady Flaxen to some of the guards who had come out to meet them. Sapphire just thanked her lucky stars she hadn't had to deal with her on the flight. Judging by Hashar's expression as the bitch was dragged away, there was good reason for Sapphire to do so. Right then, now that's been taken care of, I need to deliver a report on this whole shit show and I think you need to find a place to stay. Correct? We do indeed, Dakota responded. Gonna see if we can find a nice tavern. Very well. Take Micah with you then, so he can tell me where you end up staying. You will be summoned when you are needed. I do expect that to take a while, though. Thank you, Colonel, Dakota replied with a respectful bow. Yeah, don't thank me yet. We still need to humble the lady, if you ask me. On that, they wholeheartedly agreed. What do we know of her family? Will they try and interfere? Dakota questioned. I honestly don't know, following the allegations. Doing so could seriously harm their reputation. I thought that bird had flown? Baelthan added a twinge of humor in his voice. More than what has already been done then, Hashor responded seriously. I will try and figure that out, though. I want to know what I'm dealing with here. That was certainly encouraging, Sapphire thought to herself. The colonel spoke as if it was them against the lady. She clearly took the slight against her quite seriously then. Do let me know if we will be dealing with too much interference. Might have some people I need to talk with, if that is the case, Dakota replied. And the two of them exchanged knowing looks. Oh, this bitch was going down. Following the bathing, Archeon had taken them to the Free Traders Guild where he and his crew would be living for the time being. Volzan had complained a bit about not being able to get any work done while just sitting there for who knows how long, but as always, he had been polite about it. It wasn't like he could go anywhere anyway. He was hired to take them back to the keep once this was over, and he needed to testify in court along with them. Sapphire was still wondering what that had cost, though. So, there they were. 3 frontier dragonettes with bags over their shoulders standing in the middle of the main market plaza, 1 disinterested corporal of the Royal Guard tagging along, and they needed to find this sweet dragon somehow. Maiko made it very clear he had no clue where it was, and when Sapphire admitted she didn't really know either, apart from that it was within the inner city, ring, and possibly the south side, Dakota cursed slightly. Should have asked Cannabaria to come along. No matter, how hard can it be to find a tavern? The escorts knew of it, so it can't be some hole in the ground, I hope. If you say so, Sapphire replied, looking up at the myriad of towers and walkways hanging between them. It had been 5 years, and this place was just as amazing as she remembered it. There was so much life. Wherever you looked, people were coming in to land or taking off on the central streets, or climbing up and down the ladders and stairs to the different levels. She remembered a nice bakery somewhere on the 4th level of, was it King's Avenue or Royal Avenue? Damn it, Sapphire. Why not just ask? Baelathon questioned, shrugging. No, we will find it, Dakota replied as she strode forth, the rest of them on her heels. 19D. Tom entered the infirmary to find the stricken Esmeralda, Kokashi, still by her side. She was looking a lot better, it seemed. Kokashi's perpetually worried expression was also gone. So, how are you doing? Ill-managed. Thanks for letting me borrow the music box. She tapped the little speaker standing on her bedside table. She seemed a bit more lively too, the first few days. Even speaking had been hard on her. In fact, she seemed mostly back to her normal self, if a little tired looking. Tom guessed she was only still in bed because Nunuk demanded it. He wasn't going to question her on weird magic dragon poison, though. Sorry for not coming by. Kinda busy yesterday, and no problem. That was the least I could do. Heard you got the fields plowed. How did the sowing go? I gotta say, making furrows with dragon claws is a lot easier than with a hoe. Esmeralda did chuckle at that, even if it was a little weakly. Tom was a bit ashamed at that, though. He really should have come by more often. Thought of something, though. Sorry, I didn't remember sooner. Did Kokashi tell you about the movies? Oh yes, not just him. Rakshasa and Vigon haven't shut up about Doug and Kevin yet. She did sound like she was in good spirits. That was always good. You need to be careful with this. I did bring 3, but this is the most precious thing I own. Tom brought up one of the spare laptops he had with him. He knew these things weren't going to last forever, but losing one would still be a big hit. Esmeralda sat up in her bed, leaning against the wall, as she looked at the strange box on her lap. Tom, you shouldn't. What? I don't know what to say. Hey, you're borrowing it. Tom went in jest, of course. She knew that. Just be careful with it. They are quite fragile, and don't get liquid anywhere near it. Kokashi leaned in, looking at it, tapping the keyboard a few times. So that is what you're doing late at night. I was wondering what that sound was. Nice reminder that things weren't as private around here, Tom thought to himself. Yes, this is a computer. More specifically, a laptop, because it sits on your lap. See, he went, gesturing at the machine. Sure, is this my lab? Esmeralda questioned, placing her hands on her thighs. Right, sorry, I forgot. Yes, that is your lab. Anyway, at its most basic, this is a thinking machine. It can remember a lot of things, like books or movies. I don't have any books in Draconic or movies for that matter. I thought you could watch the movies we saw, and then Kokashi can explain for you. Sure, I want to watch those red tails again too, Kokashi replied optimistically. You say it can remember? How much can it remember? Boy, how to answer that one. Well, in book form, that box on your lap can remember more information than every book in the world, I think. There was a look of apprehension and a tinge of fear on her face. And you have kids' movies on it? Yes. And drawings of things we need, pictures from my home, and a lot of music. Just be careful with it and enjoy the movies, okay? I'm just gonna pretend I understand what you're talking about, Esmeralda went, confusion near total as she looked at it. Thank you for lending me something so precious, but how does it? You know work. You know work. Right, first off, Kakashi leaned in to get a better look as well, as he went about explaining how to use the marvel of engineering that was the computer. Perhaps it wasn't entirely fair on the two dragonettes, but Tom felt like he was explaining the internet to a couple of grandparents. This was likely the most advanced piece of technology ever held by a dragonette though, so they did have an excellent excuse. Still, figuring out how to double-click on an icon shouldn't have been that difficult. By now they could open a movie though, so that would have to do. Remember, it's no kid's toy either, and whatever you do, don't let Jackalope have it. Certainly not. Thank you, Esmeralda replied, seeming very excited. Don't mention it. Oh, and the battery will last around 4 hours. Then it needs to be recharged like the Spee music box. Tom had put the two movies Kokashi had seen on the desktop for them. No worries. Now hubby, what do you want to see first? Definitely Red Tails. The guard responded a little sternly. Thinking back up might have been a very poor choice for a couple, dealing with a sick wife. God damn it, he was an idiot. He would have to do better for next movie night. A 30 of gone poor words, and the problems, and the number of red six, the problems aren't divity. Nice, that works. I keep telling you we should just ask for directions. Come on, he looks nice. Balathon went pointing at a street vendor selling different kinds of fried meat on sticks. Yep, Michael replied, electing that he was done waiting for them, and went over to the stall, leaving them standing. A brief chat, and 2 beef sticks later, one was handed to Balathon, much to Sapphire's annoyance, and they knew where they were going. We were already heading down here anyway. We would have found it, Dakota protested. Yeah, Maiko clearly wasn't impressed by them right now. They had gotten fairly close, but must have missed it. The sun was getting lower in the sky, so making out the signs was getting a bit tricky. Isn't that it? He went, pointing up to a dangling sign on the 3rd level. Sure looks like it, Balathon replied with false exasperation. Sapphire didn't care about the teasing though. She was already heading up the stairs to the next level. It had been half a decade since she last saw a member of her family. She just crossed her fingers that Heiko would be here. She turned back to look at the others who were slowly following along. Come on! Dakota and Balathon did pick up the pace a little, even if Maiko was clearly content with his leisurely pace munching on his beefstick. As she made it up the stairs to the 3rd level, looked to the door, seeing a single armored man standing guard outside and only sleeping slightly at his post. Heiko! The man gave a start as he looked up and began scanning the crowd. It didn't take long for him to find her, as she was already sprinting for him. Saf! He just about got out before she slammed into him. Oomph! Happy to see you too. He just embraced her, or at least tried as she lifted him off the ground. It had been way too long. Oh, I knew you would be here. How's it hanging? She put him back down. Not too badly. Got the job, as you can see. It's nice and quiet most of the time. How about you? Enjoying the quiet life in the countryside? Ha, if only. If anything, things have been too exciting as of late. How come that be? All I heard from the patrons was a keep out east was attacked a month ago and nearly wiped out. Yeah, that was us. We were the ones doing the wiping out though. Heiko looked at her with a stunned expression for a second. But, what? He finally exclaimed, sounding almost angry, for a second before calming down. But there was a Black Knight, wasn't there? How many did you lose? Sapphire's expression changed to something a bit more pained at that. It hadn't been a clean victory after all. They killed a 4-year-old as a hostage. I'm so sorry, he went, pulling her into a hug again. Wait, Hostage, they got inside. Yeah, last mistake they ever made. Sapphire's companions made it up behind her, so she turned to do the introductions. Heiko, meet Dakota, my commander, daughter of my lady, and a very good friend. Balathon, guard of the keep, and Maiko, corporal in the Royal Guard. I remember you, Dakota. You were with Saf last time, right? That I was. Pleasure to meet again. Likewise, and the Royal Guard. What are you doing here? It's a pleasure, of course. Heiko went looking at the corporal. Just here to report where they end up staying. If you gotta have a good drink, it'll tell you a war story, though. He went with a smirk. I'm sure someone might not seen you before either, Heiko. Saf's big brother. Oh, we've heard of you all right. Hands were shaken all around as they all stood outside the little tavern. It looked nice enough, though. I'm sure you have. Now come on in. Draki, mind covering for me. One of my sisters is here, he shouted inside. No way, sure bro, came the reply, as they went inside. A very small male dragonet with a long pike over his shoulder came walking past, giving Heiko a fist bump as they passed. Sapphire just had a chuckle. It was good to be back here again. The inside was mostly tables and chairs, with a single bar up against the far wall. There was a fireplace on the left wall and stairs leading up to the rooms above. There were a few patrons here and there. It wasn't cramped though, just cozy. Hey, Reika got a room for my sister and her two friends? Sure, we got plenty. How many do they want? The man behind the bar answered. Well, take two, Dakota replied. Sapphire guessed the two of them were sharing them. Not a problem. No problem. Here you go. First two on the left. You want meals too? Dakota looked back at Heiko. Can they cook here? Oh yeah, chef's amazing. If you go up with your things, I'll buy the first round. Very well. 2 rooms with meals. For at least a week, probably more. Can do, the barkeep replied, noting something down on a slate. That will come to 44 copper per night for the 3 of you. That wasn't a bad price, Sapphire mused to herself. She wondered if they were getting a discount right now. They went up to their rooms to dump the bags and get changed. They had been carrying those around for hours, and they were still all in winter gear. Not a bad place, it seems. Almost worth the walk. Dakota went in jest as they got changed. Hey, it's not my fault I hadn't seen it yet. What now, though? I say, we take the day off, you have a good chat with your brother, and we drink Balathon under the table. Then we see what happens tomorrow. We should have plenty of time. You think our things will be safe up here? If they're not, it'll break his neck, Sapphire replied jokingly. I totally believe you, Dakota replied sarcastically. Now let's see if we can get a war story out of the corporal. I'm tired of hearing about daring trade runs where nothing happens apart from them getting chased. For a bit. They made it back downstairs to find the 3 men already sitting at a table, 2 mugs standing ready for them. Right then, everyone's here. So what brings you to these parts with a Royal Guard escort? And for weeks, no less legal matters, executed a traitor. Some noble bitch didn't like it. She then stabbed my oldest friend with a poisoned dagger. So we are here to bury her in shit as deep as we can. Sapphire could feel a few of the other tables switching their gaze to look at them. That was quite the opening. I see. Did this have to do with, Heiko tried, clearly concerned about broaching the sensitive subject. Yeah, the traitor let them in our door. Was even dumb enough to confess. Only after he was given a few minutes with Tom, Sapphire added. Tom? Oh yeah, you need to meet him one day. He's awesome. Killed a Dark Knight like it was some annoying cretin, Balathon interjected. Well, they certainly had the attention of everyone now. He's a strange one for sure, Maiko added, sipping his drink. A Dark Knight just like that? Heiko questioned, clearly not quite believing it. Well, my mother and I had been dueling the beast first. Not that we were winning, Dakota added in a somber tone. That had been a very close call. How did he do it? You don't just fire magic. Sapphire cut him off. He's a powerful mage. Speaking of, we should totally go see Lincosta. Isn't she still studying at the academy? She sure is. You aren't the only one who gets to see some long-lost family on this trip, Dakota added before taking a deep draught of the beer. This was some quality stuff, unlike what they had on their way here. Oh, come now, you were here last year too, Sapphire objected. Dakota just kept the mug to her mouth, looking at Sapphire with a sly smile. What about Viper? Is she around? Sapphire questioned, turning to Heiko. Don't know, to be honest. She is flying with the traders and has been for a while. I don't think she is right now, but if you're here for a while, who knows, she might come by. He replied with a shrug. Fingers crossed, you do look better when you smile. Balathon added. Sapphire just shook her head a bit, raising her mug. To family reunions. To family reunions, they all echoed, even Maiko, despite not really knowing anyone involved. Still, the beer was worth a cheer. She stopped and down as assaulters to savor hunting the woods. There Emerdralta, living the Sermonalda scene too. It was time for the day's hunting expedition. Unlike last time, they were hunting the woods. Jackalope's hand was also finally out of its bandage, even if it still looked a little rough. She could shoot her bow in a pinch, but Tom guessed that would be a rather painful experience. Her wings were perfectly functional though, so he currently found himself sitting in a treetop with her, watching the forest floor below, rifle at the ready. You seen anything yet? Jackalope went impatiently, feet dangling over the side. No, and I won't if you keep making noise. He could hardly be mad at her. She must be bored out of her mind right now. Wait, what's that? That got her attention as she shot up to look, clambering over, nearly causing him to fall off the branch. What? Where? Well, if there had been anything there, it would be long gone now. Calm down, or we won't ever get anything. Why don't you just jump on my back, and we take them at ground level, like a proper huntress? 'Cause I can't hit anything when you're going flat out like that, and you know it. I can, Sapphire definitely can, even Fengi can. Well, you aren't lying on top of someone trying to keep a long metal stick steady. You think using a bow is easier? Fair point. It was easier when you were the one doing the wing beats though. No, clue, haven't used one since I was a kid. There was a disgruntled sound as she returned to her branch and continued to dangle her feet over the edge. What about the others? Have they found anything yet? Maybe. How should I know when we are just sitting here doing nothing? Fair point. It took a lot more waiting before anything happened. Jackalope did eventually shut up though. Eventually there was some actual rustling in the bushes below as some massive beast came lumbering along. Jackalope, what's that? Tom went as quietly as he could. Huh, what's what? Oh, she had fallen asleep. That explained the lack of noise. At least she slept light. Careful, don't scare it. That big thing down there. Jackalope slowly clambered over, at least trying to be stealthy for once. Being white didn't really help her case, but she was trying. A T-Rex, like a little energetic guy in Archeon's crew. Those things are big and slow, supposedly great steaks too. I still think he was named for irony though, or maybe hopefulness. Looks huge, can we kill it? It looked like a huge ox that might well be the size of a small rhino. How would we even get that out? Sure, I bet Jarix could lift that if he really wanted to. You sure? Looks heavy. You think he would be okay with walking home? Jackalope just stared at him like he was crazy. Tom, that would take until tomorrow, you dumb fuck. I'm sure he can fly with it though. Taking Jackalope's word for it probably wasn't the best idea, but damned if he knew what that thing weighed. I'm not sure though, shouldn't we ask first? And then it's gone when we get back. Just kill it, would you? Well, Jackalope was still technically in command, and he wasn't about to disobey an order like that. The horns on that thing would make an awesome trophy too. Tom felt like some big game hunter stalking his prey as he hung over the side of the huge branch they were sitting on, taking aim directly on the creature's neck at the base of the skull. The huge cow thing was just grazing merrily far beneath them, giving him a clear shot straight down. Here goes nothing then. The shot rang out, and he ran the action, ready for a follow-up shot. He had hit his mark though, as the beast tensed for a moment, then collapsed in a heap on the ground. Nice shot, dude. It just fucking died on the spot. Jackalope went excited as always when things went bang. I always hate it when Sapphire does that, thinking she's better than everyone. Tom chuckled a bit at her enthusiasm. He had sure hit his mark. It wasn't that far down though, and not a small target either. Hardly a masterful performance. Yeah, go get the others, will you? I'll guard it in the meantime. You got it, Jackalope responded as she dropped off the branch, taking to the wing. Tom sat there keeping an eye on the forest around him. It was all rather idyllic, if awfully quiet following the shot. Before he came here, he might have been worried by the roughly 100-meter drop, but now he was just chilling on a branch as wide around as an oil drum. It took a bit, but eventually Jackalope returned with Fengi and Zarko. He guessed Jarix was overhead with Radexi. How are we going to bring that home, genius? Zarko protested. To raise a clearing over there for Jarix, drag it over there and off we go. Tom replied optimistically. He ain't gonna like this. Zarko just responded before heading back up. The three of them just looked at each other, shrugging for a moment. Why not? It's good exercise, Tom gestured, holding up his hands. "You mean hard work," Fengi clarified with a smirk. "Let's go see what we got." "Yeah, hop on, Huntress," Jackalope went chuckling, giving Tom a playful punch. "Haha, very funny, miss." Broken hand. They circled down to the beast landing to inspect it. It was even bigger when down next to it. Tom wondered if Jarix really could carry this thing, jokes aside. It was likely going to be a tight margin, meaning a lot of breaks. At cruising speed, they were still around 2 hours from home. He saw Jarix set down in the clearing, trotting over. "Oh, you gotta be kidding me," he went in dismay, looking at the Tyrox. "Look at it on the bright side. There are some epic stakes in there," Jackalope tried. A noble effort to cheer him up, Tom admitted, as he looked at the dragon. "Think you're up for it?" Zarko questioned, clearly not certain herself. "Only one way to find out. Gods, this will be like basic training all over again." "Wait, is that your plan here? Am I going through basic training again?" Jarix went looking at Tom accusingly. "It was just the first thing to come by. Sorry. How did you even kill it? There isn't a mark on it." Jarix questioned, walking around the T-Rox looking it over. "The little red dot on its neck," Tom replied. "That's the bullet hole. Broke its neck in a single shot. Didn't want to get our precious dragon dirty." "Very thoughtful," Jackalope added, trying her best to sound convincing. She was being remarkably helpful today, or at least trying to be. "Why, thank you for caring. The gun you are making for me is even bigger than yours, right?" "Oh yes," Tom replied proudly. "We're going with 50 caliber for you." "For the big machine gun then. Get the rope out." They did as instructed, as the dragon lay down next to the Tyrox, and they began preparing lashings. Actually getting the Tyrox onto Jarix was a problem Tom hadn't really foreseen, and it was too big to be dangling beneath him. In the end, the very much not graceful solution was to have Jarix lay up against it while they lashed the two of them together, praying the ropes and harness would hold. With a heave of effort, the young dragon rolled over, dragging the Tyrox onto his back. By the king, that is heavy. It took a bit more work to get the load properly settled and secured, but with some delicate maneuvering and creative use of an oak tree, it looked more or less good to go. It looked ridiculous, but it might just work. "Right then, wish me luck." Jarix went in a perturbed tone as he shifted the load a bit. He would have to circle while climbing with a very heavy load to clear the tall heaven oak. Not to mention the act of getting airborne in the first place with limited space available. "Time to see what the Royal Guard are made of," Tom went, trying to encourage the dragon. Jarix backed up into the forest for a run-up before charging into the clearing at a gallop, folding out his wings as he cleared the trees, with a powerful kick from his hind legs and a beat of those mighty wings, and he was airborne. The second beat came only just in time to keep his feet off the ground as he began to lay into the turn, clearly straining to hold it. He was gaining speed though, so Tom guessed it was going well. "You go, Jarix, you got this," Jackalope cheered, Fengi joining in. Then Redexi spoke up. "I just don't get why we didn't cut it into smaller pieces." They all looked at each other for a second. "That might not have been a bad idea," Zarko finally admitted. "You're doing great," Jackalope continued shouting, enthusiasm slightly dampened. Jarix was steady in the turn now, and climbing slowly as he went around and around. "Looks like we're good," Zarko added, still sounding a bit uncertain. "I say we join him, get your stuff." "Fen, mind getting Tom airborne, or do you want the first leg?" Jackalope questioned. "I got him. Don't want you to miss out on his company," Fengi replied in a teasing tone. What was that supposed to mean, Tom thought. As he looked to Jackalope, she did look a bit uncomfortable before taking off, climbing up, ready to have Tom loaded on. With this is awkward what's, and out of listening range. These contacts apacity. Well, this is awkward, what's that supposed to mean? Miss out on my company? Tom went as soon as Jackalope was airborne and out of listening range. Oh, come on, she didn't even leave you in the tree. Figure it out. She fell asleep. Fengi did seem to struggle with that prospect. Well, she certainly feels safe around you then. She finally piped up. Tom had to give her points for that one. Even if he was fairly certain Jackalope could sleep in the maw of a dragon, as long as she was semi-confident of not becoming a snack. The two of them took off running with him dangling beneath her as they got airborne. It was almost routine by now. What about you? Got anyone you fancy? Careful now, I think my hand is slipping. Oh, come on, Unkai is crazy for you, that's for sure. That he is, she just answered plainly. Buddy, Tom thought to himself. Still, a promise was a promise. Well, what's wrong with him? He's kind, steadfast, a healer, and boring. Honestly, The amount of times he has called my eyes beautiful is absurd. He can't even dance. Well, shit, Tom thought to himself. Could he fix that should he try? He couldn't dance for shit either. At least not sober. What are you plotting down there? Wait, he put you up to this, didn't he? Fengi just let out a deep sigh. He just never gives up. She sounded a tad defeated. You can't fault him for trying, could she? Apparently she could, since her tone changed to one of disinterest. Oh no, here comes your ride. True enough, Jackalope came up from behind, settling beneath them. Tom was placed on her back gently as ever. Hey, Jackalope, he loves you. She went as she let go and pulled up. Jackalope went stiff at that comment. The awkward silence ruled for an uncomfortably long while. Tom sure as shit didn't want to break it given his current position. Of all the places he could be right now, he was lying on top of her and couldn't get off. Damn you, Fengi, shares taking the piss right. Jackalope finally went. Tom really struggled to figure out if that was her joking tone or if there was a hint of hope in there. If so, she was trying to hide it. Her confidence didn't seem to have taken a hit though. Okay, could be worse, he thought to himself. Praise. Well, I asked about her and Unkai. She apparently didn't like that and decided payback was in order. You know how it is. That wasn't false. He just hoped Jackalope's feelings were as tough as the rest of her. Besides, every dragonette who had seen him described him as hideous, and he was fairly sure his personality wasn't that good. Right, of course. Her demeanor didn't seem to shift at all. He had kinda expected her to be either relieved or sad at that answer. The awkward silence reigned once again. Tom looked to Jarix, searching for something to do right now. The young dragon was almost up to the treetops, but clearly working hard, climbing slowly. Crucially, he wasn't there yet. It's Sapphire, isn't it? Jackalope finally went in a dejected tone. Oh yeah, he had hurt her feelings all right, god damn it. Just admit it and be done with it. I know you like her. What had he done to deserve being in this situation, he wondered. His instincts wanted to try and make a joke to get out of this, or just run. Probably not smart though, all things considered. That meant talking his way out. No, Sapphire is a good friend. We've spent a lot of time together and all that. Not that we haven't, obviously. He did his best to sound convincing, patting her on the shoulder. It really didn't help that he had no clue what he wanted to do right now though. Should he just try damage control? He had already pretty much agreed to ask Jackalope out, or whatever their equivalent was around here. Oh, come on. I've heard how they talk about her. She's a damn prize. You'd be an idiot not to want her. Now she sounded genuinely hurt. Sapphire might be good looking, but so was Jackalope. Hell, all of the Huntresses were borderline eye candy, and she was quite a lot more fun. Not to mention she could toss him around like a doll and likely crush his skull between her thighs. And what kind of man doesn't like a woman that's into guns and explosions? Fuck it, he liked her a lot, she was awesome. Hey Jackie. Tom grabbed one of her horns and turned her head around so she faced him. What are you doing? Leave me alone. She went annoyedly at her head being jerked around like that. He even spotted a tear in her eye. She did shut up when he did his best to kiss that still slightly burned snout of hers though. It was most definitely an awkward kiss, and it didn't help that she clearly had no clue it was coming. What the fuck, dude? Okay, maybe that was too forward then. I ain't dying. What? Perhaps he had misjudged the situation more severely than he had anticipated. You did that with Dakota. Well, I ain't dying on you. Her voice was downright quivering. I'm not some weakling or a kid for that matter. Just give me a moment, okay? That was a kiss, Jackie, not mouth to mouth, Tom tried. He was in deep water right now, or high skies more accurately. She turned back to look at him. Oh, she had tears in her eyes. All right, he had never seen that with her. The expression did seem to switch a bit though, as she stared at him. Tom could literally see the gears turning in her head as they slowly clicked into place. Wait, is that like an affection thing? She finally went. Of course it is, dummy. That couldn't be hard to figure out. Wait, they didn't kiss. That did stump him quite considerably. Thinking back, he had only seen them do that rubbing snouts thing like birds do. That did look rather funny, actually. She did seem to figure it out, though, as her eyes lit up. Really? I mean, I know, foursome and all. Now there was the Jackalope he knew and loved, straight to bragging. Not like Sapphire could have taken you through that storm after all. Or been that much fun at the lake, he retorted. Yeah, I am pretty great, aren't I? She turned back to look ahead. She looked very content, though. He guessed mission success then. He just sighed, a sigh of relief that he wasn't going to need the parachute. Humble too, he added sarcastically. Jackalope nodded at that, still beaming with pride, until she realized the sarcasm at least. Then she scowled back at him. That was just too much for Tom as he broke out laughing at her expense. Tom knew Fengi was overhead, though he hadn't heard any snarky comments from up there. He just hoped that wasn't another shit show to deal with. He couldn't worry about everything, and right now, he was going to enjoy the ride as he embraced Jackalope, nuzzling his head against her neck. This was nice. They didn't say anything as Jackalope turned at a leisurely pace following Jarrick's. She fell back a fair distance though. Tom guessed she wanted a modicum of privacy. Tom, I want to ask a favor. She went after a bit. Sure thing. He really hoped she didn't just want something that went boom really loud, though it was a distinct possibility. Would you mind pinching me? Sure. He did so, grabbing a hold of the thick, leathery skin on the side of her neck and gave it a bit of a pinch. Well, it hurts a bit, so I guess I ain't dreaming right now. That thing you did, what does that mean exactly? She sounded very pointed on that last part to Tom's ears. Well, that you really like someone? How much exactly? It would appear the usual confidence had vanished completely then. Jackalope. I love you, he finally admitted. Surely that wasn't open for interpretation. Woohoo! Jackalope went rolling over onto her back, pulling up hard, launching into a very characteristic set of slightly insane maneuvers. Tom just did his best to hang on as he got the goggles on. That response certainly wasn't open for interpretation. When she finally calmed down enough to fly level, she was already panting. Even her breathing sounded excited though. Fengi predictably came down alongside. Tom really hoped he wasn't about to fend off a verbal assault from her. I told you he liked you, but no. I must be crazy you wanted Esmeralda to let you know, 'cause she would know for sure. Fengi went, snarky sarcasm off the chart. I know, I'm sorry, I just didn't believe it. Her head snapped back around to look at him. You aren't joking, right? Tom got the feeling if he said yes, he was gonna need the parachute as a best case scenario. He just kissed her again. She turned to look at Fengi, mouth agape, beaming with happiness. God damn it, she was hilarious. He turned to look at the grinning Fengi who was following along. He had been played at his own game. In fairness, they did seem a lot better at this than him. Well, that does make it hard to keep my promise to Unkai. And what would that be? Fengi asked, rolling her eyes, still smiling though. That if he dared to treat you like a person and ask you properly, I would ask Jackalope. Sorry for ruining the surprise. Can't wait for the first part. But could you at least try and make him a bit more interesting? Fengi replied, clearly not thrilled by the prospect. Tom pondered that one for a bit. How do you make a person interesting? Fuck it, why not? He had kinda already started, and today was going very well so far. Sure, he'll try. Even great. What was a time to Jay all chime in, to tetch the wretches of wide. It was almost easy enough. Chug, chug, chug. The chorus rang out as Sapphire's next unsuspecting target lost his round of darts against her. It was almost easy enough to make it boring. She did throw a shot every now and again, just enough to give him hope. Well, it's official, we have a new champion, the barkeep shouted out, eliciting cheers all around. Sapphire was fairly sure he was called Riker. Everyone just seemed to call him barkeep though, and she was too drunk to care. There were a fair few people in here, and she hadn't had to buy a drink yet. All in all, this was turning into an excellent evening. Maiko had left before dinner to report where they'd ended up, though Tarox, Canabrera, and Udanti had shown up, claiming they had nothing better to do with the evening. Her brother Heiko had managed to snake his way out of guard duty for the night, so they could have a proper reunion. She walked back over to their table, fresh drink in hand from her victory, and sat down at the crowded table. You're a dirty cheat, you know that, right? Heiko went, laughing as she sat down. No, you misunderstand. I'm very poor and need the drinks covered. She was slurring a bit and giggling profusely. If she can hit in that condition, I say it's more than fair. Udanti defended her. Thank you, see, she gets it. To the poor Huntress then, with her silver crown. Oh, that was right. She had been a copper last she was here, silly Sapphire. They raised their mugs in a toast. Till the boards do we met, cheered, echoed by the rest of them. Till the boards do we met. Taking a good swig before putting the mug back down, Sapphire took off her crown and put it on Heiko. There we go. A Huntress just like Tom. Don't forget the jewelry, Dakota added, laughing. And a damn handsome one at that, Heiko went, getting up and posing for them. Balathon was practically in Canabrera's lap, and since he was still there, Sapphire guessed she didn't have to worry about him for the evening either. All in all, this was going marvelously. Wait, you made that guy a huntress? Triox questioned incredulously. But he is so damn ugly. No, he isn't, Sapphire protested. He's just very weird looking. I really wanted to touch him, but was afraid he was going to take my head off, Canabrera added, nuzzling Balthian. I can report his skin is very soft, very warm and wet when he's been working hard. Dakota went, their fearless leader seemingly also having gotten a bit of a buzz on. Yeah, he's like a big hot water bottle, Sapphire added in. It was true too. Come on. His face looks like it has been smashed in or something, and his teeth look like a deer's. Tyrox clearly hadn't been convinced by their persuasive arguments. Well, he isn't a dragonet now, is he? Dakota clarified for him. No, he's exotic, and he's got a winning personality. Dakota let out pounding the table, laughing. They all had a good laugh at that. Sapphire turned to Heiko, snatching back her crown. Anyone else come through besides Viper and me? Oh yeah, Mother was here last fall, along with a few faces from the keep. The year before that, Palak and Rosie came by. That stung a little, hearing of her littermates having been here. It had been so long since she had seen any of them. Why, you were just living the dream, aren't you? Getting to see the old gang now and again. Hi, I ain't the one living the life of adventure. It's mostly just standing outside trying to look welcoming yet intimidating. You, intimidating. Sapphire had to laugh at that. Her big brother was many things, but scary certainly wasn't one of them. You couldn't hurt a mouse if it ate your breakfast. Hey, just because I ain't a bloodthirsty killer like you doesn't mean I'm soft. Didn't you once spend half your shift with an orphan girl on your arm, telling her stories? You even fed her, didn't you? The barkeep spoke up, clearly taking the piss. Being kind doesn't make you soft either. I can be kind too, Sapphire protested. How? When you demolished the competition less thoroughly, Dakota went, chuckling. Sapphire had a comeback for that, but saying it wouldn't be very kind now, would it miss him? So miserable, I can't get out of bed. They had continued well into the darkness, until finally, Balethon collected the courage to ask Canabrera up to his room. Honestly, it was almost like he became timid when drunk, rather than the usual opposite. Heiko invited them to come see his apartment sometime when he wasn't on duty, then made his excuses. Tyrox and Udanti bade them good night and made for the Free Traders Guild. Sapphire just hoped they were better at finding their way around here than she and Dakota were. The two drunken huntresses staggered up the stairs arm in arm to call it a night. Well, I would call that a good start to proceedings. Dakota went as they entered the room. Best first day ever. Got to see the training fields from Dragonback and actually feel welcome. Meet my brother. Had a good night drinking. I could get used to this. Yeah, well, don't. It's not all going to be a pleasant breeze. Let's get some sleep. Fine, oh fearless leader. Oh, shut it. The two of them woke the next morning to the sound of someone pounding on their door. Sapphire got up, still a little unsteady on her feet, the buzz not quite having worn off yet, to go answer it. She opened the door a twinge, peering through the crack to see who it was. Good morning, why? She just asked, at the rather official-looking individual standing outside. Good heavens, he exclaimed. Are you by any chance Dakota Bismutai? No, Sapphire. Dakota is sleeping. Oh, right, sorry, may I come in? Are you dressed? No, and, no, not really. Well, would you mind? I will be waiting in the meantime. Okay, just a sec. What is a sec? Sapphire sighed internally. She really needed to not use Tom phrases here. They were just so good through. Get up, Dakota. We got a visitor. Tell him to go away. I need my beauty sleep, Dakota protested. Come on, he looks important. Get dressed. Oh, fine. It took them a bit to get to a presentable state, but eventually they opened the door. The man outside averted his gaze for a second before realizing they were properly dressed by now. Honestly, did he think they were so drunk they couldn't put on clothes? Ah, good. I think I failed to introduce myself earlier. Theodore, pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand and the two of them shook it curiously. What's this all about? Sapphire wondered. Here to inform you that His Royal Highness King Lucius VII requests your presence at the day's council meeting. Proceedings will begin following lunch. I was informed there were 3 of you, though. Balathon is next door, Sapphire responded, stiff as a plank. What the fuck? Do try and make yourself presentable. It's my understanding that you won't necessarily be speaking before the king, but still. His face was one of clear disapproval as he looked them over. Sapphire couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. She didn't even have her armor on right now, and she was speaking to a representative of the king. She turned to look at Dakota, who was just staring at the little man, mouth hanging slightly open, expression one of horror. She did eventually snap back into reality. Of course, we shall do our best. In the future, maybe a little more warning? She asked, switching to a pained expression on her face. Yes, I can see that. I trust you know how to find the palace. Yeah, Sapphire could understand the low opinion right about now. Certainly, you just caught us at a bad time. Very good, don't be late. Oh, and here are your papers to get you in. The man gave a polite, if slightly pained smile, handing over 3 small scrolls, and turned to leave in a slight hurry. Once he was gone, the two of them turned to each other. We're going to go see the king and the council while drunk, Dakota let out, somewhere between ecstatic and horrified. Sapphire honestly didn't know what to make of the situation. She had never even been up to the top of the cliff, let alone inside the royal palace. She knew Dakota had been there once when she was a little girl. We need to get Baelthan up, Sapphire stated. The two of them rushed over and started pounding frantically on the door. Eventually, a very sleepy-looking Canabrera opened, staring at them with a distinctly unamused expression. What? Get the dude up, he needs to go see the king, Sapphire exclaimed. Canabrera just looked at them for a second before breaking out laughing. I gotta say, you do have a sense for humor. Sorry about calling you a bit dry last night. We aren't joking, Dakota went, holding up the 3 scrolls. Get him up now. Canabrera's expression turned to one incredulousness. Right, of course. Right away. She shut the door, but it was clear there was frantic activity inside. Get up, you lazy dog. Get up. The inn did have bathing facilities, so they did their best to freshen up as much as possible. A few of the staff kindly helping polish what parts of their equipment they had time for. What the fuck did you do to get summoned to a council meeting? We have no idea, Sapphire replied exasperatedly, adjusting her crown and earrings. She was damn grateful she'd gotten that full bath yesterday. She just prayed you couldn't smell the beer on her from last night. That's as good as I can get it, Lola replied, the sweet young maid having done her best with Sapphire's necklace. Thank you all so much, Sapphire replied. Taking the necklace, they were out of time though. Not looking your absolute best was one thing, but being late was an entirely different level of bad when it came to something like this. We need to get moving? Yes, let's go, Dakota echoed, voice stern. Trying was time. Dakota, run, going. Information, being. We ask you, the brain, by concept. Shop, pass. Men, the past 71, good times. Yes, we are here, by request of the king, Dakota went, presenting the paperwork to the guards. There was a sentence I never thought would be applicable to me, Sapphire thought to herself. It certainly changed the guard's tone, from Holt, who goes there, to, by all means come on in, should I carry something for you? This feels very strange, Baelthan whispered to her as they were escorted through the gates from the landing platform into the palace grounds proper. I've never seen anything like this. Look, there's fountains and everything. Do try and restrain yourself, Baelthan, Dakota sneered at him. They were supposed to represent the keep, and so far, that hadn't gone brilliantly. Sapphire could still feel the alcohol making her a tad unsteady, not to mention messing with her eyesight. She was also trying really hard not to find the absurdity of the situation funny, when she should probably be terrified of messing up. They had been assigned 2 female guards and a diplomat-looking guy who would take them where they needed to go. The diplomat kindly took them through what they needed to know as they walked. Apparently, they were expected to take part in a light lunch, followed by the meeting itself, where they might be called upon to explain the situation at their keep. Sapphire didn't have any illusions as to whether they would be called upon. They wouldn't just call them up here if they didn't have a purpose for it, so Dakota was going to have her work cut out for her. They were walking up to a set of massive double doors, guards posted outside. Here we are, the council building. 3 guests for today's meeting, their escorting royal guard stated. Sapphire had tried her best to pay attention as they walked. There was just so much to look at. She guessed that looking around at all the amazing buildings made her seem like a rural simpleton who was seeing the city for the first time. The council building was located north of the main palace. Sapphire had hoped they would get to see the palace interior itself, but this was still amazing. The structure was vast and squat. Judging by the elegant windows, there were 4 incredibly tall floors inside. The massive doors swung open, revealing a corridor wide enough to let a grown dragon pass unhindered. The walls were polished marble, as white as a newborn, and servants stood by to wipe guests' feet as they entered. The floors were covered in thick, deep blue carpet. The sensation of walking on it was almost heavenly. Sapphire had never felt anything like it. The closest she had ever come was the softest of grassy fields. Their escorts remained with them as they went deeper into the grand building. Sapphire's eyes floated over the countless paintings and tapestries. She hardly recognized any of them. She guessed a puma was cursing her for that. It was mostly dragonettes and dragons of note. There was the odd exception, though, a unicorn here, and a few different creatures she didn't even recognize there. "How familiar are you with the council members?" the diplomat asked. Sapphire guessed he was, in fact, some kind of usher. "Last time I set foot on the palace grounds I was 10. Dakota went in an apologetic tone. "I see. Well, I doubt you will have to address any of them without making your introductions first. Do try not to get it wrong, though. If you're uncertain as to who you are addressing, simply refer to them as Lord or Lady." Dakota looked back at the two of them. Sapphire nodded. She could do that, no problem. Hopefully, Balathon could remember that too. "Thank you kindly. Also, I do apologize for not being better prepared. Nothing to apologize for. Circumstances are strained. I doubt you were the only ones poorly prepared for the day's meeting." "Did something bad happen?" Sapphire questioned. "You mean, aside from several keeps, including yours, reporting darkling sightings, some of them coming under attack from corrupted forces, and a detachment of royal guards sent to one going missing?" "I'm sorry, what?" Dakota interjected. "How many keeps? I apologize. I do not know the finer details, but over the past month or so, I think 8 keeps have reported sightings. We know 2 have in fact fallen. The fate of a further 2 is still unknown. Those are just the attacks we know of. Though I cannot tell you why this meeting is being called, since this is hardly new information to the king. That certainly puts us being called here in a different light," Sapphire thought. "I believe you are here, so we may determine if you were attacked for the same reasons, since you were the first target to our knowledge. Am I right in saying you were attacked a little over a month ago?" "Yes, that is correct," Dakota replied. 5 weeks to be exact. They were after a dark artifact in a trader's possession. Well, I'm sure the council will be interested to hear what happened. They were led to a large hall with finely decked tables. White tablecloths, silver cutlery, and fine glasses were set and ready. People were standing around making conversation. Sapphire guessed there were between 40 to 50 people present, with more arriving alongside themselves. "You are seated over there next to the delegation from Kindal Keep. You will be called to the table when the food is ready. Restrooms are in there if you need them." The usher bowed politely before leaving to do whatever an usher did, apart from dealing with people like them. Balathon edged closer to Dakota, leaning in. "You weren't joking when you said high society," he tried to whisper, without much effect. "This wasn't exactly what I had expected. Be on your very best behavior. Do your best to act like the people around you, and we 3 stick together." Sapphire could see Dakota frantically scanning the room, likely looking for someone she knew. "Any luck?" Sapphire questioned. "No," came the perturbed-sounding reply. "We're on our own, I think. You calm us, Jerry of Riding Must, the distinct masters of this, and it is also sticks to widen aside." The Sing was Mushers and Jackalope were bringing up the rear, keeping an eye on Jarrix, who was beating hard just to maintain altitude. Tom was hoping he would make it to the edge of the forest. It was clear, though, they were going to need a break at some point. Jackalope had been allowed to calm down for a few minutes following her outburst. She hadn't actually said anything, though she had appeared ready to speak several times before falling silent again. Tom wasn't any better. He had no clue what to say after all that. He was starting to wonder if this should go on the list of bad ideas. Never mind, it was definitely a bad idea. Could it work, though? Eventually, she appeared to gather the courage to speak, so at least he didn't have to be the one to break the silence. "So, do I get to try the guns? I should probably have seen that coming," Tom thought to himself. "I guess sure." "Yes," came the timid-sounding reply, followed by more silence. "Tom, What do you humans talk about with someone you like a lot? How the fuck was he supposed to answer that one? Damn it, he didn't know shit about this kind of thing. That's one hell of a question, Jackie feelings, I guess. There was a bit more slightly awkward silence. He wasn't really sure if the feeling of uncomfortableness was coming from him or her, but it was definitely in the air. Well, you said I love you, so I guess I love you too. That was the least convincing "I love you" Tom had ever heard. Her earlier outburst did lend it some validity, though, he guessed. Perhaps he needed to set an example. Oh boy. Remember Unkai? Don't just tell her she looks good. Well, I like you because you are funny and generally awesome. Hey, that wasn't too bad. Aw. I like you because you're brave, smart, and warm. She sounded quite proud of coming up with that, shuffling her shoulders. Tom just chuckled a bit. Jackie, you're 32, right? Yep. Have you ever, loved someone? That question was followed by yet more silence before she timidly answered. I haven't really been able to get it to work out. I did have a fling once, didn't end so well. Well, at least that made two of them, Tom thought to himself. He was hardly what you would call experienced on the subject. His past endeavors had mostly been the result of wild partying rather than anything serious. What about you? No, not really, he admitted. That is fucking adorable. Jarrett then decided to add mockingly. Goddamn dragons in their stupid ears, Tom cursed to himself. Hey, I'm badass, not adorable. That's Kieran, or Fengi, Jackalope replied in an irritated tone. Jarrett's just made an amused-sounding rumble in reply. Try talking about the stuff you find interesting, Radexi of all people then added. Tom added potential Kakashi hearing to the list of what he could do, though it was more likely he had just figured out they were being a little quiet. Hey Tom, where do you need to shoot Jarrex to bring him down? Jackalope questioned, voice turning to mischievousness. Well, that was better than awkward silence. More to the point, it was something Tom could answer fairly well. Base of the skull, just like the Tyrox. Alternatively, you could pump his side full of rounds. It would be much slower, though. Hey, Jarrex protested, head swinging around to look at them. We do need to get you some earmuffs, though, if you are going to be shooting much. Can't have you going deaf on me. Wait, that can happen? Jackalope replied in a worried tone. I thought it just hurt. No, you can lose your hearing forever, and we can have that, now can we? He went grabbing a horn, rustling her head a bit. Hey, stop it, or I'll poke you, she replied with a joking threat. Joke's on you, I have my goggles on. Ain't my fault you can't see shit otherwise. That is true. How far till you get too tired to carry me aloft on those mighty wings of yours? Well, if you weighed the same as heron days. Unfortunately, you have more in common with a Tyrox. Are you calling me fat? No, just heavily built, she replied, laughing at her own joke. See, there you go, Radexi then shouted, though Tom thought that was directed at Fengi, who was once again soaring above them. Perhaps it should be him rather than me trying to help Unkai, Tom mused to himself. Hey, Jarrex feeling tired yet? Jackalope shouted out, looking at the dragon ahead of them. Nah, not yet. How far is it? Jarrex replied. Tom reckoned he was trying to sound more confident than he was. Half an hour at most, Zarko responded. If anyone calls me lazy after this, I'm zapping them. Tom could feel Jackalope tense up, getting ready to speak. He just put a calming hand on her shoulder. In hindsight, he should have realized that would be insufficient. I'll race you to the tree line. The last one there is a lazy ass. Now, Jackie, no need to. Tom started. You're on, lovebird. Tom was about to object, but he had kinda known what he was signing up for here. Why not? It couldn't go any worse than some time spent camping in the woods until Jackalope recovered. It might actually be educational as well. Right, let's beat his ass, Tom went, hunkering down. Hey, you're not the one working her ass off here. Well, I worked very hard for that kill on your opponent's back. It's only fair I get a break. He really hadn't, but it was the thought that counted. Is the parachute packed? Jackalope questioned curiously. Yes? Tom asked slightly perturbedly, feeling like he might need it. He instinctively checked where the cord was, just in case. Just checking, Jackalope went, turning her head just enough to show the evil grin on her face. Yeah, she held all the cards at the moment. Tom just hoped her pride wouldn't lead to another Kakashi situation. The race was not really much of an explosive start, since they were already cruising. Jarrex did put on some more speed, though. Jackalope clearly struggling to keep up to stay in his weight. Tom had been in his current position enough times to recognize a tired dragonette when laying on top of one, and Jackalope had been doing some rather enthusiastic flying thus. Far. As good a time as any for an experiment then. Hey, I want to try something. Now don't tell the others yet. Tom began to rifle through his pockets as stealthily as possible. He knew he had brought some candy along for emergency peace offerings. They had saved his ass once before, so he considered them essential equipment. It had nothing to do with his own sweet tooth. Keeping secrets already? Jackalope replied, seemingly finding that amusing even if she was working hard. Here, shh. He reached around to give her the candy. This stuff had worked wonders for Kiran, and they definitely loved the stuff. He wondered if he could get Jackalope a sugar high, as dangerous as that sounded. What's that? Ooh, remember, shush. Jackalope just nodded in reply, opening her mouth. Tom had guessed she would just take it, but who was he to judge as he placed the candy in there? He had almost expected Jackalope to bite. It certainly felt like she was considering it. Damn it, that tastes good, she went, clearly trying and failing to be quiet. Now the waiting game began. He wanted to see what just one would do before he upped the dosage, so to speak. Kiran had only gotten half a candy, but he weighed 3, maybe 4 kilos tops in this gravity, even if he was growing fast. That would put the equivalent dose for Jackalope at around 5 candies. It did feel like she perked up a little, though he couldn't decide if that was just from having something delicious to eat. So after a bit, he leaned into her ear. Want another one? She turned her head around again to face him, eyes darting around, clearly searching for anyone who shouldn't know. Pretty please? She went, looking at him. He guessed she was trying to imitate Fengus' signature puppy eyes. She wasn't really pulling it off, though. Tom felt like he was in some kind of corny chick flick, mixed with the dude from Mad Max pouring gas down superchargers, as he put another candy into that. Toothy more. On the third candy, the effect was becoming very apparent. She was picking up speed, wing beats quickening. Her breathing was becoming more ragged, though, much like Tom had expected. What is this stuff? She let out between labored breaths, sounding almost incredulous. Candy, Tom truthfully replied. Sugar does more than taste good. It would seem to work wonders for you people. This is amazing. I heard Sapphire bitch about people using honey for competitions, but damn, we're gonna need those sugar beets then. Might make you fast enough to catch Jarix, Tom chuckled. If you hadn't just given me 3 of those things, Tom, you would be flying solo. Right now. Right now. Sir, maybe if I had another, Jackalope replied in a suggestive tone, clearly struggling for breath. She wasn't slowing down, though. Hey, that's not very nice. I believe that is called extortion, where I'm from. Extorticon, Jackalope tried and failed miserably. No, you nearly got it. What the hell are you feeding her? Zarko finally called out. Okay, maybe they hadn't been that stealthy. Love and affection, Tom replied, grinning. Zarko didn't comment on that, though Tom sincerely doubted she had been convinced by it. Are you cheating back there? Jarix called out, clearly breathing heavily too. The dragon's wing beats had slowed a little, though Tom wasn't sure if that was due to confidence they couldn't pass him or tiredness. No, my payload is just more useful, Jackalope replied. They were maintaining distance for the moment, or perhaps gaining a bit. Tom guessed that was likely due to the flying in Jarix's wake, though. Damn it, Jarix replied, though he didn't speed up. Tom guessed he was fairly well aware of his own endurance then, since he knew Jarix could go faster. Even if he didn't know how much that Tyrox was slowing him down. Just stay behind him, no use overtaking yet. I have done this before, you know, with a dragon. No, Tom conceded that she was probably the more experienced of the two when it came to flying, though, so he respectfully shut up. The chase continued for a few minutes without any change in the situation. Radexi had fallen behind, though Fengi and Zarko were still keeping up. At the pace they were making, the edge couldn't be too far away, and the candy did seem to take a minute to work. Up for the last sprint? Tom questioned, bringing out 2 more candies. She was definitely starting to show signs of fatigue again, which was hardly surprising, all things considered. It wasn't like this stuff could last forever. He was a tad worried the sugar wouldn't do its job in her fatigued state. His fears were fairly quickly dispelled, though, as she once again picked up the pace, closing in on the now definitely slowing Jarix. So how's it hanging? Tom questioned. Jackalope was currently too busy panting, so the least he could do was provide the sass. Cheating bastards, Jarix got out, clearly struggling for breath. That gave Tom an idea. You never told me about your mother, Jarix. She was the one who gave you your harness, right? Yes, it was a gift for graduating. What's her name? Glera. Is she a trader like your father? No, she. Stop it, Jarix. He's playing with you. Zarko cut him off. Damn it, woman, Tom thought to himself. He had felt damn proud of that trick. Jarix, for his part, swiveled his head around at the two of them with a sour expression on his face. Sorry, I do want to hear about her at some point, Tom tried. That had been a tad underhanded, he admitted. Jackalope, for her part, kept quiet, focusing on flying. The tree line soon came into view, and he felt Jackalope try to pick up more speed. She was flying right through Jarix's wake, which clearly helped a lot since as soon as she made a break for clean air, she got buffeted back, losing ground. Tom couldn't really see how she was going to win this. Even if she had been flying solo, he guessed they were currently going faster than she could maintain in clean air, and he knew how fast Jarix could dive. Damn it, Jackalope let out in a defeated tone. Tom did feel a little bad for just being a dead weight right about now. As they crested the trees, Jarix went into a near vertical dive, tucking in his wings. Tom knew from experience just how fast this was likely to get, so he hung on tight. Jackalope tried to follow Jarix down. She was quickly losing ground though, even trying to beat her wings towards the ground, as Jarix pretty much just fell out of the sky in front of them. You ain't gonna catch him? Tom tried as they continued the dive. Jackalope didn't reply though she did pull up. As she slowed down for the landing, she clearly struggled and mistimed the flare quite badly. This resulted in them both hitting the ground with a light thunk and coming to a sliding stop. Jarix was standing with his head held low, clearly spent as well. In fact, he looked ready to fall over, which he soon did, rolling onto his side to get the weight off. Jackalope was not much better off. Tom got off her as soon as they were stationary again, feeling quite sorry for having her break his fall. It had not been too bad though. She was still breathing and looked fine, even if she was clearly exhausted for the moment. It took a bit before the others caught up, clearly not having been able to match either dive. Cheaters never prosper. How are you doing, Jarix? Zarko went as soon as she touched down. I feel like I could lay here for a week, he protested. Could you please get me out of all this? Please, yup, has done. Tom noted to himself. Sure thing, Fengi went, getting to work undoing the rope. Tom just looked down at the mess that was Jackalope laying in the grass in front of him. Come here, he went, sitting down and picking her up into his lap. You're damn right, Sapphire couldn't have done that. She did smile weakly at him, looking almost apologetic. If you bist the help of in great to things of calm parts, and I need to genuous distraught in 7, and everything to be experienced track to. 70 Abba of 42, proper proceedings the three of them stuck together the best they could. Sapphire guessed they looked like scared prey to the more experienced guests. They had found a few delegations, as they were so grandly called, from other frontier keeps. They were currently discussing with those from Kindal Keep, if Sapphire remembered correctly. Not that she had any clue where that was, aside from their new friends saying it was far out west. But what were they after? Dakota tried again. She was met with the same confused faces as the last people they asked. Nothing. As far as we know, they were spotted keeping an eye on the keep. We chased them away. A few days later, they would return, rinse, repeat. The gilded Huntress leading their expedition replied. Sapphire would put her in the mid to late 60s, so older than Dakota, but clearly still in prime shape. So, they never actually attacked you? No, we struck first each time. Didn't put up a fight either. We did manage to down one of their numbers the second time around. Then, after about a week of those chases, they finally stopped showing up. We think they were looking for something but didn't find it, the guardsman on her flank answered. Well, with us they found it, Balathon interjected in a perturbed tone. Sapphire didn't know what to make of this. Not one of the keeps present reported actually having been attacked, yet at least 2 were gone, or at least nothing more than deserted husks now. The royal guard had managed to clear one of them, knowing there were darklings present. The other keep in question, though, no one had come back from. A much stronger force had already been dispatched to deal with that, but it was still dire news. The same usher who had led them in came over, clearing his throat. Food and refreshments will be served shortly. We shall have chicken for starters with a Tyrox roast as the main course, and of course, the king's favorite, honey ice cream for dessert. You may take your seats over there. I do hope you enjoy the meal, he went, bowing before moving to another group and repeating the procedure. Balathon and Sapphire exchanged glances. Sapphire had always wondered what you ate in a place like this. She was expecting something special. though she had no idea what ice cream even was. She was so ready to find out, though. They moved to their seats at a table a bit off to the side as they had expected. There were 11 people seated at the table representing 4 keeps. Looking around, Sapphire couldn't make out any other frontier-looking people, so she guessed that was all who were present. Servants came out carrying large platters of food that looked like something from a story heard as a child. The smell was truly divine, even if Sapphire hardly knew what she was smelling. At the other tables, she could hear both serious talk and jokes being exchanged. At their table, however, it was clearly mostly frontier people. They ate in silence, savoring the food. Sapphire had never had anything like this. They had chicken back home, but this was spicy. It almost reminded her of the time Tom had tried to use some of his chili, though this didn't hurt as his had. It just tasted heavenly. She was equal parts saddened and relieved that the portions were not larger, as she would likely have run out of space for the other courses otherwise. They were offered both red and white wine to drink, but at Dakota's insistence, they were only allowed 1 glass for each course, making do with water for the rest. They didn't really need any more booze in their systems right now. While turning down the king's wine was likely a considerable insult, it certainly helped that what they did drink was of excellent quality. The main course was much the same, being served with a rich, thick sauce and some wonderful-smelling vegetables on the side that Sapphire didn't even recognize. She had feared they would stand out as uncivilized savages in the face of such a meal. The rest of the table, though, was clearly in a similar situation. Every now and again, she did catch someone turning to look at them from another table. Some of them shook their heads a bit, while others seemingly found it amusing. But for once, Sapphire didn't care. Then the dessert was brought out. It looked like some kind of white clay almost, shaped into balls. It had a yellowish-white color and hardly smelt of anything. Taking a good sniff, though, there was definitely honey in there, and it was served with steaming hot tea for some reason. The king's favorite, frost powder chilled honey ice cream with sweet lemon tea. Heat it slowly and remember the tea. It helps make the experience that much more exquisite and wards off any negative effects, the server informed them before politely bowing, stepping back. Magically frozen food? Sapphire questioned. She guessed that was what ice and ice cream referred to then. Negative effects? Dakota went, looking at her. They wouldn't serve dangerous food, would they? Balathon added in, trying to be included. Sapphire just shrugged and looked around at the others at the table. It's perfectly safe. Just take it slow, an older male dragonette assured them. That was good enough for Sapphire. Besides, if this was a favorite of the king, it had to be good. She did wonder where he was, since she had kinda expected him to be present. She hadn't seen any sign of him, though. She picked up the spoon to try and poke it. It was soft and velvety, just like some kind of very fine, wet clay. She got a bit onto her spoon, looking at the others. They all got a small scoop before nodding, taking a bite simultaneously. Now that was an experience. It was sweet, it was creamy, yet it was so cold. Sapphire was glad she hadn't taken a larger bite. She remembered the server's instructions, picking up the cup of tea, taking a sip. As the nice warm liquid flowed into her mouth, the cold instantly vanished, being replaced with a pleasant sweetness. She could see why they thought this was a winning combination. They slowly ate the ice cream, sipping the hot tea intermittently, refilling from the large teapots placed on the table. One of the others, a younger-looking huntress, apparently got a bit too enthusiastic as she dropped her spoon, pressing her hands to her head, gasping. A very painful expression on her face. Sapphire instinctively put down her spoon, staring at the unfortunate soul. The ones beside her were quick with the tea, though, which seemed to alleviate the pain rather swiftly. "Brain freeze!" was shouted out from somewhere. Quite a few people, apparently finding this funny, had a laugh at the poor dragonette, who shrank enough to almost hide under the table. Sapphire felt damn sorry for the poor girl as she returned to her own ice cream, being very careful not to go too fast. Being looked at because you were an odd one out was bad enough, but embarrassing yourself in front of this many important people was not a fate she wished for. This stuff was very good, though. Eventually, she found herself wishing there was more of the delicious ice cream as she stared at the empty plate. It wasn't that she was hungry, very far from it. It had just tasted so good. They had been allowed time to sit and digest their meal for a bit as they waited for the slower ones, mostly from their table, following the scare of humiliation. If everyone has finished their meal, we will move to the council chamber to begin the day's proceedings. Lord Haldex will be our speaker for the day. a very finely dressed female dragonette announced in a clearly magically enhanced voice. Everyone got up and started moving about, the members of their table being escorted by more ushers to where they would be seated. Time at comedy. But habitants of the sake, I saw how people would become. Now in bed, it would appear the secondary effect of using sugar as a performance-enhancing drug had become apparent as Jackalope lay snoring in his lap loudly. Jarix was lying sprawled out on the ground. The Tyrox having been removed for the time being, they still needed to get that thing home in time to have it strung up, so they couldn't stay here too long. You know, I was worried you broke her heart for a second there, Fengi added, sitting down next to them. So was I, to be honest. I had no clue she even liked me. What are you even supposed to do in that situation? Then why did you agree to that stuff with Unkai? Fengi asked, sounding puzzled. He asked me too, thought it might be fun too, at some point. Why did you? Because she kept complaining about it, Fengi replied indignantly. It took a while to even get her to admit she likes you. Mostly she just went on about how annoying you and Sapphire were when you were spending time together. Didn't take much to figure it out though. But she hasn't even tried to spend time with me short of work. And if she had questions, it was usually just about making things go boo. You don't do much except work, Tom, at least not while we are awake. I think it's time for a lesson. Redexi. Close your ears, you too, Jarix. Fengi stared at the two until they at least feigned disinterest. Tom, not everyone is comfortable with showing affection. Some really suck at it. Fengi pointed at the still sleeping Jackalope, nodding. She doesn't know what she's doing, and if you break her heart or play with her, we will break you, okay? So be nice. He had never heard her voice go hard. It was honestly a little scary. Of all the things Tom would expect to come out of Fengi's mouth, threats were about last on the list. It'll be nice, he found himself replying almost involuntarily, pausing for a bit. Why would that stop her from spending time with me though? Fengi just looked at him like she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Because she was fucking terrified you like Sapphire, she stated, going a bit slower than normal. And who were you always with when not at the smithy? Tom had to give her that one. Actually catching him without Sapphire around was not easy most days. Short of nanny duties, of course. Fengi gave him a bit of time to think before continuing. Remember the day at the lake? She gave it everything to try and impress you. I think her chest hurt for a week following that loop. Not that she would show it, of course. And why do you think she went into the water, huh? You and Sapphire having quality time together, that's why. She couldn't stand it. But what about up on shore? I mean, if anyone was having quality time there, you were warm, and I don't get to beat those two at anything normally, and there is a big difference between playing in the water and curling up around someone. Well, she did that though. While drunk, Fengi dismissed him. Honestly, have you never done something you didn't dare do normally while drunk? Tom's mind flashed over the hundreds of bad ideas involving alcohol in his past. Quite a few. See? She likes you, but doesn't know how to show it, so help her along a bit, would you? She sounded almost pleading to Tom by now. You think he's much better? Zarko added in, crouching down, inspecting Jarik's harness for damage. Nope, that's why I think this might work for once. For once? Tom questioned. Fengi gave him a bit of a scowl as she sat thinking for a bit, before moving over to whisper into his ear. Do not say this to anyone, cause she will likely kill you if you do. She and Balathon had a bit of a fling. It didn't go very well. He was all feelings, and she, well, isn't, so he dumped her. She thought it was all her fault for being stupid. He didn't really help matters, calling her a shallow dimwit for not understanding what was going on. She did not take that very well. Tom could only imagine the results of that insult. And I think she's scared shitless of that happening again. A girl that doesn't really like talking about feelings, Tom thought. Rare for sure, in Tom's mind. That was one hell of a perk though. He really didn't like that stuff. It was hardly surprising either considering who he was dealing with here. I won't say a word. Good man, Fengi replied. He almost expected her to pat him on the head. She just retreated back to her sitting spot in the grass though. Now, what did you do to her? I've never seen that before. Remember Kiran's first flight? No, you didn't, Fengi replied in disbelief. How many? Only 5. A little at a time. Worked even better than I thought it would. I certainly couldn't carry your fat arse that far, not to mention the speed she was making, Zarko added. You gave her honey, didn't you? Nah, these, Tom went, holding up the little box lightened as it was. Hard candy. Is it like honey, or did you just give your new Thai partner? Drugs? She replied in confused disbelief, looking up from the harness. Well, sugar was kind of like a drug, Tom guessed. Probably best not to say that, though. It's like hard honey, only better. Fengi went before he could respond. Still a dirty trick, Jarix interjected indignantly. Hey, you still won, big guy, Fengi retorted. Jarix responded, letting out a satisfied grunt. Do any of you know how long she will be out? Tom then questioned, looking at the still snoring jackalope. An hour, maybe two, and she will be sore as hell when she wakes up. Zarko responded, sounding like she knew what she was talking about. Well, she certainly got what she wanted then, Fengi added. Tom just looked at her quickly. Which is? Tom questioned, raising an eyebrow. Damn it, dude, she replied, sounding very disappointed in him. Do you know of another man in the keep who would have gone along with that? Ratchuk? Maybe Anka? Anka is married. And do you seriously think Ratchuk, of all people, would tolerate her for an extended period? Prior to you coming here, she was already the reason for most of his headaches. That was perhaps putting it harshly, though she was apparently finding the notion funny, using excessive hand gestures and giggling all the while. He had to give her that. Ratchuk did like to go by the books whenever possible, and Jackalope really didn't. He was brave as could be, though, not to mention tough. Not that that mattered if they couldn't stand each other, of course. Fair point. What about Heron? Would you describe him using words such as exciting, adventurous, or rambunctious? Fengi replied sarcastically. No, Tom admitted cautiously. Luckily, you're both crazy, brave, and completely incompetent when it comes to girls. It's a match made in heaven. Hey! Tom did feel like he should be insulted by that. She delivered it like a compliment, though. Ha ha, Jarix let out tauntingly, at Tom's expense. Last time I checked, you and Marina broke up following a dispute over sleeping spots. You are in no position to make fun of anyone, Zarko replied coldly, eyes not leaving her work. Tom had to suppress a chuckle at that, as Jarix looked like he was going to reply, but then swung his head around to hide it from view. Then becases each council room, to strike complete compete, as a Bounton Bacius on the week in Biathan sat at their assigned seats along the periphery of the large council room. Towards the far wall stood a small podium, where someone she assumed to be Lord Haldex was standing. Everyone was seated, though they were still waiting. She guessed based on the extravagantly decorated platform behind the speaking podium, they were awaiting His Majesty. It didn't take long before the doors swung open to the sound of marching footsteps, as a full squad of royal lifeguards entered. She had seen them before, accompanying the king through the city on special occasions. Their gilded armor shone like a mirror, with silver and platinum trimmings shimmering like starlight. In the center of the formation, His Majesty walked at a brisk pace toward the platform, stopping to give a polite nod to the day speaker, who bowed in return. The guards spread out through the room as the king sat down at his raised seat. He looked troubled, or perhaps just grumpy, she couldn't quite tell. It had been 15 years since last she had seen him, back when the queen was on the throne. He wasn't wearing his full royal attire, his crown not even present. Instead, he was clad in fine-looking blue and white silks, with only a very delicate rapier at his side. If the rumors about his paranoia were true, then Sapphire was willing to guess those silks hid a mithril chainmail or something of the like, though. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lord Haldax started. Now for today's meeting, we shall first be discussing the findings at Ulanor Keep. It has been confirmed that the keep has indeed fallen to the enemy, though it stood abandoned when our forces arrived. No sign of either the inhabitants or the original force sent to the keep. There were gasps around the room, though many also seemed to fall into discussion. Sapphire guessed many had feared this to be the case then. As with Lochner Keep, there were no bodies left, so we fear the worst has indeed come to pass. Furthermore, evidence of heavy fighting was evident throughout the keep. It would seem then that the inhabitants fought to the bitter end to defend their home, much like those of Lakana Keep. Shivers ran down Sapphire's spine at the thought. They had known they had a chance at least. She couldn't imagine being among the last standing knowing you were going to die. Any sign of artifacts like the ones mentioned at Bismutai Keep? The king questioned intently. No, Your Majesty, none. We have representatives from 4 keeps in total here today. 3 have reported skirmishes with corrupted forces, though only Bismutai Keep was themselves engaged, and twice for that matter. Yes, I've heard the report. What of their neighbors, Hiles Dadal and Dariva, isn't it? No word of anything being wrong, Your Majesty. Yes, but do we know they haven't been attacked? No, we do not, Your Majesty, Lord Haldax replied in an apologetic tone. When is their next trader due? I do not know that either, my king. Carlos, find out when a trader is due a visit. If it is more than a week, dispatch a messenger immediately. The king was clearly not pleased with the current situation. Sapphire had to agree with him. Something was afoot. Right away, my king, an older, slightly fat-looking dragonette, responded from one of the inner chairs before getting up to leave. Your Majesty, if I may, Dakota went, raising her hand. Who might you be? The king responded, looking straight at them, head resting on his right hand. Dakota Bismarti. Your Majesty, she replied, bowing her head. You may speak. Dakota stood from her seat, back straight, looking ahead. Following the battle for my home, we secured a set of telepathic earrings from the enemy. I could send word to my keep to launch an investigative party. Very well, do so immediately. We must know where we are standing on this matter. Right away, Your Majesty. Sitting back down, she began fiddling with the earring before settling into the trance-like state it induced. Aren't you the ones accused of traitorous behavior? Another voice questioned, earning him an angry glance from the speaker. What are they doing in the council chamber then? This is outrageous, came another voice. Sapphire could feel herself shrink in her seat as more and more eyes turned to them. Silence. The king went in a loud, commanding tone. I have already received the report on that investigation from Colonel Hashaw last night. They are no traitors, otherwise they would not be here today. The king then got to his feet, looking around the room. In fact, they may be the only people who have had good news to give on this subject in the last month. According to the good colonel, they in fact performed above and beyond expectations. That is hardly true of many people in this room today. We just got praised by the king. Balathon went leaning over, his face ecstatic. Sapphire honestly didn't know what to say right now as she looked back at him wide-eyed. Wouldn't that be on account of their pet warrior Tom, was it? Some important-looking individual questioned, sounding exceedingly annoying. What's a Tom? Sapphire heard some of the other frontier people to her right question. Oh boy, she thought to herself. Speaker, the report on the battle for Bismuth keep, if you please, the king ordered, sitting back down. Sitting back down. Speaker, the report on the Bisnat, his daddy. Utam was a 73, you have a what? Of course, Your Majesty, Lord Haldax replied, shuffling through sheets of paper before bringing one up. The battle for Bismuth Keep was fought over 2 engagements, an aerial intercept to assist the free trader Vulzan Hanori and the dragon Archeon, who had been attacked while en route, followed by a second battle to defend the keep against a renewed enemy assault. During the first engagement, the enemy was routed into the night, leading to no casualties on behalf of the keep, though the traders' escorts suffered heavy casualties. The second engagement was initiated when the confirmed traitor, Dashu Flaxen, unbarred the entrance door, letting the enemy inside unchallenged. Sapphire noticed weight being placed on the word confirmed. Darkling forces then proceeded to invade the keep, taking hostages. Due to the heroic actions of Lady Bismuth alongside her daughter Dakota, the enemy was denied the ability to withdraw. The enemy forces were then destroyed utterly by a vicious counter-assault led by the warrior Tom. The speaker sounded slightly confused at that last part and appeared to read over it again before continuing. The report stated that Bismuth Keep suffered only 1 casualty, that being the young child Anastasi, who was killed as a hostage. The speaker gave a respectful pause before continuing. The enemy forces present numbered at least 25 Darklings commanded by a Dark Knight, 15 of which, including the Dark Knight, fell to Tom's hand over the course of the 2 battles. Well, that certainly got the council riled up. Sapphire couldn't even hear what was being said down by the proper seats, as most of the frontier people were busy questioning what Tom was, or giving their condolences on the loss of Anastasi. Others begging them that something so dangerous should not be let inside the walls. The speaker tried in vain to restore order for nearly a minute before the king got to his feet. Silence. The booming voice echoing throughout the room. That order was obeyed by all. Speaker, you have a report on this individual, do you not? Yes, Your Majesty. Let's hear it, the king stated, returning to his seat. The speaker ruffled through some more papers before producing a document. Report on the warrior known as Tom, full name Thomas Hansen, by Colonel Victoria Hashaw of the Royal Guard. Visually, Tom is soft-skinned and pale of color, though he sports brown hair of considerable length on his head and face. His face appears squashed in with teeth, much like those of a deer. He walks on two legs, has two arms much like our own, but is lacking wings of any kind. He is thus flightless. That did lead to some surprised expressions around the council. Tom claims to have arrived from the far-off northern country by means of teleportation, likely the result of an accident. Though such magics are rare in the extreme, I do personally believe his statement. Tom is a former warrior of a far northern country known as Denmark. No records of this place are known. It is believed, due to Tom's exceptional resistance to cold, that this nation may well lie beyond where we are capable of safely traveling, hence the lack of information. Tom also possesses incredible physical endurance, allowing him to work or fight for extended periods without tiring. Tom is an exceptionally talented fire mage, who employs concentrated blast of fire to pierce enemy armor with seemingly little effort. These attacks have proven effective even against lich plate armor. He has sworn multiple oaths of loyalty to Lady Bismarti, forgoing his previous master, Lord Joachim. When questioned, Tom stated that he could not return even if he wanted to, and as such believes himself released from his former oath. Tom's warrior prowess is surpassed only by his compassion. It is clear to me that he does not wish for conflict, and in fact despises it. As such, I do not believe he poses a threat to our kingdom or its peoples. He seemingly only fights to defend what he has come to treasure. Mainly, the people, and especially children of Bismarti, keep to whom he has quickly grown attached and is treating as family. Recommendation: leave to his own devices if necessary, handle with utmost care, as a friend. Teeth like a deer, that's a little rough, isn't it? Balathon questioned, not receiving a reply. Sapphire was busy gauging the response of the council. They were certainly rather quiet following that. It was clear to Sapphire that the majority of them had not heard of Tom before today, at least not in detail. There were a lot of confused faces, looking around and especially up at her. Sapphire got the feeling she was going to be answering a lot of questions in the near future. Right on cue, a tall woman wearing robes, with what Sapphire recognized as the sigil of the Arcane Academy, raised her hand very politely. "Lady Ishani, you have the word," the speaker politely went, gesturing towards her. "I wish to address Dakota Bismarti, if that would be possible." Sapphire looked to Dakota, who was still deep in trance, likely conversing with Nunuk. "Oh, fuck me," she thought to herself before standing up. "Dakota is currently still conversing with our keep. Perhaps I can answer your questions. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?" "Sapphire Rayland, Silvered Huntress of Bismarti Keep, ma'am. I have spent a fair amount of time with Tom on account of previous injuries." "Very good. Tell me, Sapphire, has Tom ever shown signs of either corruption or magics outside his usual purview of fire?" "No, ma'am. The opposite, in fact. He and I encountered the unicorn Calistine not too long ago. Not even she could find fault with him." That led to some surprised faces around the crowd, much to Sapphire's delight. She doubted many of them could claim that, dwelling in a big city like this. He also seems unable to perform magic rituals of any kind, nor even understand them fully. That did seem to stump the lady for a bit, clearly pondering how to continue. "What outward aggression? Has he perhaps attacked you, or snarled at you, showing his teeth, things like that?" "Not against anyone who didn't well deserve it, ma'am. In fact, he routinely watches over the children." "You let some strange beast watch your kids?" A voice sounded from somewhere in the crowd. Lady Ishani just flatly ignored the interruption. "Reassuring news. I would request you visit the academy to discuss further. I would like more details of him to be placed on record. I do also have more questions. Those may wait for your visit. I trust the earring in your possession could be used for a chat. Its use is draining, and I do not know if it works on Tom." "We would be happy to oblige you, though," Sapphire replied, bowing respectfully. She was fairly sure rejecting that offer was not a possibility anyway. "I would like the results of your labor as well, Lady Ishani." The king went as soon as Sapphire had finished. "Certainly, Your Majesty. Back to you, Speaker," Ishani replied, sitting down. Sapphire sat back down as well, with a strained sigh. She really hoped she hadn't just agreed to something stupid. There was quite a lot of murmuring going on, though no one appeared to want to share their thoughts with the chamber as a whole. "Thank you, Lady Ishani. The next point of proceedings is the skirmishes conducted by several of our frontier keeps, 3 of which are represented here today. I request that you interrupt me should any of the information be inapplicable to your encounters." The speaker continued, holding up a fresh piece of paper to read. Forces numbering between 5 and 10 Darklings spotted observing the keep at a distance for a period of 1 to 2 weeks. Enemy forces refused to engage and instead fled when challenged, only to return and continue observation even if casualties were inflicted. One keep reports attempting to lure the enemy out using an unarmed guard as a decoy, to no effect. The speaker looked up expectantly at where they were all sitting, yet no one spoke up. General Josu, you have the floor. Thank you, Speaker. The general went, getting up. Lords and ladies of the council, it is clear our keeps are being scouted by the enemy, and whatever they are looking for, they found it at least twice. As you are all well aware, the Guard has thus far been unable to catch any of these Darkling raids. This is in spite of sightings of said raiding parties coming in more frequently than ever. As of yet, we have been unable to determine the means by which they are avoiding us, yet they clearly are. To attempt to combat this situation, it has been decided that Royal Guard deployment orders are no longer subject to review, fearing information is being leaked to the enemy. That sparked a considerable amount of outrage as people got up to start protesting. Are you claiming there are traitors among us? How dare you make such an insinuation? But how will we know where it's safe to travel? Were cried out in protest amongst many other demands and protests from the council. The king remained seated, watching with what Sapphire would best describe as contempt for what was before him. Order, order, the speaker cried out, eventually getting the people to quiet down. General, you may continue. Thank you, Haldax. This is by royal decree and thus not up for debate. Furthermore, by my order, the capital's defenses are to be reduced by 3 squadrons, who would instead be moved to patrol duty of the middle and outer keeps. 1 squadron will also be taken from Bartelion and 1 from Cartagena for the same purpose. They are stripping the cities? Dakota questioned seemingly to herself. Sapphire hadn't even noticed she had finished sending the message. Is that bad? Sapphire asked. It sounded bad, but surely it was good for the keeps? I don't know. If they aren't expecting the city to come under attack, then I guess not. Might be a risk though. I thought the king was supposed to be paranoid. Balathon got out before Dakota managed to snap his mouth shut. Sapphire didn't comment, she agreed with him though. She had heard those rumors too during her time in the city. The notion of having their defenses stripped also resulted in a period of noise before the speaker managed to get the crowd back in line with the assistance of the general trying to assure them that they were all perfectly safe. The speaker finally regained order and gestured for the general to continue. On the matter of Bismarti Keep, based on the report you all heard, we have been unable to determine whether they were an isolated incident or not. 2 distinct enemy units appear to have been involved, one being led by a Dark Knight. It is unknown at this time if one of these units was indeed a scouting party, though their numbers seem too high to suggest this. Based on the testimony of the free trader Archeon and his partner Vulzan Hanori, we believe they were the original target for at least one of these parties, specifically the dark artifact unknowingly in his possession. To ensure the survival of Bismarti Keep, should the enemy return, a single young dragon with a minimal crew has been deployed to the keep to ward off further attacks. Once again, the noise began as protests were made and defended against. No one seemed to agree on whether their keep had been the first target of the attacks that were currently plaguing the keeps, or whether this was an entirely isolated incident. There were accusations of exaggerated numbers, as well as just making this all up to secure a dragon for their keep. That did make Sapphire's blood boil. They had lost a child, and very nearly much more. These people were more concerned with whether Jarix was better spent guarding their sorry asses here in the safest place she could imagine, not to mention accusing her and the others of lying to the king and the royal guard. There were some supporters in the crowd though, much to her relief. A few were even calling for medals to be awarded for their actions, and the king had made his position very clear already. So she could hardly feel downtrodden right now. A century was so on. Does this recent taking vods and the article be as this cod that hurts? Tom knew that if Jackalope was complaining, then it was likely rather bad. He almost considered giving her a painkiller from a little medic bag he had packed for trips like this. Her system had already been through a lot though, so he guessed that wasn't smart. Can you fly? Zarko just questioned, going over the lashing holding the Tarox in place.
Sure. I'm sorry, but
She looked at Tom with the most genuinely sorry expression he had yet seen on her. She looked rather miserable, in fact. No worries, you aren't my personal jet after all. Jet? Two. Oh no, I guess not. You want him? Fengi questioned, looking at Zarko. Sure, but if he tells me he loves me, I'll hurl him at the ground like an Ixankle. A what? Tom had to ask. That was a new one. A metal ball you throw that goes boom. Honestly, I thought you were supposed to be good at that kind of thing, Zarko replied, sounding distinctly unimpressed. Oh, a grenade. Yeah, we have those. I should make some, actually. Predictably, that made Jackalope perk up, ears going skywards from their previous slack position. That sounds like an excellent idea, Fengi went with a pained smile, looking at Jackalope. With some complaining from Jarix, they eventually all got airborne, forming up in a wedge behind the dragon for the last leg home. It shouldn't be more than 20 minutes, though it was 20 rather awkward minutes as he now laid on Zarkos' back. There wasn't anything wrong with her. She just wasn't what you would call a conversationalist. Eventually, the silence became too much for him, though. Did Redexi tell you about the degrees yet? Yup. Seems like a lot of numbers to keep track of. Tom waited a bit, expecting a bit more than that, but he didn't get it. It's very good for fine course corrections, though. I'm sure it is. I prefer just going where I need to go. But how would you tell Jarix? What would that be, 1/50th left or something? I use my feet. Push with right foot, we go right. Push with left foot, we go left. Nice and simple. Tom hadn't even thought of that option. Following that, silence reigned once more as they made for home. Jackalope was flying right behind Jarix, looking almost as if she were limping through the sky. Seeing her like this gave Tom a twinge of guilt. Thinking back to what Fengi had said, he really hoped she didn't feel like she had failed to impress him. She certainly didn't deserve that on top of the pain of losing. He would need to make sure she knew that wasn't the case. As they came into land, however, they were greeted by Ratchuk, who was looking rather impatient. However, that Texician is 1952. The one of the stage, with Fishard a 15-4 revelations. It would appear that the interesting part of the meeting had passed. They were currently discussing lowering taxation on animal husbandry to encourage more people to move to the countryside outside the capital. Nunuk had responded that she would have Jarix, along with a few others, on the wing by tomorrow morning. They had been thanked for their service by the king himself in front of the entire council. Not to mention, they were getting paid, too. That was not something Sapphire ever thought would happen in her life. Hired by the king, she thought to herself, sure, they had likely saved him a great deal of money on messengers, but still, that was something not many could claim. Now, though, she was quickly losing respect for the council, as she was now observing them bickering like children. It would seem they were almost equally concerned with tax rates as the city's security. At least it was clear they would be allowed to leave when they made it to recess. She wondered if they would be allowed to walk about the gardens for a bit, taking in the sights. In here, there were still plenty of things to look at, to pass the time. The ceiling was all one large painting, she guessed, depicting the founding of the city or something she didn't know. It was very pretty to look at, though. The walls were also covered in more conventional paintings of what were likely important people. Not that she recognized anyone. Apuma's books had been rather light on pictures, so it was mostly descriptions after all. Perhaps she should buy a painting for her bedroom. Maybe she could even get one made of herself. No, that would be a bit too egotistical. A nice scenery, perhaps. She had that out the window, though. Perhaps some pretty buildings, then. The palace would do nicely. There was a very beautiful painting of the city seen from above, hanging on the wall behind the king. Something like that would be awesome. Very good. The rate shall be reduced to 1/5 of yearly production from the previous 1/4. 32 votes to 21. We will reconvene following the short recess, the speaker finally announced. As people began to get up and move about, the usher who had shown them their seats seemingly appeared out of nowhere to escort them back out. Sapphire was honestly surprised by the little guy's stealth, even if she had been rather distracted at the moment. As they walked back out admiring the paintings, she wondered what would happen if Tom showed these people a picture. She grinned a bit to herself at that. She was in the wealthiest place she knew of, and she had something that no one, not even the king, had. She had been photographed. Another finely dressed individual had come up to them on their way out, carrying the formal invitations to the academy. They apparently still had to book an appointment. Dakota had taken the documents, politely nodding, though seeming confused. Oh, fuck the trance thing. Sapphire cursed herself. They had forgotten to tell her that. Sapphire leaned in to whisper, "Don't worry about it. We'll tell you about it later." Dakota just nodded, looking a bit perplexed, pocketing the paperwork. The guards they were assigned to as soon as they left the building were apparently used to people like them, and graciously allowed all the frontier dragonettes to have a walk about the gardens. Escorted at all times, obviously. It was strange to see what was so undeniably nature bent to someone's will like this. Bushes cut into exact shapes. Lawns of closely cut grass and beds of flowers she had never seen before, mixed with some they likely had growing up the walls back home. Not to mention, they were currently the center of attention for pretty much everyone. Even the royal guards escorting them seemed interested. Sapphire couldn't help but puff out her chest a little. Following that report, she assumed they could say just about everything they wanted about, short of where he was actually from and all his things. Being the center of attention in a place like this was a rather surreal experience. Not to pry or anything, but what does he do when not killing everything around him? He watches the children and works like a madman. Honestly, you should see him in the fields. It's amazing, Sapphire responded in a cordial tone. They did need to put on a good facade after all. It wouldn't do to be rude or seem too superior around here. What does he eat? Is it strange? Another asked, sounding a tad worried yet curious. Vegetables mostly. He does like hog though, Balathon went. Well, it was only fair the three of them shared the attention. Dakota didn't usually like that though, so it did leave more for Sapphire and Balathon. Is he like some dumb creature that defends the children then? Oh, like a pet. The questions came from a male and female dragonette Sapphire didn't know. She sighed a bit at that. No, if anything he's smarter than us, I think, she replied, trying not to be disrespectful. And if he heard you say that, I doubt he would be pleased. He certainly put us to shame with mathematics, Dakota added. He talks? Sir. Like actual draconic? Sure, still has a funny accent though, Balathon replied. That was true. He could sound rather strange at times. Not to mention his throat did seem to get sore after talking too much every now and again. Look in the fountain. You can see the bottom, someone then went excitedly. Sapphire had to give him. It was definitely a lot different than the lake water they had back home. It was almost the same shade of light blue as the scales running down her chest, in fact. Almost like the swimming hole Tom was talking about. Balathon went, looking into the shimmering pool. Wait, he can swim. Oh yeah, he loves it, Dakota replied, a sour twinge to her tone. You said he didn't have wings. Do you carry him around all the time then? Sometimes. He mostly stays at the keep though, Sapphire replied. Not to mention Jarix has taken a liking to him as well. That's the young dragon that has been stationed with us, she clarified, trying her best not to sound too smug. Do you think he could kill a dragon? Either that or he dies trying, Balathon answered with a shrug. The dude just doesn't run. I wonder what a city where no one flies looks like. I don't think you could get anywhere. They must live in little communities that don't see each other. Oh, if they only knew how wrong they were, Sapphire thought to herself, content to let the other frontier folk discuss with each other on that one. If it's cold all the time, they might just use the snow to build or live under it. Perhaps underground entirely? I think they would live in caves. The three of them just looked at each other with amused expressions on their face. They weren't going to comment on that. No ornate started of the Semprov, Singbras, Beveritans, Singbras well, Nording under the Brontist. The appound odd a building with theories, the first light tomorrow morning. And that's final, Ratchuk stated, looking at the rather ragged-looking hunting party. This is by order of the king. Zarko and Radexi were standing at attention looking like soldiers at inspection. Tom, though, was wondering just why the fuck timing had to be such a bitch. Get some rest, Jackalope. We will need you. The rest of you get that thing sorted in a hurry. We need to prepare. Sir, yes, sir. Ratchuk set off at an official-looking fast jog, causing Tom to wonder whether this had all gone to his head a bit. It sounded mighty important, though. By order of the king. He wondered just what the fuck Sapphire and the others had been up to since they were taking orders from the king. They couldn't have been there for more than a day or two yet. Predictably, Jarix was beside himself with excitement, which did help with his work ethic, despite clearly being tired from the flight. With the big guy's help, they got the Tyrox strung up to gut it in no time. Following that, Jarix had gone back up to the greeting hall to start going over his equipment. Tom and Fengi set to work preparing the massive beast. They ended up having to cut it into smaller pieces just to get it onto the curing racks, where it would need to sit for a few days. Jackalope had taken the order to get some rest as an excuse to watch the two of them while they worked. Predictably, that didn't last long. She soon decided Tom wasn't doing it right and came over to demonstrate how to do it properly. You go right in against the bone here. Remember to drag the blade, don't push it. Now try again. Tom did his best to try and imitate the movement she had been making. She just made it seem so easy though. Not to mention her longer blade did help out quite a bit compared to his much shorter hunting knife when working on something this size. Jackalope apparently agreed, flipping her knife, handing him her long, sleek blade hilt first, with an encouraging head tilt. Tom wiped and holstered his own blade, taking the knife. It was lighter than he'd thought. All the Huntresses carried them. Jackalope's didn't seem any different. He hadn't actually held one before though. He tried again with the longer blade. It was a lot easier to get into the nooks and crannies with it, even if it definitely took some getting used to. No, like this, Jackalope went, grabbing his hand standing behind him as she began to guide him through it. Tom could hear Fengi snickering. He didn't mind. This was definitely something he could get used to. How long have you been a huntress, Jackie? Well, I was coppered when I was 16, but I've been helping out since I was around 10, she replied, sounding more like she was concentrating on the work at hand. No wonder you're good at this then. She did stop for a second at that, giving him a nudge with her snout before continuing. Quite a few of the others came down to see the massive catch, earning them a fair amount of praise. Eventually, Jackalope let go, standing back to watch him work. Tom was wondering how best to break the news of him and Jackalope, or if he even should, when an overloaded Kokashi landed carrying Esmeralda. She immediately got off, walking over to them, arms outstretched. Oh my gods, Jackie! That's amazing! Jackalope looked more like a deer caught in the headlights than somebody happy to see Esmeralda as the older dragonette hoved her. I must say, you've gotten braver, or did he ask you? Tom and Jackalope just glanced at Fengi, who was looking very proud of herself. Fengi! That's not nice. God damn it, Tom thought to himself, unsure who was to blame for this. Kakashi's damn hearing was likely involved though. Oh, come on, Fengi replied dismissively. It's perfect. Wait, what's going on? Weperna asked from where she was admiring the horns of the Tyrox. All the eyes around them turned to Jackalope, looking for answers, some glancing at Tom curiously. As Esmeralda let go of Jackalope, she appeared to regain her composure, standing tall, raising her head again. I asked Tom if he liked me, and he said, yes, of course. Oh, this should be good, Heron added in an amused tone, as most of the people present just went quiet, looking at the two of them. Then Nunuk landed, looking very angry. Esmeralda, you are not supposed to be out of bed yet. What are you doing down here? We have a pair of spring lovers on our hands, Esmeralda replied excitedly, completely ignoring Nunuk's protest. It took Nunuk a second before she noticed Tom holding Jackalope's knife. Oh no! Don't tell me! Nunuk went, with a slightly horrified expression. Yup, Fengi replied, still sounding proud of herself. Why of all times did you choose now for that? Nunuk exclaimed, seemingly ready to claw at her own face. For all we know, we might be going to war tomorrow, and you. The gods give me strength. Jackalope looked about ready to reply, when she was cut off by Weperna. Has anyone told Shiva? She sounded slightly worried to Tom. He gulped a bit at that notion. Were you supposed to do that here? He really didn't fancy the prospect of pissing off the 2-meter-tall bundle of muscle with more hammers than he had candies, even if he might have Jackalope to hide behind. Oh, go fetch her, would you, hubby? Esmeralda went, still sounding extremely excited. Kokashi diligently obliged, taking to the wing in a hurry. No, wait, not like this. Jackalope went in vain as Kokashi took off. You know you can't keep this a secret from her, right? Besides, I'm sure she has already figured it out. Fengi tried to reassure the distraught Jackalope. The what? That rang out from above them would seem to suggest otherwise. Both Tom and Jackalope instinctively recoiled a bit at the exclamation. It didn't take long before the large frame of Shiva came diving down from the lower platform leading to the armory. She touched down hard, eyes flicking between the two of them without saying a word, finally settling on Jackalope. What did you agree to? She asked in a cold tone, looking at her daughter. It was clear Jackalope was terrified of answering that question, though she did eventually rank her back, replying, I just asked if he liked me and he said yes. Didn't agree to nothing. Her usual confidence was still there, even if there were clear cracks showing. I believe the word used was, "I love you," Fengi added, looking at Tom. He was fairly sure he was red as a tomato right now. At that, Shiva turned to look at Tom, raising a finger. "If you are lying to her, you'll break me? I got it, no worries," Tom responded, trying his best to match Jackalope's confidence. "No," she went, leaning forward, sneering, until she was nearly touching his face. "I will fry you in butter and make a feast out of your ass and then chuck the remnants into the depths of hell itself." Okay, Tom was officially scared right now. Her voice was calm, yet incredibly threatening. To his surprise, he found Jackalope interposing herself, pushing him a step back. "You won't touch him less I say so." Shiva's gaze seemed to switch between the two of them a few times before taking a step back, straightening back up to her full height. "Just making sure he knows," she replied, voice not much warmer. "Do try to be nice, Shiva." Nunuk went, to Tom's surprise. The lady hadn't exactly seemed pleased by this development after all. "We don't have time for sentimentality or fighting right now. We all have work to do, including you two," she went, turning to Tom and Jackalope. "So get finished up down here. We're planning after dinner, and you need to stay in your bed," Nunuk chided, pointing at Esmeralda. "Fine. Thanks for the movie, by the way, it was great," Esmeralda replied, looking to Tom. Waipurna gave her a lift back up, to Kakashi's evident relief as he took off after them. Shiva also eventually backed off, after having stared at the two of them for a while longer, going back to her work. "I will be watching," she declared as she herself took off. "That could have been worse," Tom eventually went, looking to Jackalope. "If you say so," Jackalope replied, clearly not agreeing entirely with him. "Well, how are we supposed to know about those other keeps?" Fengi replied. "I think today has gone very well, all things considered." They had finished up the Taroks as quickly as they could, Tom doing his best to keep up with Fengi as they worked. She was pretty handy with a knife too, after all. Jackalope did lend a hand with some of the lifting work, but other than that, she continued watching him, correcting where necessary. They got it all finished in time for dinner, and Tom handed back the knife. "You're gonna need one of these if you want to shoot more Tyroks, that's for sure," Jackalope stated as she holstered the knife. "I say, that's division of labor. I kill it, you cut it up." Jackalope didn't seem too impressed by that as she crossed her arms. There was still a smile on her face, though. "And carry you home and out there and race a dragon while doing so? I think I did all the work today." "Is that so?" Tom replied, bending down, putting his shoulder against her stomach, and lifting her off her feet. "What the? Hey, I can walk, you know." Tom ignored her half-hearted protest, looking to Fengi with a grin. "See you up there, Fen." "See ya," Fengi replied merely. Jackalope was quite a bit heavier than Sapphire, but Tom didn't have his weights on though, so it was not too bad. Back home, she might actually be around 100 kilos with all that muscle and clocking in at around 95 cm, not counting the horns. Here though, no problem. "You think they will let us both go with Jarix tomorrow?" Jackalope questioned as they were making their way up the stairs. "I hope so. I need to keep an eye on our young recruit. He's older than us both combined, isn't he?" Jackalope questioned, sounding slightly confused. "Maybe. He still has a lot to learn, though." "Do I need to as well?" "Yeah, at some point probably." "Please don't get started with all that math stuff." She did sound genuinely concerned. Tom just chuckled a bit at that. "No, not math. I think you need to learn gun safety first of all. We don't want a repeat of last time now, do we? Sorry, I just wanted to try." "Hey, I clearly ain't mad, am I?" "I guess not. You are slow though, move it." She went, smacking him on the ass. "Oh, you want speed, do you?" he replied, picking up the pace, making sure not to spare her from the jolting motion as he went up the stairs. She did make some very funny-sounding noises as his shoulder dug into her stomach with each stride. She didn't protest though, at least not until they made it up into the keep. "Okay, you can put me down now, my steed," Tom obliged, setting her down gently. "Well, all that carrying has me hungry. What about you?" "Starving. Let's go see if dinner is ready." The two of them had taken seats next to each other at the Huntress's table, rather than the usual arrangement of Tom sitting with the kids. That role was currently in the hands of Waipurna. Most of the guards had come by to congratulate them or poke fun at them. It varied. The atmosphere was weird though, everyone felt on edge. Tom put it down to what they were supposed to be doing tomorrow, rather than himself and Jackalope, even if he had to admit that was a possible factor. Bunkai had seemed anxious to Tom. Perhaps he was wondering just what the fuck had happened today. Tom couldn't blame him. He hardly knew himself, really. He would need some alone time with the guard at some point. He guessed they could both use some advice after all. Jackalope had wolfed down her dinner, clearly not having lied about starving. He wondered if that had something to do with the sugar, or just how hard she had been working today. She ate well most days, but this was abnormal even for her. She even matched him. The day's course was a nice, rich deer stew. As he poked at the side of beans, he reminisced a bit about home. He did miss potatoes and pasta, after all. The potatoes were on the way, but perhaps he should try to make pasta at some point. No, Tom, he thought. There is a war brewing. You just said, "I love you," to a girl who loves explosions, and you are trying to start the Industrial Revolution while teaching a flying gun about life. Pasta can wait. You're never quiet. Something wrong? Jackalope questioned, looking at him as she licked the stew away from her face. Nah, everything's fine. Just a lot to worry about. I know, right? They are totally going to eat the best steaks while we're gone. Tom chuckled a bit at that. Perhaps he was in need of a jackalope lesson after all. I have been effortise of past. Nonuk laid out what they knew, had bedgesses and each hit, and multiflays the dran tie. It gets worse. At the evening meeting in the Grand Hall, Nunuk laid out what they knew. Apparently they had received another message from Dakota concerning what had happened later in the evening. 2 keeps were gone, maybe more, and they might be next. We should shore up the keep, not go hunting for them, Tom protested. Ratchuk nodded his approval. We already know there are supposed to be possible hostiles in the area. What if they are waiting for us to be weakened? Anka added in, clearly not pleased by the plan either. This is by order of the king, so it must be done, Nunuk stated plainly. It was clear she was not going to discuss this, as she leaned back down over the map of the island. Tom had seen the map of the island before. He wasn't entirely sure about its accuracy, as the island they were currently on seemed like one hell of a landmass. It was huge, in fact. Nunuk had pointed out the 2 other keeps, named Hillsdale and Deriva, which were the only other inhabited structures on the island. They were supposed to scout them both to see if anyone was home, and if they were in trouble. They estimated around 6 hours of flying to Hillsdale, with 4 between the keeps. In the best-case scenario, they would scout them both and rest at Deriva before returning the following day. In the event that a keep was hostile, they would not engage. Instead, they would move to the other keep to either warn the occupants or scout the location if they had yet to do so. It sounded simple enough, especially now that they had Jarix on hand. He could fly for days, after all, when not loaded down with tons of meat. Tom really wanted to go. He hadn't seen another keep yet, or even much of the island, apart from the area around Bismarti Keep. Yet he was also concerned about leaving. In the end, Jarix settled that matter for him by demanding Tom accompany them in case they ended up getting chased by something nastier than a darkling. Tom just elected not to argue. Simple enough to do if nothing is wrong. Of course, Zarko stated, currently in the process of copying down what she needed from the big map. We travel light so we can run rather than fight. Very good. You got anything to add, Tom? Nuna questioned. At Hillsdale, can you see the keep from the tree line here? Yes, they are right up against the trees if I remember correctly, Nunuk replied. Then I say, we go in through the trees like we did hunting today. Jarix can land, and we move ahead on foot to scout from cover. Nunuk looked to Ratchuk and Zarko, clearly asking for their opinions. What if they see you? Ratchuk went in a worried tone. You won't be able to run without Jarix if you don't have altitude. If they are expecting us, they will have eyes on the sky, that's for sure. Likely not the ground, though, Zarko replied. I think it's smart. We can't do that for Deriva, though, unless you want to wait for me to crawl a few kilometers across the plains. Then we do it the old-fashioned way there. We come in high and fast under flag. If they don't attack us, we're good. If they do, then we use our speed advantage to outrun them. What if they try and lure us in? Tom questioned. They had clearly been more than capable of that kind of tactics during their last fight. Your call, Nunuk. If nothing happens, should we investigate? Zarko went, looking to the lady. There might be survivors if they just came and left, Fengi tried, optimism wavering slightly. If there are survivors, they are still fighting, or they are hiding, Nunuk replied. How would we know that without going inside, though? Tom questioned. Kokashi could hear them, perhaps, Fengi added. I'm staying here, Kokashi responded in no uncertain terms. I agree. Jarix, Tom, Zarko, dammit, Jackalope, you're going too. That way, the two of you can carry Tom out if anything happens to Jarix, or you get separated. Tom could see Jackalope do a miniature fist pump, clearly very pleased with that. He would be happy to have her if they needed to run, not to mention 2 days flying with Zarko might get rather dry. I say if a keep seems abandoned, we get in close, make some noise, and make ready to run. Hopefully those inside would be able to answer, Zarko stated, still working on her map copy. For all we know, we might be the next target. I don't want you gone any longer than absolutely necessary, Ratchuk went, in a dark tone. He looked up, glancing around the room. It goes without saying that if there are darklings in these keeps, then we are likely going to be next. And if you don't come back, I doubt we would survive. Something that could take either of them down. They're good people who know what they are doing. If they are gone, we need to worry. Looks like Jarix gets to do his dream job then? Redexi replied, looking up at Jarix's head looming above. Jarix had yet to say anything, his face expressionless. Which is? Nunuk questioned. Saving the day, of course, Zarko replied, being answered by an approving grunt from Jarix as he cracked a smile. She was right, of course, Tom thought to himself. This plan would be damn near impossible if they didn't have Jarix. It was still risky, though. They were leaving the keep dangerously undefended. Tom had agreed to leave the shotgun with Heron, much to Jackalope's dismay. The promise of teaching her how to properly use a revolver did seem to cheer her up, though. Right then. So we have Tom, Jackalope, and you, Zarko. Nunuk went in a questioning tone. You want Radexy too, or can you manage? No, leave him here. He can handle a blade if he has to. We don't need any more weight, and I doubt we'll need flag signals. If so, he'll just do it. Should we bring Unkai if they are wounded? You probably should, Nunuk admitted, clearly not sounding pleased about sending the healer. Can you manage, Ratchuk? Well, might do, Mum, I'm sure. It's only for a couple of days. Well then, this was certainly going to be a strange first date, Tom thought to himself. He was crossing his fingers. Jackalope would be back on her feet by tomorrow, as she was clearly still sore as all hell. Nunuk then turned to Tom and Jackalope with an uncomfortable expression. Tom, I trust you are staying with the kids tonight? It took a second for Tom to figure out what was being insinuated. Oh, of course, ma'am, and you go to bed early, she went, looking at Jackalope. I don't want you looking like a night guard tomorrow morning. Fine, Jackalope responded in a tone more akin to a kid being told they couldn't stay up late. Tom seriously wondered if she had even caught on to what Nunuk was probably referring to. That suited him just fine, though, since he hadn't even made it to considering how that might work. If it even could. All the kids said they were hatched either late summer or autumn. So did they have a tea, like a mating season or something? Maybe it was him who had misunderstood what Nunuk meant. God damn it, I have no clue what I'm doing, he cursed himself. Tom, do you have anything to help out? Other than letting Huron borrow your shotgun? That is very generous of you. And I thank you, Ratchuk went, looking a bit strained. Might have an idea. They'll look at it tonight. I'm gonna need you, Shiva. So I hope you don't plan on sleeping. If I get to keep my eye on you, it will be my pleasure. Okay, still not friends, fair enough, Tom thought to himself. Socio. Tom thought to himself. Okay, still not friends. Susie 8, the Chasey, Ansi. The gardens had been truly amazing, even if Sapphire would have preferred to explore them in peace. They had even seen the Crown Princess going for a walk with what looked like friends of hers. Sapphire couldn't help but feel a bit of envy looking at them as they passed each other. Who didn't want to be a princess after all? Total freedom to do whatever you wanted. At least she was fairly sure that was how it worked. The princess had been wearing a dress too. Sapphire had only tried that once before, for the banquet following her championship win, and that one she had to rent. It was such an odd garment, but it did look very nice. Looking around at the other frontier people, she was pleased to note that she and Dakota were seemingly the best dressed amongst them, despite the rushed nature of their arrival. She put it down to Shiva's skills when it came to making some truly exquisite pieces of armor. Balathan looked a lot less impressive. His armor was more function than form after all. It was undeniably well made though, the metal having a nice sheen to it, combined with the clear blue leather freshly waxed of course. They had eventually been led out to the landing platform, where they had first arrived, and were told politely to have a pleasant day. So now they found themselves standing at the city square taking a quick breather, following what had thus far been one hell of a day. So what now? Balathon questioned. Well, at some point we need to see Lady Ishine at the academy. Maybe we can see Lancaster too then. Yeah, why is that again? Dakota questioned, seemingly very confused. While you were out, we were invited to the academy to answer some questions by the lady. She also wants to ask Tom some questions using the earring, Sapphire answered cautiously. They probably should have mentioned that when Dakota came back around. Oh, this day just keeps getting better, Dakota replied, sounding defeated. Sapphire was inclined to agree on that front, and we can hardly even deny her. Not if my sister is to have a hope of staying there. Damn it. That sounds like a tomorrow problem. Haven't we done enough for today? Baltahon replied. You want to go see the city, don't you? Dakota replied in a tired tone. I was thinking the tavern. Sapphire couldn't really fault him for that. They'd just seen the most exquisite place the city had to offer after all. She was guessing he had an ulterior motive, though. You wouldn't just want to get back to Canabrera now, would you? Sapphire replied teasingly. I mean, I just got praised by the king. That can't hurt my chances. I think she likes me. Yep, there he goes again, Sapphire thought to herself. At least that meant he wouldn't be pestering her for quite a while. Well, I need to report what we found out back to Nunuk. I don't know about you, but I'm tired as all hell after using that thing. Sure thing. You sleep it out, I get to hang out with Heiko, and Bale Boy gets to hit on the girl who only wants him for her time on the ground. Hey, she likes me okay. Yeah, but for how long? Sapphire mused to herself. It was perhaps more than a little unfair to have assumed they would be getting a quiet evening. When they entered the tavern, they found Heiko busy bragging about his little sister, who was currently up seeing the king himself. Sapphire walked up behind her brother, who seemed none the wiser to her presence. We went to a council meeting, not an audience, Sapphire said in a slightly hard tone, causing him to stop mid-sentence. She stepped up next to him and sat down. Though we did end up getting praised to high heaven in front of the entire council, as well as getting hired by the king himself to scout too, keeps that. Might be in pretty bad shape, she continued, switching over to happy banter. As she spoke, she took the mug of ale she suspected had been bought for him to continue telling his story, not to mention being invited to the Royal Academy, Balethon added from behind. Sapphire guessed he was already looking for Canabrera. She didn't seem to be here right now, though. Well, you two enjoy telling the world how amazing you are. It'll be upstairs, Dakota went, going up to the room. Sapphire saluted her with the newly acquired mug of ale before turning back to her new audience. So, how many in here have been inside the council building? Sapphire started, looking around at the expectant faces. One guy did raise his hand, though. It was a long time ago, he replied in a meek tone. He lowered his hand again, as a few faces shifted to him. Right so, you gotta hear about this. Today, we got something called ice cream. As tempting as it was to go for another night of partying, especially as she seemed to have no problem getting her drinks paid for, she should probably be heading off to bed. Dakota had come down for the evening meal and gone straight to bed. She had looked like she was ready to drop too. Right. I'll be heading off, she went, getting up from the table. I have a big day tomorrow as well. Oh, but we were just getting started. I'll buy you another round if that helps. The latest dude who had been trying to chat her up went. She was done for the evening though. Sorry, can't do. See you around though. She went climbing up the stairs. She chuckled at the sound of his mates having fun at his expense. What a day. Wonder what they are doing back home. Annis wonner, Scimitar is an exton. All thing, Scimitar is an exton. What a day. What a day, wonder what they are doing. Tom and Jackie sitting in a tree, nuzzling close as they can be. Lovers sitting high in the tree. Of all the problems Tom had failed to consider, the result of 8 kids learning you have a sort of girlfriend was not on the list either. He currently sat contemplating just how long it would take before the little buggers ran out of energy for the night. He had completely given up on the idea of going ahead with the lesson and boring them to sleep, like he had originally planned. Not even story time seemed to work. Only Kieran didn't seem too riled up, instead walking over and looking up at him. You'll still sleep here, right? He asked, sounding very concerned. Oh, come on, how is he supposed to answer that one? Perhaps not every night, but I promise I'll be here sometimes, okay? Okay, Kieran replied, clearly not entirely happy with that answer. Tom had picked up Kieran doing his best to ignore the taunting kids, instead just sitting with Kieran giving him some head scratches. He was going to be going further away from the keep than he had ever been tomorrow, and perhaps going straight into the arms of waiting hostiles. I wouldn't hurt to give Kiran an extra scratch or two tonight. Did he even want to go? Sure, it was going to be exciting, but what if it went wrong? That made something click for him. He had come here with nothing to lose, at least not much that he cared about. Leaving everything behind, possibly forever, and now the stack. He was worried about leaving the keep for a couple of days, fearing he wouldn't be making it back. How the hell did this happen? He sat questioning himself. Not to mention, he had traveled to another world and then immediately settled down the first place he found. He hadn't even been off the island. Hell, tomorrow would be the first time he gets to properly see much of the island. It's a strange world we live in, Kiran. You, the strange one, Kiran replied, nuzzling in for warmth. If we were where I am from, you would be the strange one, you know that, right? No, you strange. You like vegetables. Oh, come on now. He ate 50-50 tops, which was more meat than he was used to already. To his relief, the kids eventually ran out of steam. It was getting late after all, at least for them. It was damn handy they didn't have the endurance of human kids, Tom thought, as he tucked them in one by one. The fuses should be dry now too, so it was time to get to work. Shiva had protested fiercely, as per usual, but for once had agreed to not give a shit about how something looks. The result was a box of 10 metal cylinders forged from scrap armor plates in a hurry. Right, let's make some frag grenades. Tom could see the old smith try to remain coldly indifferent. It was clear that she was struggling, though. He had hoped this would serve as a bit of a peace offering. She was second only to Jackalope when it came to her love for explosions after all, and even that was a disputed topic. She didn't seem happy or excited in the least, though. In fact, she seemed on edge and tense to him. Is it true, what she said? Shiva went during a lull in the work, looking at Tom with a very cold, stern face. You didn't offer her anything? I'm not sure what you mean by offer. Tom tried carefully, not quite sure what she was insinuating. She took a step back, putting down her tools, clenching a fist, expression going pained. God's damn it, did you buy my daughter with guns? She finally let out. What the fuck? No. Was that why she had been angry? Did she think that, fuck me, Tom thought to himself. Nara. Shiva went in an annoyed growl, turning away from him. I don't buy it. I just don't. She asked me, okay, surely she couldn't be serious, could she? Do you think that's why? Shiva's shoulders sagged a bit. I really hope not, she replied in an angry tone. Tom looked down at the box of would-be grenades. Jackalope had seemed as genuine as he could imagine. Then again, he knew she had cried over not being allowed to ride the quad bike, or was that because he had denied her? Fucking hell, Tom went, leaning against a table. Shiva then turned back to him, raising her hand to point at him. I swear I will bribe Kakashi with whatever it takes. If you try and get her to do something she doesn't want to, I will know, and you will not survive. Jesus, I get it. Why do you all of a sudden think I'm an arsehole? What happens if she's the one doing the bribing, huh? Tom didn't really believe that scenario. That was a horrible thing to say about her too. Sorry, just sort of slipped out. She looked ready to scream in his face, instead walking over speaking in a low, growling voice. My daughter is no whore. There was venom in her voice, though clearly she was worried about the whole keep learning of this conversation if they got too loud. No, I didn't mean I like that. For God's sake, I don't even know if it's possible, Tom tried to reply in a hushed tone, leaning further back over the table. Shiva just stood there staring at him. She looked ready to punch him for a second, face contorted, before she backed off, kicking a bucket across the room. God's damn it, I hate this, Shiva let out, smashing a fist into a table for emphasis. She stood there for a second, rubbing her face with the other hand, apparently calming down a bit, shoulders sagging and head hanging low with drooping ears. If she tries that, please, I beg of you, don't. Shiva sounded genuinely defeated at that. Did she really think that was a possibility? Now Tom felt even more shitty for saying that. I won't, I swear, he replied, getting back to his feet. She hasn't done so yet. We haven't even talked about that. He tried, attempting to cheer her up. It was true too, of course. Apart from Jackalope asking if she could try a gun, which was pretty damn understandable. Nor had she insinuated anything of the like yet. Right, Shiva replied, clearly not sure what to do either right now, still rubbing her face. Why is Itova so cruel today? She questioned almost pleadingly. Who? Tom had to ask. Goddess of love, numbnuts, Shiva went, turning her head to look at him like he was a fucking idiot. And she's an asshole today. Shiva continued, looking to the ceiling. Okay, Tom had to do something about this. It was getting ridiculous. I swear, I'm not going to do anything like that, nor allow her. That's just not right. He went, placing a hand on Shiva's shoulder, which she immediately brushed off. Please, let's be friends about this. Fengi told me what happened last time. I won't do that, I swear. Hell, as Fengi put it. I don't know what's going on either. Tom tried a bit of the chuckle at the end, hoping Shiva could see the absurdity of all this. Shiva just sat down on the floor, shaking her head. I guess it's better than some escort or, gods forbid it, a mercenary getting their claws into her. She went, voice calmer than before. I wanted grandkids though. She went with a sniff. Tom went in an uncomfortable tone, not quite sure how to take that part. My threat stands. You do something or let her do something untoward. You'll kill me and eat me, Tom went, trying to sound sarcastic, despite there probably not being an empty threat. Guess I need to trust you not to be an asshole then, she went with a sigh. Fucking shit day. Let's make just those grenades and be done with it, she continued, straightening up a bit, clearly still troubled. Fucking hell, what's with this day? Tom thought to himself as he got back to work. It was already getting late and they had a lot to do. Right? Where's the wax at? The cylinders had been filled with the homemade boom powder, which Tom had made from flash powder and saltpeter. He gutted some shotgun shells for the steel shot, throwing it in too for good measure. The outside was lined with nails secured with twine and wax, the homemade 5-second or thereabouts, fuses sticking out the top. Collinger was likely going to be complaining about most of the keep's nails being gone, and even Tom had to admit this was extremely far from safe. Shiva had managed to fashion some protective caps out of lead. The spark-free metal was likely their best shot at preventing premature detonation, even if using your teeth to pull it off was a definite no-go. They had worked into the early hours of the morning, Shiva clearly being utterly exhausted by the time they were done, but they now had 10 Mad Max frag grenades to show for it. They were going to bring 4 on the trip, leaving the remainder here. Tom had elected that they really should test one before lives depended on it. Everyone had gathered on the firing range the next morning to see the new weapon in action. That looks incredibly crude, Zarko had commented. A proper grenade is a fine round ball. Are those nails? Yes, for more fragmentation. Cuts the enemy to pieces, there are more metal bits inside. The horrified expression on Zarkos and quite a few of the others' faces betrayed that this was definitely news to them. Now, first off you remove the cap, then you get your torch, lantern, lighter or whatever. You hold it against the fuse, it will light off, throwing off smoke and sparks. Then you have 5 seconds, tops. Always assume less. I can't stress this enough. These are not reliable. So light them and throw them immediately. Then you need to take cover. This thing can hurt you from quite far away. He looked around to emphasize his point. He certainly had the full attention of everyone present. Now, everyone get down on your belly. To no one's surprise, that order was obeyed as everyone got down. Jarix did look a little stumped at what to do though. You need to back off a bit. Maybe, sure, he replied in an uncertain tone, taking a fair amount of steps back. Very good. Jackalope, would you like to throw? Fuck yeah, she replied, getting back up. Tom looked to Shiva, who looked rather displeased at that. It would seem she was currently too tired to protest though. Just hold it like this. I'll light it, then throw it as far as you can, okay? Sure, as far as I can. Tom wasn't sure if using Jackalope was a great or a terrible idea. She could definitely throw the furthest. But she was well Jackalope, not to mention the talk with Shiva. Still, the look on her face was worth it. She was giggling like a schoolgirl, even if everyone else looked a tad scared. He brought up the lighter and the fuse caught without a problem, sputtering merely as it slowly began creeping up. Jackalope brought the grenade back and shot that sucker for distance. Thinking back, Tom should probably have considered the lower gravity as the grenade sailed off into the distance. He didn't even see where it landed as he got down on his stomach to join the others, immediately getting back up again to get Jackalope to hit the deck as well. Get down, Jackie. Fuck, sorry. The two of them hit the deck, but nothing happened. He was almost afraid it might have gone out or broken on impact, when the boom rang out as the flash of fire that the flash powder mixture created filled a considerable volume, a fair distance away. That looked more like a grenade from a Hollywood movie. He could see the shockwave though, not to mention feel it. He guessed that anyone within 5 meters had just been cooked, in addition to being blown up and shredded by shrapnel. Holy shit! Zarko let out in surprise. Tom had only just gotten to his feet when he was yanked off them again by an excited jackalope who held him in close, nuzzling him with her snout before putting him down. That was amazing. You are amazing. Do I get one? You sure do. Tom went with a slightly worried smile. Last night very fresh in his memory. Yes. Jackalope went with a little skip, taking the grenade. That was no Ixankul, Zarko then went, eyes wide. What's the difference? Tom had to ask. From the description, they seemed fairly similar. It went bang, that's what. Ours go boom and make a large fireball. Oh, you just use flash powder. Zarko turned to look at him with an incredulous expression. Yeah, I call that boom powder. My own little secret recipe. Zarko turned back to the blast site, eyes wide with comprehension. What could it kill? Ratchuk questioned, peering out toward the distant crater. If you get it close enough, I think it might even kill a dragon, or at least give them a very, very bad day. Thank you, Tom, the guard captain replied, sounding genuinely grateful. Don't mention it. It'll make some good ones later. Those are bad ones, Zarko let out. But, girl, you need to get with the program around here, Wyperna stated plainly. Things just sorta explode every now and again around that guy. Oh yes, they do. Jackalope went, grabbing him by the shoulder for another short side hug, ruffling his hair. Hey, it was planned this time, Tom protested from his current position, gaining him some incredulous looks from Redexi and Zarko. All in all, Tom was rather pleased how this had gone, even if he really needed a nap right now. Then he heard the unmistakable sound of excited dragon footsteps pounding the ground behind him. That was awesome. I have to ask, do they come in my size? The clearly very excited Jarix questioned form behind him. That's a bomb, Jarix, Tom just replied, turning around. Oh, right, I remember those. Can you make them too? Sure, Joel. Gonna be expensive as hell, though. Jarix did that, quite frankly. Hilarious-looking tippy-tap dance at that. It would appear the dragon has been sold on the idea of boom then, Tom thought to himself. Wouldn't something like that just blow up the entire keep? Unkai questioned, looking rather nervously at the box of grenades on the ground. Probably, Tom had to admit with a nod, earning him some even more concerned looks from all around. There should be a building for storing this stuff then, Ratchuk added, clearly pondering the situation rather than being terrified of it. Right then, adding ammo bunker construction to the list, Tom thought to himself with a sigh as he handed Zarko her grenade. And one for you, he went, handing the very worried-looking Unkai his grenade. Or maybe you would rather I carry it. No, I'll take it. I ain't no coward. Unkai started snatching the grenade. Someone's trying to seem brave, Tom noted to himself, looking to Fengi, who was watching intently. Right then, time for a scouting run. Tameen was as a scouting run, now Anima's offering C's, mentioned offerings of the 1-6 recon. We slept in a cave there during a storm, Jackalope went, pointing to the center peak of what looked like a miniature mountain chain. That was a shitty day. I bet it was. Does it have a name? Tom questioned, looking the mountain over. Can't remember, Jackalope replied. Something beginning with Hitter, I think. That should mark around halfway, Zarko went, looking at her map book. Excellent, I can't wait, Jarix replied, clearly excited. You do know there is a very high chance we find absolutely nothing, right? Zarko went, in an indifferent tone. Oh, they'll be there, I know it. If they are, people likely have died. I would prefer if we aren't hoping for that, Tom stated. Honestly, Jarix, Tom thought to himself. It would seem there was still a ways to go with the young dragon's compassion. He had another lesson to conduct, though. Right, Jackie, I want to see you go through this thing again. Sure, Jackalope replied, drawing the revolver from the borrowed thigh holster. Tom had been wondering if it would fit. It had only just done so. But it was on there nice and tight. Safety is on, weapon is loaded. Reloading, open cylinder and extract. She went through the motions just like he had taught her, extracting the bullets and placing them into the little pouch she had found for storing them until a proper belt could be arranged. Then she proceeded to reload the cylinder before clicking it shut, nice and gently. Very good. Bring it up to fire, she responded, bringing the pistol up with both hands and peering down the sights. Tom was not much of an instructor, but he knew the basics. Jackalope's form was on point though, following their first attempts. He had been worried she would be afraid of the gun following what it had done to her hand the last time. If she was, he certainly couldn't tell. Looks good. I always look good, Jackalope responded in a cocky tone, holstering the revolver again. Just a little banged up at times, Zarko responded mockingly. Scars are badass, Jarix added in. You're just jealous you don't have any good ones. Look who's talking, pretty boy, Zarko fired back. She was right, of course. Jarix was damn near pristine, even if a bit of the sheen had worn off. Likely the result of not getting the polish he had been talking about. Oh, are we showing scars? Jackalope exclaimed. Well, you gave me one on my nose, she said, stamping her foot a bit. Got this one when I hit a tree when I was 8. Oh, and Fengi shot me in the ass once by accident. I ain't showing that one, though. Tom had to suppress a giggle at that. That one was a Varghulf stinger, she continued, pointing to a neat scar across her belly. What have you got, Zarko? Mine are mostly sparring and training, Zarko admitted. Some idiot tried to beat me up with a glass bottle in a bar once, got me across the shoulder. There was indeed a sizable scar running down her left shoulder, Tom observed. He had thought it was a sword cut or something. He could see a broken bottle do that, though. What about you? Jackalope questioned, looking at Tom. Oh, quite a few. I was shot a few times, you know when. Got this one cliff diving on vacation once. He went lifting up his trouser leg. What's a vacation? Zarko questioned. And why did you jump off a cliff? I gotta say, even I think that sounds stupid when you can't fly, Jackalope added very thoughtfully. Oh right, a holiday is like some time off from work, where you can just go and enjoy things. I went traveling for that one. Went someplace warm to relax and have fun. You jumped off a cliff? For fun? Unkai questioned, clearly not buying it. Into water, of course. There just wasn't quite enough water. A bit like when Fengi dropped me in the lake. Ouch, Jackalope went with a grimace. Okay, Zarko, do you get vacations? Unkai asked, looking away from Tom the madman. We get time off, sure. You know, if we're just sitting around anyway. How long is a vacation? A few weeks usually. We're paid too. Then, no, we do not, she responded, sounding slightly miffed, ears dropping. I would like to travel sometime. You know, go see the world. Jackalope responded with a hint of dreaminess to her voice. Should have joined the guard then, Jarix added. If they'd have you. Not everyone can just get in because they are a damn dragon. Zarko scolded him. Just because Sapphire wasn't good enough doesn't mean I'm not, Jackalope stated confidently. Sorry, they care about money mostly, unless there is a war on. Who knows, depending on what we find today, your chances might be improving. Ha! When we're done with them, they're gonna ask me, Jackalope replied, patting the revolver. Tom really wanted to repeat his earlier statement about not hoping for people being in trouble, but elected to shut up. There had been a few sights to see. The odd cliff, a forest lake here and there, and a few clearings, of course. Mostly, though, it was the sheer scale of the forest that blew Tom away. It just kept going as far as the eye could see for hours. Why aren't there more dragonettes here? Tom questioned, gesturing to the horizon. There's plenty of food down there, surely. Well, there isn't much reason to come out here. It's too far from the big cities to be profitable. Not to mention dangerous, Zarko replied, matter-of-factly. We've mostly been left alone, Jackalope countered, scanning the horizon. Mostly, yeah. When something like this happens, you're on your own, though. People just prefer to live either in the cities or close to them where we frequently patrol. I see. Doesn't it get, D.O. overpopulated? Tom questioned. Sure, then we start sending more people further out. Some make it, some don't. Most of the success stories come from ones who go and take an abandoned keep. Surviving winter without one is no easy feat. Not to mention the things that would rather have you stop breathing or turn as black as coal, Jackalope added, clearly causing Zarko and Unkai significant discomfort. Sounds like a really shitty way to die, Tom replied. Honestly, they just send people out here and cross their fingers. Humans had done the same, of course, so he could hardly blame them. It would appear this place fought back a little more than the Wild West had, though. Why not just make more keeps then if that works so well? We do build new keeps every now and again, but that is expensive. Most people who can afford it don't really want to spend the money on something as unprofitable as a frontier keep, Zarko replied. Or you could just beat the shit out of the previous owners like Nunuk's grandma, Jackalope added. Scoring a curious look from both Tom and Zarko, Unkai looking down a bit. Relax, they were evil, I think. Or just really annoying, I'm not sure. Apuma said she was awarded the keep for her service? Tom went. He was fairly sure that's how it had been presented at least. Oh yeah, it was. That didn't mean it was empty, though. Oof, Tom thought to himself. Then again, might have been a flaxen bitch or something like that. He wouldn't mind just taking where she lived. Style wee owl. She was in quite a bit better shape today, though. She gave herself a mental pat on the back for being a bit more restrained last night. I'm here on behalf of the Flaxen estate to formally request that you retract your baseless accusations against Lady Flaxen. Sapphire damn near stabbed the woman in front of her and asked her how baseless she felt a knife to the gut was. I think you want Dakota Bismutai for that question. You know, the noble daughter whose childhood friend your lady stabbed with a poisoned blade, Sapphire replied, with as much malice in her voice as she could muster. While I admit circumstances are most regrettable, I must insist that you retract these accusations, as well as refrain from making mention of them. She was at least sounding calm and cordial rather than screaming all the time, which was a definite improvement. Here we go again, Sapphire sighed to herself, stepping back. All yours, Dakota. Your incestuous bitch of a lady is neither esteemed nor innocent. I will not retract my accusation, and even if I did, I think you have more to worry about. Such as? The person asked. The fact that she has managed to insult the Royal Guard as a whole, Colonel Hashaw and Baron in particular. Oh, and what more was it? Lying to a royal court, attempting to falsify evidence, and making false accusations of treason in spite of knowing the truth. Dakota stepped forward right into the face of the woman, looking like she was ready to snap at her throat. This is just in addition to attempting a murder. In my fucking keep of my friend. She is still sick in bed after a week. Had she managed to get away with all that, she might damn well have had us all executed as traitors too. So, I reiterate for the slow-minded amongst us, I will not let that bitch go. Dakota had damn near run out of breath by the end of her tirade. Sapphire couldn't help but crack a smile at the sight of the finely dressed woman across from her, who was clearly rather terrified by now. I am terribly sorry. I truly am. May I come inside so we— No, you may not. Right, of course. See him here to negotiate the terms for having the charges dropped. We will not negotiate. Dakota responded coldly. I must beg you to reconsider. The family has agreed that these charges must not be brought against us. Then kick the bitch out, Sapphire added, standing behind Dakota, arms crossed, doing her best to look scary. But she is the lady of the household. We could not. Not my fucking problem. Now piss off, Dakota went, pointing down the stairs. Would you not at least hear our offer? What's going on? A still, sleepy-looking Balathon questioned, stepping out of his room. Just someone who thinks they can buy our honor, Dakota replied in a seething tone. No, I merely meant we might come to a mutual understanding. Oh, please. We're not that stupid, Sapphire added. Well, what's the offer? Balathon asked. Really, Sapphire thought to herself disapprovingly. Why, no less than 500 gold to be paid in various goods. She sounded very impressed with herself at that. That's it? Sapphire let out. Sure, that was a shit ton of money. About as much as the keep made a year after all. Still, Tom likely had several times that amount just lying around, not to mention the countless things that were likely priceless in their own right. That is a very large sum of money, Huntress, the woman stated, sounding slightly offended. Leave. Dakota sneered at her, still pointing at the stairs and placing her other hand on her sword hilt. Maybe I should have brought a sword too, Sapphire wondered to herself. That was certainly an effective threat after all. The woman did as instructed, turning away in a huff, trying to seem insulted despite clearly being scared shitless. Come on, let's get some breakfast, Dakota went, taking a deep breath, easing up a bit. After eating, they elected to spend the day going around the city. Dakota had some errands to run, and they needed to get that appointment at the academy. Once things kick off with the trial, they might not have the time after all. It's gonna be crazy in there, don't you think? Sapphire questioned as they were getting ready to head out. At the academy, I mean. Hopefully Tom knows what he's doing. I don't think we will be the ones answering most of the questions after all, Dakota replied, studying herself in the mirror. What about those flaxen people? Think they will try something? Oh, and sure of it, just not sure what. What would you do if Nunuk was about to bring shame to us all by being sentenced to something like this? I have no idea. Break her out of jail, perhaps? No. It's their reputation they're worried about. That makes it worse. They aren't going to try and kill us, right? Sapphire questioned, suddenly slightly worried. Unless they want to try to assassinate Hashaw as well, it wouldn't do them much good. She's the one pressing the charges, technically. So I think we're quite safe on that front. I'm more worried about Tom. Wait, you think they want to kill Tom? No. I think someone might want to know more about him. So please, do try to restrain yourself when bragging, and we don't travel alone here. We can't lie to the council. But down here there is no telling who you're talking to. Sapphire's mind flashed back to telling about Tom's little swim with Dakota last night. No, I agree we should be careful. The caring is the phi with a die of respart calming, all be calming down, all be calming, OPC. We should be coming up on Hillsdale soon, Zarko went, peering out ahead. I think that's smoke, Jarek stated. Tom sure as fuck couldn't see it though. Yep, that's smoke all right, Zarko confirmed. Oh, come on, Tom thought to himself. Well, someone's home then, Jackalope added in, not sounding worried. Yeah, looks like chimney smoke. Let's go low. Skim the trees, Jarek's. Skimming the trees, Jarek's responded, descending down to as low as he dared. They would maintain this altitude for a while until they were close, then drop down under the canopy for the last leg. There had been no sign of flies around as they made their approach, finally diving down into the trees at a small clearing. Time for an obstacle course then. Jarek's went as he began to weave between the huge trees, not slowing overly much in the process. There was a lot of space between them, so it wasn't too bad. Still, it was clearly more work than cruising. Tom almost started to feel a little sick from the constant banking. First one way, then the other, over and over again. Please help me. Tom shot up at that. What the hell? He went. Looking around, the others had clearly heard it too. Shit, that was that mental speech again. The fuck? Hello? Jackalope tried, also looking around frantically along with the others. There was nothing to be seen though. On your left. Please. Left turn, Jarek's warned, banking into the turn. By the water, the voice spoke again. It didn't take long before they broke a tree line, entering a clearing with a small water hole in the middle. Tom's mind was screaming ambush at him as they entered the clearing at speed. He crouched down, unlatching his revolver just in case. Down there, Jarek's cried out, sounding troubled. As he went into a dive, Tom scrambled to hold on. Oh shit! Zarko let out in alarm. Where? Tom demanded, drawing the revolver. Jarek's came down hard, trotting over towards something. Tom managed to get to his feet, gun raised, to see for himself. By the side of the water, a familiar-looking white horse was lying down, head near the water, horn missing and covered in what looked more like mercury than blood. Oh, that can't be good. No, 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 no. Unkai trailed off as he jumped down, sprinting over to the stricken unicorn. No, it's not, Zarko confirmed, sliding down herself. Jarek's, keep an eye out, would you? This might be a trap. Tom went as he himself jumped down. Jarek's responded with a nod, craning his neck to look around. Is it dead? Jackalope questioned, as Unkai was frantically looking the unicorn over. Tom took a lap of the creature. He didn't know shit about unicorns, but this one sure looked familiar, even beaten to shit as it was. Not quite yet. It sounded calm if strained until it laid eyes on Tom, who was currently wearing his helmet, goggles, and faceplate. What the? No, not like this, it pleaded, trying to get up. Tom instinctively raised his hands, taking a step back. It sounded female, and it certainly looked like Calistine to Tom. It's cool. I'm the one who made a lot of noise. No problems. I won't hurt you. It did calm down again, looking at him with those emotionless eyes. You look like a demon, she let out in a weak voice. That sounded like Calistine all right, here to rescue her, and she's got the insults ready. Right. Oh my gods. Bleeding first, Unkai went talking to himself, clearly awestruck by the situation. He got to work frantically sealing up cuts. There were a fair few arrow shafts embedded in her as well. What should I do? Jackalope and Tom asked in unison, looking at each other for a second, then turning back to the situation in front of them. Water. Please, water, Calistine pleaded. Tom obliged, unscrewing his bottle, kneeling down and letting her drink. Jackalope, help wash the wounds, Zarko ordered, sitting down to help Unkai. She applied pressure to the wounds while Unkai worked. So, can you die? I mean, aren't you capable of saving people? Tom tried, slightly awkwardly. It took a bit before she answered. Yes, she replied, looking at him while she drank. I'm not going to say this. Can you hear me? Calistine nodded slowly in response. People might be very hurt where we are going. Is it true your blood can save lives? Only fresh, she responded. He looked at the others. Hao didn't seem to react, so he guessed this was private. If we find any, will you help them? She finished drinking. Don't know. It was clear she was struggling to do whatever she had to do to speak. Tom really hoped she meant she didn't know if she could, rather than whether she would. How did this happen? Zarko questioned, not being blessed with a reply, which clearly annoyed her. Do you know if the keep is okay? Jackalope tried. No, came the strained answer. I think she needs to rest, Bunkai went, giving a strained sigh as he moved on. This will hurt. I am truly sorry. Zarko cut it out, taking a knife to a unicorn. There's something you don't do every day. I am truly sorry for this, Zarko went, sounding like she didn't quite believe what was going on. She started to delicately cut out an arrow, going slowly and carefully. Calistine didn't take it very well, thrashing about on the ground. Stop! It hurts! She went in a demanding tone. Tom had been expecting a headache, though nothing came. In fact, even in his head, she sounded weak and tame. We need to get them out, Zarko protested. Bunkai nearly froze, looking at the unicorn in horror. Jackalope, help hold her down, would you? And do your job, guardsman. Bunkai snapped back into reality, and the two of them continued to work on the arrows, Jackalope holding down the unicorn's head. This feels heretical, Jackalope protested as Calistine fought against her. It was clear the unicorn was a spent force, though, failing to put up much resistance. Now. It will be over soon, Tom tried in his best nanny voice, hoping he wasn't just insulting her. The more you struggle, the more it hurts, and the more you bleed, Zarko observed as she and Bunkai continued to work. Calistine was clearly in great pain, letting out some very distressed neighing that almost sounded more like screaming. That's one out. You're doing great, Bunkai tried, in an encouraging tone. It was clear he was struggling himself, though. Tom guessed that working on what was sort of like a demigod, at least to him, was a rather stressful situation. Calistine continued to thrash around for the more painful parts, but she did stop protesting the procedure. It took a while to get the arrows out, but they managed it. After that, it was mostly cuts and bruises and a rather nasty stab wound. She did eventually ease up a bit, breathing growing more steady as the most painful parts of the procedure were over. Thank you, she finally went in a meek voice. Jackalope got off her and stood back up. See, there you go, good as new. Why didn't you just come get us? Tom questioned. Calistine responded with a distressed whinny. Zarko leant over to him and, speaking in a hushed tone, said, Her horn, Tom. Well, shit, Tom thought to himself, looking at the broken stump. How does something like that even happen? As Seesdo? Meesdo was the seething easier street, so what Helmist pressed as Sieve. Hasizo was the Trey States, Chapter 77, that can't be good. Hey look, Saf, they have little figurines, Balathon said from one of the market stands. The three of them had been browsing around for a bit, looking for anything interesting. Sapphire didn't know if she'd been spoiled by Tom, but she couldn't find much she wanted, and what she did want was way too expensive. The figurines Balathon had found were rather cute though. There were dragons, unicorns, even Vargolfs and a Pielter. Sapphire picked up the disgusting-looking thing. Why does it have to have that many eyes? And all those legs are just unnecessary. All in all, it gave her the creeps as she put it back. No way that thing was going on a shelf in her room. She had settled on wanting that small painting though, but as of yet hadn't found someone who had one she liked. She was also yet to find any books, though the lack of them at the marketplace would suggest they were well out of her price range, just as she had feared. They had already swung by the academy to see about getting that appointment. Sapphire had been a little surprised Lady Ishani couldn't squeeze them in for another 4 days, but that at least gave the scouting team plenty of time to make it back. What about a hunting knife for Tom? Balathon asked, having already moved on to the next stand where Dakota was, as Sapphire stood admiring the figures. Dakota picked up one of the merchant's blades to inspect. Shiva can make it better and cheaper, she went, not paying the offended-looking merchant any mind. Might be back later for that, though. Very nice engraving, she continued, pointing to a halberd hanging on the rear wall of the stall. Sapphire moved over for a look. It was definitely a finely made weapon. Think Tom could swing it? Dakota questioned, looking to Sapphire. Sure, he could, but would he like it? Like it? The merchant broke out, clearly fed up with them insulting his stuff. This here is no mere lump of metal. It's the finest steel money can buy. No self-respecting individual wouldn't want this by his side. Still only steel, though, Dakota replied. Sapphire wasn't sure irritating the merchant was the best strategy if Dakota wanted it. But what did she know? You ain't gonna find mithril out here, lassie. That stuff is locked away where it's nice and safe. Not that you could afford such a weapon. Out of curiosity, what would such a fine weapon cost me? Okay, Sapphire guessed Dakota was actually bartering rather than just insulting the man then. I take 25 gold for a mithril blade. Good to know. I might be in touch, she went, walking off. Sapphire and Balthan turning to follow. What was that about? Sapphire asked as they walked. We might be doing some heavy shopping. I want to know where the good stuff is, of course, and he didn't have it. What are we looking for? Balthan asked. A proper mithril smith. Tom wanted some ingots for a project. And a proper mithril sword is at least 50, and that's not even a great one. Sapphire and Balthan just looked at each other for a second. I guess she's expecting a lot from those drawings then, Sapphire concluded to herself. Now let's have a look at the list. We need an alchemist, an inventor, quotations mark not the crazy kind, whatever that means, paper. Linseed oil. Okay, that should be easy. Sapphire, can you remember why he wanted porcelain clay? Where do you even get that? Is the bleeding having been staunched and designed? Which many 18 Dalsons, which probably Dasa and Dasa, which Calistine had been given some time to come to her senses, the bleeding having been staunched and her thirst slaked. She was still clearly incredibly weak though. Mind telling us what's going on? Tom tried again. Went to help the cutest little dear, Calistine finally replied, though she appeared to be struggling quite a bit. It was hurt and left behind. I called him Bemmy. When I arrived, some big bastard thing hit me in the face and broke my beautiful horn. She descended back into the distressed whinnying, which Tom guessed was either crying or some kind of tantrum. Broke your horn? Just like that? Tom questioned incredulously. The dragonettes had told him stories of just how powerful a unicorn was supposed to be, and something just fucking broke her horn like that. It slapped me through a tree. Damn you. Yeah, okay, that sounded bad. Such a fine oak too, she continued. The fuck is wrong with you? Tom thought to himself. Slapped through a tree, and she was more worried about the tree. Her head turned towards him as she let out a snort. All right, sorry. What of the keep? Do you know if they're okay? Zarko tried, crouching down in front of Calistine. I don't know. I can hear it, my beautiful forest so silent. God good. She sounded miserable. Tom poked Unkai and tried to convey, the fuck does that mean? Through facial expressions. Unkai responded with a distressed-looking shrug and shake of the head. I think it's the horn, Jackalope stated, looking at the two of them. No need to be sneaky. She can hear your thoughts. Right, he really needed to get used to this. So there are bad guys around, you are very injured, and we have 2 keeps to scout, both quite likely in trouble. Where were you attacked? Zarko tried again, clearly getting a little irritated by the lack of a useful response. I don't know. I went blindly. Like a blind jump? Tom questioned. You didn't know where you were going? Didn't go far, I can't hear the forest? I didn't know where to go. Right, so they are around here somewhere. Either we hide her, or we bring her. Your call, Tom went, looking to Zarko and Jarix, who were trotted up behind her. She needs to rest, Unkai interjected. I say we hide her. Well, they do like to run, Jarix added, looking down at them. Tom felt a little bit of cold indignation in the back of his mind. Calistine didn't say anything, though. So do we if we find anything today, big boy, Zarko responded. We have work to do. Me, Tom, and Jackalope will go to the keep. You two stay here with her, make her a hiding place. Right, let's go then, Jackalope went, sounding enthusiastic, though she was looking rather worriedly at Calistine. They had taken to the wing, Tom being juggled back and forth as per usual, and ending up on Jackalope's back as they made for the keep through the trees. It shouldn't be far despite their unexpected early stop. We stick to the plan, Tom went, as they weaved effortlessly through the large trees. Yup, go in on foot, let you get close enough to see things, then run like hell if they see us. Right on. It was a few minutes before the trees began thinning out, and Jackalope went into land. Tom jumped off, giving her a knuckle knock on the shoulder for good luck. Zarko putting down beside them. Right then, you stay behind me 10 meters minimum, but keep an eye on me. If I run, wait for me to catch up, Tom went, looking at the two of them unslinging his rifle and making sure it was loaded. Here we go. He changed his pace to get as close to the forest floor as he could and moved, crouched down low. He could hear the two dragonettes following behind him, making a lot more noise than he would have liked. He guessed they weren't really used to this sneaky thing yet. It was still a minute or two on foot to the edge of the trees, where he could see through into open terrain. In front of him was a small valley. On the far side, a fair way to his left, stood a small keep. More precisely, the ruins of a small keep. Fuck me, he thought to himself, bringing up the rifle to have a closer look. It was a bit squatter than Bismarcky Keep and slightly smaller, but definitely a keep. It looked like the walls still stood like nothing was wrong, but the stone was scorched and most of the woodwork was either gone or charred to oblivion. As he scanned around, there was no sign of life. The animal pens were empty, though most of the exterior buildings appeared unharmed. The smoke they had thought was from a chimney was trailing up from the keep itself, so something was still smoldering inside. He sat there scanning for a minute or two without spotting anything before he brought up his hand, gesturing the girls forward, both of them slowly making their way up to him. Holy shit, Jackalope let out, trying to be hushed but failing quite badly. Not that it mattered at this range, nor did Tom blame her. Not much to save there, Zarko added, sounding a bit too indifferent for Tom's taste. That had been the home of around 20 people and kids, if Nunuk was right. No, there isn't, he retorted in a dark tone. There's still smoke, so it happened recently. Can't see anything moving, so I want a closer look. What if they are hiding like last time? Jackalope questioned, clearly not too thrilled with the prospect of going inside. Then we flush them out. You got that grenade for a reason. Tom went patting her on the hip. Let's go get the boys, then I say we start with a flyby. They might just come crawling out of there. Tom didn't like the mental picture of darklings crawling out of the burnt-down keep. He had to agree that a flyby was probably a better idea than simply walking over there, though. They had returned in silence. This was the worst-case scenario, pretty much. Now only the possibility of survivors remained. Jackalope was quite on the way back. Tom did his best to give her a hug as they flew. This was bound to hit very close to home for her after all.
You okay?
I'm fine. This happens.
Yeah, she wasn't.
It really shouldn't. No, but it does. She responded coldly. Tom elected to not pursue it any further, instead trying to imitate that nuzzling thing they did, which did get him a sad chuckle from her as they flew. Unkai and Jarix had managed to put together a small shelter by propping up some large branches against a tree. Calistine had barely been able to get to her feet to walk over there, even with all of them helping her stay on her feet. She had refused the offer to have Jarix just pick her up, though, so some pride remained. You will be okay, right? Unkai questioned worriedly. He had asked to be left behind, being denied by both Tom and Zarko. Tom was hoping Calistine wouldn't be his last patient today, and Zarko was worried about leading the Darklings back here if they returned. It'll be fine at some point. Not my first injury, Calistine replied, seemingly a lot calmer, not to mention more respectful towards Unkai. But it was my first horn, she continued, her voice cracking and switching into a kid ready to bawl. Tom was perhaps being a little hard on her. She had been messed up bad after all. If she said she would be fine, then that was all he needed to hear. They had shit to do after all. The Stader, Shoses, Arthurs, the Passers Hastek, the Presh, the Rest Fiver. Rodine B X's on the remain the odd useful item here and there. Mostly, I make my automatic horn polishing machines. They are all the rage these days. As Sapphire looked around the sparse shop she was currently standing in, she seriously doubted that. Still, this was the only person they had found thus far with a hope in hell of making Tom's inventions, and he was a member of the city's engineering guild. They had spent the better part of the day going from workshop to workshop. Everyone else they had found specialized in large-scale projects like cranes, siege engines, and construction. This man, however, seemed to have a knack for the small stuff. I also made a wind-powered rotary washing line, so it will spin round when drying inside for quicker drying. Why not just put the washing outside? Dakota questioned, clearly not sold on the idea. What if it's raining, huh? Didn't think of that, did you? The slightly decrepit-looking older man went. Though his appearance was messy, Sapphire didn't get the feeling he was necessarily cool. Looking around, she could see plenty of expensive things, so she guessed he was the type that put it all into his work, rather than himself. Well, Mr. Tink? Sapphire shook her head a bit. She still didn't believe that was his actual name. He had insisted though, so fuck it. We don't actually want you to invent anything. We want you to make our invention. Before I show you, you will have to sign here, she went, placing the piece of parchment on the table. This is called a non-disclosure agreement. What does that do? Tink asked, seemingly a little unwilling to sign something he didn't know what was. Has some common sense then, Sapphire thought to herself as she watched. It means you can't go blabbing about what we are about to show you. Not that you would want to, of course. You will want to keep these things between us, so you get to make them. Sanctioned by the guild, of course. Tink picked up the quill, signing the parchment. Oh sure, nobody wants my designs anyway. They say they are too complicated to build. I say pollywog to that. Sapphire glanced at Balathon for a second, who just shrugged, clearly not knowing what that was either. What have you got in mind for little old me? Sapphire looked to Dakota, who cracked a bit of a smile. Well, Mr. Tink, these, she began, pulling up the satchel and taking out the designs for the lighter, pencil, and compass. This is a fire starter. A flick of the finger and your torch, pipe, candle, or whatever is lit. That is a writing implement that doesn't need ink, doesn't dry out, and can be kept in your pocket. And that is a small dial that always points north for navigation, using something called a magnet, Dakota finished, standing back up and crossing her arms, looking very pleased with herself. Looking back, Sapphire should maybe have been standing by to catch the inventor as he hit the floor. Ooh, ouch, Balathon went as Tink's head bounced off the table on the way down. Sapphire just grimaced. My bad, Tink Jr. went, walking over to his old man. The young apprentice looked to be in a lot better shape than his father, though he was still covered in a disconcerting amount of black smudges and oil. Sapphire helped to drag Tink into a chair as Junior went to get some water. I think that's a cell, Sapphire went, looking back at Dakota, who looked like she felt a little bad about that. I think that's a little bad about that, Jarix questioned as they were climbing up over the forest away from the keep. If there were enemy lookouts, they didn't want to be spotted until they had a sizable speed and altitude advantage. Yeah, he'll go get it out, Zako replied as she clambered down the harness onto Jarix's belly. Got it, she went as Tom heard the weight line drop. It was a rather simple system, a lead weight on a rope with a flag attached towards the bottom. So they now had a nice big flag fluttering in the wind beneath them. If there were friendlies down there, they wanted the flag to avoid a repeat of what had nearly happened when Lady Flaxen came in. When the altitude was deemed sufficient, Jarix swung around, still climbing, heading towards the keep. They would come diving down on top of it, hopefully provoking anyone inside to give chase. They were obviously betting on the Darklings being dumb enough to do so, which Zarko seemed to believe they would be, unless someone was telling them what to do. What, they can't think or what? Oh, they can think all right. They just can't disobey an order. Imagine sending a squad of soldiers out for a week with only one set of orders. You are going to make them pretty broad, aren't you? In Ming sure. So if they have been told to defend the keep, they will come after us if they think we are a threat to the keep, she stated, clearly finding it obvious. Boom time? Jarix questioned excitedly. Just don't hit the keep, go for the ground near it, that should do, Zarko responded. And only a little one. Save it for later, might need it. Roger that, Jarix responded. Jackalope poked Tom on the shoulder as she leaned over. What was it like to be on him when he did it last time? It made the hair on my neck stand on end, Tom responded, not figuring out the problem until he saw Jackalope's slightly confused expression. Then she grabbed him, bending him over forward to inspect the back of his neck. Oh, they're so cute. Look, Zarko, he has like little baby hairs back here. Tom wasn't entirely sure how best to react to this situation, so he just went with it. Her stroking the back of his neck was actually kinda nice, even if his current position was a little uncomfortable. Sure do, he responded, accepting his fate. It almost reminded him of when he had first come here, and they had taken turns to play with his hair. Unkai had then come over to join in, which was a little less okay with Tom. What are those for? The healer questioned. Tom sat back up. No clue, but they can feel when there is electricity in the air, so that's cool. Wait, didn't you say electricity was just weak lightning? Jackalope questioned. Yup. You can feel lightning? Zarko questioned. Not just hear it? Yes, I feel it all over. Neck hairs are just the most sensitive. You are fucking strange, you know that, right? Zarko continued. He's awesome, you're just jealous, Jackalope responded, clasping her arms around Tom, dragging him into an embrace. Nah, girl, you do you. Ready to dive yet, big boy? Sure, this should do, hang on. Well, for once, Tom felt very secure. Jackalope didn't let go of him. Her feet instead clasped onto the handles. She was clasping onto the handles. The dive wasn't anywhere near as steep as what they had done before. Though Jarix did pick up a considerable amount of speed, Tom made sure to tighten his goggles, just in case. He was almost worried Jackalope would let go to put her arms in the air. But she held on tight, perhaps a little too tight, though he wasn't complaining. They eventually leveled out with the keep dead ahead. Tom felt the hairs on his neck and arms stand on end as the very recognizable whine of Jarix preparing to fire filled the air, followed by a sharp crack, as the beam shot down towards the ground, impacting near the base of the keep in a shower of sparks and tendrils of lightning. Jarix pulled up, going left of the keep, wingtip coming within a few meters of it, as they climbed away, all looking back down towards the keep getting smaller behind them. But nothing happened. Well, that is both good and bad, Zarko then went. I guess we are landing then. Go down and circle the keep for a bit, then come in for a landing. He'll get the flag back in roger that, Jarix replied, banking over to dive back down the way they came. As they circled the keep, there wasn't a soul to be seen. Not even a scared animal fleeing. It was just dead. They kept circling for a few minutes, eventually settling down in a grassy meadow outside of all the smaller buildings. You stay at the edge, big guy, ready to go airborne right away. Tom, you stay up here, Zarko ordered. Tom didn't have a problem with that plan. If they needed to get out in a hurry, the last thing they needed was to have him along to worry about. Yes, Mom. Remember, Jackie, finger off the trigger till it's time. He went looking at Jackalope, who was getting out the revolver. Locked and loaded, she replied. Cheesy as that was, Tom didn't smile. This was not a funny situation. Instead, he just nodded at her. Be careful, okay? An arrow to the neck and you're dead no matter how awesome you are. I'll be careful, I promise, she replied, jumping off. Do I get some words of encouragement? Zarko questioned, clearly directing her question at Jarix. Shoot first and don't get shot. Thanks, big guy, she replied, jumping off too. Well, fuck me. I guess. It came from Unkai after a bit of a wait, sounding like he was trying to seem cool. Good luck. Tom went without taking his eye off the keep. Zarko was carrying one of the crossbows, Unkai a sword and shield, and Jackalope had the revolver as well as a nasty-looking warhammer by her side. All in all, they were ready for a fight, even if there were just 3 of them. Looks like we're on Overwatch then, Jarix, Tom went, getting the rifle ready. Good, that sounds so much cooler than Lookout, Jarix responded, walking up to the edge of the buildings. We aren't here to be cool. This is a grave, Jarix, and a lost home. Jarix didn't respond, but Tom did feel the dragon sag a bit. I'm sorry, let's just get everyone home safe, okay? No, you're right, I'm here to prevent this, not clean up the mess. Hey, we didn't know, nothing we could have done. So we go one step at a time. Right now we need to know if someone made it. Roger that, Jarix replied, clearly not letting go of the notion entirely. Tom couldn't blame him for it. At least there weren't any bodies to look at. Bodies, so, look at. So, Men for 1. Sue and Men Sign, Chapter 78, Hope Once Lost. How many do you think you can make? Barthen questioned the older inventor. I have no idea. I need to take this higher up the chain. This is astonishing. How did you come up with all this? Tink responded, clearly still awestruck. We didn't. We are just middlemen, Dakota answered for them. I suppose I don't get to meet the genius behind this then, Tink responded in a slightly hopeful tone. Perhaps in time, but for now, I'm afraid not. He has too much to do already. I understand, a mind like this must surely never be at rest. Dakota and Sapphire just looked at each other with slightly pained expressions at just how accurate that statement was. What would you even sell something like this for? He went, looking at the designs for the lighter. I say, make the nobles pay a shit ton for it. Then, when they all got one, make them cheaply for everyone, Dakota replied. Solid plan, Sapphire thought to herself. It shouldn't even cost that much to make. It's so simple. You could make it out of gold, though. That should jack up the price. Sapphire was almost afraid he might drool on the precious pages. If anything, he was being extremely careful with them, though. I'll schedule a meeting with the craftmaster as soon as possible. Junior, go see if you can go find some of that nasty powder they use for the play. That sounds like exactly what we need. On it, Junior replied enthusiastically as he bolted out the door. Sapphire shivered a bit at the notion that someone had agreed to be doused in a powder that made you look like a darkling. She guessed it was some desperate souls trying to please the higher-ups, hoping to get a proper role at some point. It certainly showed dedication, that was for sure. Now I have most of what we need. He'll get the rest and put together some prototypes. Though I might need some time for that magnet thing, I can't believe that would work. But I don't have anything that is, what did he call it, magnetic. Sapphire didn't blame him. It sounded like magic without magic being involved. Then again, that was applicable to most of the things Tom had brought. Yeah, he speaks weird, Dakota replied dismissively. It wasn't their fault. No one short of Esmeralda could make those stupid lip sounds. Maybe just the lighter and the Densil for now then, Dakota went, looking down to the pages. That should do for now, yes. Oh, sure. Those are amazing in their own right. I want some of those Densils immediately. And you say you can make the lines go away with that strange soft thing? Yeah, he calls it a rudder. Wasn't that for steering with? Sapphire questioned. She was fairly sure rudder in English was the thing ships used to steer. She could be wrong though. I can't say it the way he does, okay? We're calling it a rudder. It makes corrections anyway, it's mostly right. He also called it an eraser, Sapphire added. Tom had definitely used that before. That sounds sinister. I vote for rudder, Tink went, putting his hand in the air, being joined by Dakota. Sapphire just shrugged. She didn't care either way. Balathon eventually put his hand in the air too, after Dakota stared a bit at him. That's decided then. The lighter, the Densil, and the rudder. I want you to make copies of these. I'm keeping the originals. Of course, follow me, Tink went, waving them along to another room full of parchments and drawing implements. It had taken until after sundown to get the plans and instructions for how to make it all copied over. It really didn't help that some of the materials were clearly written by Tom. He really needed to work on his handwriting in Draconic. Tink Jr. had returned with a small bag of the strange grey powder, which apparently turned everything it touched grey. Sapphire made sure to steer well clear of that bag. That stuff could likely get you killed in some of the less nice parts of town. Now, though they were once again sitting at the tavern, enjoying the fairly nice meal, they hadn't discussed prices with Tink, since this was likely going to be a deal stuck with the entire guild rather than just the lone inventor guy. Dakota had also told them not to talk too loudly about the sums of money likely involved. It was bad enough they had people lined up at the tavern asking for stories about Tom. They didn't need to be robbed as well. Sapphire didn't mind much, but she could see the problem. Besides, Heiko had gotten some of his friends to come over and say hi, so they sort of ended up with a shell of people around them who could keep the annoying ones away. It almost felt like the old days for Sapphire before she had left for Bismuth Keep. She had eventually grown tired of all the attention, but it was rather nostalgic to once again be the center of conversation in a tavern, even if it wasn't strictly her being talked about. Dakota had stayed with them tonight as well, so they all three ended up having a pleasant evening. Canabrera, of course, also showed up again to hang out with her new boy toy. Damn, I'm glad we could afford 2 rooms. Dakota went as the 2 lovebirds retired for the night. I think he is too, Heiko added in, bringing up his mug for a cheer. They hadn't been party drinking like the first night, just having a good time, that was all. Sapphire hoped they weren't having too bad of a time back home. Hopefully they wouldn't find anything at the keeps, go home, and go about things like normal. They had already been attacked twice this year. It would be pretty fucking bad luck if it happened again. Highways. Not finding N. So chase W of there and Morge War. It would be pretty fucking bad luck if in Median. It would be pretty fucking bad luck. Anyone here? Jackalope tried after they had been searching around for about 10 minutes. Not finding anything. Not even a dead chicken. There were trails of animal blood around the pens, and the doors had been busted in using something very nasty. The thick metal-reinforced doors had been reduced to splinters on the lower level. The keep didn't sit high on a cliff like Bismuth Keep, so it was possible someone could just have walked up with a battering ram and knocked them in. The massive claw marks on the stone would suggest otherwise, though. Hello, we're here to help. Wunkai went, bracing his shield, but receiving no response. Tom and Jarix were holding positions at the edge of the buildings. Jarix facing away, ready to bolt, while also keeping an eye out for anything approaching. Tom was sitting on his back, rifle at the ready, keeping an eye on the dragonettes as they searched. Going inside had not been an option. the woodwork having collapsed into itself, leaving just the husk of the walls. Jarix, give it a go, will you? Zarko went before getting back to rummaging through one of the empty stables with the other two. Jarix swung his head around, bellowing out, I am Jarix, Dragon of the Royal Guard. We mean you no harm. Please come out if you are hiding. Tom just sighed. There wasn't a soul here. Right, let's get moving. They might be scouting out the next keep. Maybe we can help them instead. Tom went, reluctantly looking around at the devastation. Shh, Jarix demanded, head swinging around, ears perked. Tom did as instructed, going quiet as a mouse. The dragon turned around and began to walk in between the buildings, stopping periodically and clearly concentrating. Found something? Zarko went, walking over, a hint of optimism in her voice. Quiet, Jarix demanded, bringing his head down low to the ground like the world's largest sniffer dog, eventually ending up right next to the keep. There you are, he went as he began digging. What is it? Zarko tried again. There's something making noise down there. They made a hidey hole? Jackalope questioned, coming over at a jog. Jarix didn't respond as he just kept digging, shoveling great big chunks of earth out of the way. Come on, where are you? Jarix questioned, looking around a bit before continuing to dig. Eventually, the sound of claw on stone was heard as Jarix backed out of the hole, panting, which was now at least 2 meters deep. Tom wanted to comment on just how effective a digger Jarix apparently was, but this was a lot more important. He still had a job to do, so he remained on Jarix's back, looking around for signs of trouble. What is that? Jackalope questioned, looking into the hole. It's cut stone, that's what it is. Jarix, we need to crack it open, Zarko responded, looking in, optimism in her tone. But what if someone is inside? Not blow it up, Zarko protested. Dig it out, man. Jarix breathed deeply, moving around the big hole a bit, inspecting it before getting back to it. It looks like a tunnel or corridor. Why aren't they saying anything? Jarix questioned as he began to unearth what looked to Tom almost like an air raid shelter made out of stone, the tunnel leading out from the keep. It took a fair few minutes of digging to uncover the stone arch that made up the roof of the tunnel, but eventually they found the end. If anyone is in there, go towards the keep, Jarix tried shouting at the bunker, not receiving a response. They should be able to hear us, right? Jackalope questioned. Definitely, Zarko responded, looking at Jarix, expression turning worried. I swear I heard something. They must still be alive, he went, a hint of desperation in his voice as he began clawing at the stone, looking for a place to grab hold. The sound of claws scraping across stone was truly a horrible one, and Redexi was likely also going to be pissed that the time he put into sharpening and polishing Jarix's claws was being wasted like this. Eventually, Jarix managed to get a grip on one of the keystones. He moved to get some better leverage before Tom felt him tense and strain under him, the stone sliding out slowly. Fuck, that's heavy, Jarix protested as the block came free and the arch crashed into the tunnel. Anyone home? Jackalope shouted down the hole. Tom brought up the rifle. There was no telling whether it was friend or foe inside. No one came out though. Do we go in for a look? Yes, we do. Keep an eye out for us, Tom went, sliding down and taking off his goggles to make room for the NBGs. On my lead, I can see down there, you can't. Good luck down there, Zarko replied. Remember, we need to hurry, sun's getting low already. Tom the tunnel rat, down we go, Tom whispered to himself. Right, you follow me. Might want to keep your warhammer at the ready, he went, looking to Jackalope, who reluctantly holstered the revolver. Tom took a quick breath, psyching himself up. There was a very good chance that this was not going to be a nice experience. Before they could start descending, a hand grabbed the side of the stone. A very young-looking dragonette dragged its head out into the stone, gasping for breath, shaking like it was freezing to death. Tom slid down the slope, Jackalope following close behind. They're alive, she let out excitedly. Yes, but how many? Tom thought to himself bleakly as his feet hit the top of the stone arch. Come on, buddy, he went, grabbing a hold of the dragonette. It appeared to be a male. Tom guessed he wasn't much older than 10. The dragonette coughed and sputtered, all while trying to hyperventilate, as Tom lifted him up. Form a chain, get him up and lie him down, Tom went, handing the boy over to Jackalope, who took him, handing off to Zarko further up the bank. Tom peeked inside, but couldn't see shit through the darkness. Flipping the NVGs down, he was met with bodies lying on the ground and slumped up against the walls. Not one of them older than the one who had clambered out. Tom just froze, staring at what was in front of him. They tried to save the kid's goner. No, get them out, get them out, get them out. Jackie, he'll send them up, get them out and get them breathing. Tom went, discarding his rifle in the dirt as he scrambled to get inside. The air was more stale than he had ever experienced, and it reeked. He rushed over to the first body. It looked to be a girl of around Anastasia's age, and she wasn't breathing. Take her, go, 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 she shouted at Jackalope, handing the kid up, going back for the next one. There were 4 more kids inside, and the smallest was younger than he had ever seen, likely not even a year old yet. It was wrapped up in a blanket, sitting in a woven basket being clutched by one of the older kids. Tom took the basket, dragging the older kid along. When he returned, she was still standing there looking at the girl, tears in her eyes. I said, get her out! Now! She snapped to it, frantically handing the girl up to Zarko and turning back to take the boy as Tom handed him up. She made an involuntary gasping squeak upon seeing the baby as she took it, staring at it for a second before passing it on. The last 2 kids seemed to be siblings of maybe 6 or 7, who were sitting wrapped up around each other. They looked like 2 drops of water, even intangibles as they were. Tom picked them both up, carrying them to the hole Jarix had made. That's everyone, he went, looking up to Jackalope, the light blinding him. He felt her take one of them as he held the kids up, then the other. With the last kid out, he turned back to see if the door led anywhere. He would shoot himself if he left one down here. There was a door at the far end, which he guessed led to a basement of some kind. Grabbing the handle, it wouldn't budge. He ran at it, shoulder-checking it with no success. He walked back to have another run when a hand grabbed him by the shoulder, spinning him around. They aren't breathing. Do something. Jackalope screamed at him, shaking him by the shoulders. Tom glanced back at the door before turning back to Jackalope, his mind snapping back to what meager training he had in first aid. Enclosed space, fire nearby, CO2 poisoning and/or asphyxiation. Give oxygen and assist breathing. Same as with Dakota, he responded to the distraught Jackalope, making his way past her to the entrance. He gave her a leg up, and she held an arm up for him to grab. As he grabbed hold, she pulled him up in one motion, catching him by surprise for a second. The 2 of them scrambled up the side of the hole, throwing dirt behind them. In the grass above, the 6 kids were laid out, the one who had crawled out by himself having crawled over to the youngest, bawling his eyes out. How many are breathing? Tom demanded as he got out of the hole. The panicked expression on Unkai didn't bode well. One of the twins, the boy who climbed out, and the one who had the basket, came the desperate-sounding response. No, 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 right focus. Tom moved over to the girl he had dragged out first to demonstrate. Blow into their mouth and let them breathe out, then compress their chest like this, he went, demonstrating the basic maneuver. Press hard. If something cracks, keep going. Do not stop. The others spread out between the kids, trying their best to do as Tom had shown. Tom moved to the baby, who the oldest kid was caressing with a hand, trying to say something while crying. Tom couldn't make it out, nor did he have time to try. He picked up the little one, ripping off his helmet and putting his ear to their chest. Nothing. He put his mouth over its snout and blew gently, filling its chest with air. After repeating it a few times, he put them on the ground and started to gently massage their chest as firmly as he dared, trying desperately to coax some life into the little one. To his credit, the older kid seemingly understood Tom was trying to help, as he just sat there on his knees watching Tom work. Are they okay? Jarix questioned, voice quivering at what he was seeing. Tom didn't answer, instead of giving the young one another few breaths before continuing, the little guy refusing to take a breath. Finally, a new cough was heard, as the twin Unkai had been working on took a breath by themselves. Tom looked over to see Unkai hugging the kid like 2 old friends meeting again. Okay, this will work, this has to work, Tom thought to himself, returning to the little one. She was so tiny, hell, he could probably make a nest on a laptop, and she'd be perfectly comfortable. He kept just working away. Come on, little one, come back to us, you ain't done yet. The older kid didn't leave Tom's side, watching intently, his crying having subsided to a sob as he looked at the little one with all the love in the world. Come on, sissy, you can do it, he sniffed out. You better fucking live, Tom cursed the child. Yet she stubbornly refused to breathe. Why won't you live? He heard Jackalope desperately scream out from behind him. He turned to see her still pounding away on the chest of the young girl he had gotten out first. He turned back to the little kid. He couldn't press any harder, or he would break her. She was so little, so fragile, she was broken. Tom cursed his vision again. He could hardly see anything. He took a second to wipe his eyes, gloved hand coming away wet. Just keep going, it will work. She will live, right? The older kid asked, clearly starting to cry again. She's doing good. You're doing good, sissy. You're gonna make it. Tom didn't respond. He didn't know what to say. He had no idea how long she'd been going now, nor when the girl had stopped breathing to begin with. He's doing his best. He heard Zarko go from behind him, tone calm and soothing, unlike he had heard from her yet. Do not make the promise. I mustn't lie. He heard Jackalope scream out again. In frustration, he could hear the pain in her voice. Shall I write? Please. The older kid went again, nearly screaming at him, tears flying as Tom worked. More breaths, more compressions, more breaths, more compressions. Had this been an adult, he would have been worn out by now. Eventually, Zarko put a hand on his shoulder. Tom, does she have a chance? She asked very gently, leaving her hand on his shoulder. Tom looked up, glancing around. The sun was starting to hang low in the sky, the building shadows growing longer. He looked back down at the little girl. She didn't deserve this. To die like that. To die yet. No, she doesn't. He had to force himself to think. His shoulders sagging as he leaned back, covering his face. The older kid broke down crying delicately, running a finger along his little sister's cheek, before planting his face in the ground and screaming as tears streamed down his face. Tom just clutched his hair, glancing around desperately. Unkai had taken over working on the girl. She wasn't going to make it either. They had been too slow. You can fix it, right? Jarix tried from overhead, voice filled with false hope. You fix things. She's dead, Jarix, Zarko responded, getting to her feet. Jarix letting out a distressed whimper. She left Tom sitting there as he looked at the miserable scene. The twins were embracing each other, looking at him. The boy with the basket buried his face in Unkai as he toiled to no avail. Tom stared back down at the baby, then picked her up, wrapping her gently in the blanket and placing her in the basket. We got 4, Tom. We saved 4, he repeated to himself. The older kid finally looked up at him, tears still streaming. Where are the others? Is there anyone else? Where's Mum and Dad? It came from the twins. It didn't sound like they hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. Zarko going over to them. Tom moved to the older kid, taking him into an embrace. Tom probably needed it as much as the kid did. I'm so sorry, little guy. I'm so sorry. I'm so very sorry. The kid buried his face into Tom, sobbing softly. He knew, he had known for some time, Tom thought to himself. That was just the last bit of hope. Tom patted him on the back for what fucking good that would do. 2 dead kids, and 4 who got damn close. Dead kids. Why did it have to be kids? Calistine. Calistine. We need to get them to Calistine, he shouted out to the others, heads turning to face him. Tom, we can't hurt a unicorn, Zarko replied despairingly. I don't care. I asked her. She said maybe. Maybes will do right now. Jarix, we're moving. Jackalope, on your feet. We ain't done yet. The last part was superfluous, as she had already yanked the girl away from Unkai and started sprinting toward Jarix. Zarko and Unkai also snapped to it. Tom guessed the excuse of Calistine having said so would suffice for them. Can you walk? Tom asked the boy who had come clambering out. The child was clearly struggling to get to his feet, even if he had stopped crying. Come now, grab on. I'll carry you, Tom said, kneeling down in front of the kid who latched on. Tom grabbed his helmet, slapping it on, then picked up the basket, holding it tight as he made his way to where Jarix was getting clear of the buildings. Unkai had grabbed the boy who had been clutching the basket. Even if he was breathing, he was clearly not in good shape either. Zarko carrying the twins. It was a mad scramble to get everyone on board and secure. Jackie, rifle, Tom went, pointing to the hole where he had left it. Jackalope quickly half ran, half flew over to grab it as Jarix set off at a gallop to get airborne. Everyone hang on, Zarko instructed as she held onto the dead girl. Tom made sure the basket wasn't going anywhere as Jarix jumped into the air, wings driving down hard. Jackalope made it back in no time as Jarix was getting up to speed, setting down with the precious rifle. Tom quickly slung it over his shoulder. It was clear she had not fared much better than him, eyes red and wet. She was smiling though, and there was hope in her eyes. Tom really hoped Calistine wasn't going to rob her of that. Zarko, you know where she is? That I do, she replied. There was a hint of reluctance in her voice. As she looked at the kids currently strewn about Jarix's back, her face seemed to go from stern to pained and she started relaying instructions. Calistine better not be a bitch today, or I'm gonna end up a heretic, Tom thought to himself, looking at the kids. There were 6 in total, 4 boys and 2 girls, those being the 2 youngest, the oldest of them being the one who had come crawling out. Tom guessed he was around 11, which would make him a young man by Dragonette standards. He was sitting next to Tom, shifting between looking at his little sister in the basket and at the others around him, clearly overwhelmed by what was happening. The twins still hadn't let go of each other and looked terrified as all hell. "What's your name?" Tom asked the young man, trying to divert his attention from the girl Jackalope was clutching tight. Poor Jackie, Tom thought to himself. Based on the story of her home, this was likely all too familiar for her after all. She knew better than anyone what these kids were going through. Lothal, the answer finally came, meekly as could be. Tom turned back to him, doing his best to smile. Tom, don't worry, I'm less scary than I look. Tom tried in the softest voice he could manage right now. Who are your friends? The kid sniffed a few times before turning to the others, pointing. That's Hulu and Hana, he went, pointing at the twins. That's Revel. He continued, pointing to the boy Unkai was tending to. That's Vibexa. His voice started to quiver as he pointed to Jackalope, then looking down into the basket. Gennaro, he finished, holding back more crying. Now, come here, Tom went, holding him tight with his right arm. No one else made it, did they? I don't think so, no. I guess Mother was right then, he'll have to do, Lothal continued, bringing out a golden Huntress crown from under his clothes and clutching it tightly in his hands. Oh, buddy, Tom thought. Thank you, sir. No, sir. Well, I'm a man if that is what you mean. And don't worry about it. You've had it rough enough. You don't need to thank anyone. Ananias, don't need to thank anyone. Soa, Stred, Brangen C, Stred, Strud, Brangens. That crazy bastard really managed to get us in today? Sapphire couldn't quite believe that. Perhaps the engineering guild was a lot less busy than she thought, or Tink held more sway than she had guessed. Yup, come on now, better hurry up, Tink Jr. replied. They had barely finished breakfast yet, but Sapphire guessed that would have to wait. What about the prototypes? Dakota questioned, not yet moving from her seat. The rudder was easy enough, membrane leather did the trick just fine. And he managed to light himself on fire only 2 hours ago, so the lighter is coming along well, I think. He lit himself on fire and that's a good thing? Sapphire had to ask, thinking back to Tom's warning about not getting a crazy guy. Well, it worked. Not that it was too hard. Wait, 2 hours ago. He hasn't slept yet, has he? Dakota questioned. Going to a meeting with a sleeping, crazy inventor. Marvelous, Sapphire thought to herself. No, I tried to get him to go to bed. I woke up when he burned himself on the drawing thing. He made those too, only the inside bit. Didn't have time for the wood. It's proof of concept after all. The lighter is a little big too. How big? Dakota questioned intently. About, I mean, you could hang it on your belt. Dakota sighed a little. When is this meeting? Oh, it's not until late in the afternoon. We were hoping you would lend us a hand. That sounds fun. We got anything more important to do? Balethon questioned, all the while stuffing his face full of fried eggs. We still have more things to find. That won't matter though if we can't afford them. Dakota put down her utensils. Let's go lend a hand then. Having a local guide did help quite a bit with navigating, especially since Junior seemed to know just about where everything was, even pointing out a few of the things they needed as they glided over the city. It had been a while since Sapphire last had to deal with this much traffic. She wasn't a silvered huntress and Tonsil a champion for nothing though. Balethon, on the other hand, earned some rather rude remarks from passers-by when he nearly hit a family with children. Not that Dakota was much easier on him after that. Seriously, watch where you are going. You'll make people think we don't teach the kids properly. Geez, I said I was sorry, okay? Down here, try not to hit anything. Junior went in a sarcastic tone as he descended. Sapphire had been expecting to land on the street, but apparently Junior thought they deserved special treatment as he sat down on the roof. Going down the stairs, they found a, very much so, sleeping Tink at a workbench. Wake up, Dad. I told you to go to bed, Junior went, kicking the chair. Tink woke with a start, looking around a tad confused. Oh, I see. It's morning. Right, I have things to show you. Come now, he went, leaving the room and dragging Dakota by the arm into the drawing room. Look, it can draw just like you said it could. Just some clay powder and that ghastly grey dye. He sounded very excited as he presented a small gray stick to Dakota. It wasn't even the length of her thumb, and it was rather fat. Not at all like the ones Tom had brought. Try it out, he continued, gesturing to a piece of paper on the table. Dakota did as instructed, drawing a line on the parchment. It did leave a nice trail on the page, even if it was more of a fat smudge than the elegant lines Tom's pencils could draw. Not bad for a day's work, eh? Definitely not. Very impressive, Dakota had to admit, putting the thing down again. She gasped when she saw what it had done to her hand. What in the... I need to wash my hands. Do you have water? Oh, sure, follow me, Junior went as the two left to solve the problem. Right, whoops. I can see why you would want to put some wood around it. Still haven't worked out how to do that, though. You also need to sharpen it, Sapphire interjected. She had tried Tom's pencils before, which was clearly important for good results. Oh, of course. I'll get the grindstones. Just use a knife, it's easier. Oh, well, okay then. What about making it go away again? The rudder? Oh, I just used some strips of membrane leather glued together into a little block, nice and cheap. Here, he tossed Sapphire the little thing. It looked a lot more like what she had been expecting. Is that the lighter? Balthan asked, looking at what Sapphire would best describe as a nice lantern that had been ripped apart poorly. Oh yes, I didn't have time to make that tiny thing, so I just made the little spark thing and put it on a lantern. Look, true to his word, he flicked the wheel on the side and the thing lit up with a burst of sparks, burning with a nice clean flame. Alternatively, we could just sell these as self-lighting lanterns. Dakota is gonna like this, Sapphire concluded. You did all this since yesterday? Sure, the Denzel was the most difficult. I need to make a proper mold for that. It didn't get hot enough either. It likes to crumble, so I made a few to show off. Okay then. What was it you wanted us for then? Oh, I need some help with this thing, he went, this time grabbing Sapphire by the arm to drag her along. She entertained him. For the time being, he had done one hell of a job for one night, after all. He went to the big room where they had found him sleeping. I just needed to know about those Nagnet things, so I started putting this together. Not happening, Sapphire protested as she looked at his very rushed-looking sketches, which, to her dismay, had a jar of blitz gel on them, with what she assumed were wires sticking out of it. Why not? I mean, I still haven't figured out how to make the thin copper strands it talked about in the instructions, but it was very clear that you needed lightning. What better way to get it than blitz gel? That stuff explodes regularly, Sapphire tried in the voice usually reserved for when Jackalope had a bad idea. It was as effective as always. I ain't gonna hit it with a hammer or anything, Tink protested, much to Sapphire's dismay. Have you ever worked with electricity? She asked very pointedly. No? Then let me teach you a few lessons I have learned. 1. That stuff can and will blow up even when you think you know what you are doing. 2. It's fucking loud when it does so and it breaks things. 3. The man who designed this stuff originally also has this stuff blow up on him regularly. So you stand no chance. Tink looked somewhere between offended and a kid who had his toy taken away. Well then what? He replied with an exasperated shrug. We do as the instructions say, of course. But this is what the instructions said. Tom. Fuck. Sapphire really should have read those before betting. Tom hadn't been this reckless. If we works, the work, eh? These are look at the sensors. Lothal was doing his best along with Zarko and Unkai to keep them distracted. But it was clear they still wanted to know what was going on. How many do you think they killed? None. They're recruiting, Jackalope replied darkly, staring back towards the keep as it got smaller in the distance. Tom leaned in to whisper into her ear, not wanting the kids to hear. Where do you think they're going next? Knowing our luck, they made it past us on the way here without us spotting them. You don't think that... I don't know, okay, she replied angrily, head snapping to look at him. Of course she didn't. How could she? She seemed to regret it though, turning to look down at the girl she was still clutching. I was 5. I guess she wins then. Wins what? Tom tried as delicately as he could. Most unlucky little girl. Tom just put his head on her shoulder. If she will be half the badass as you are, it can't be all bad. She will be even more badass. She will have unicorn's blood. God, I hope so, Tom thought to himself. It was not much of a trip. Jarix was trying to go as fast as possible while being restrained by Zarko. They couldn't have anyone falling off, and chances were good Jarix's job was far from done today. They had made the clearing in a matter of minutes, circling down to land by the edge of the waterhole. Can you hear me? Tom tried to think as they were descending. Yes, came the weary response. Why have you brought the kids? Jackalope seemed to react to that as well, so he guessed this was on the broad channel. He would rather spare the kids for now, though. They didn't need to have their faces rubbed in the fact they were likely all orphans now. They're all that's left. There was a fair bit of silence following that, coinciding with Jarek's touching down and trotting over to the small shelter they had made for Calistine. I take it you came here for blood then, please. We tried, we can't help them. Tom and Jackie carried down the two girls, while the others handled the rest of the kids, trying to keep them away. Lothal was doing a remarkably good job of keeping calm, even if the same could not be said for the rest of them. The shock factor was clearly still in effect for them, though. Tom and Jackalope had sat down with Calistine, placing the two dead kids before her. You know the punishment for hurting a unicorn? You will be barred from heaven for doing that. Jackalope didn't seem to flinch at that, so Tom guessed that was common knowledge. Right away or at some point, he had to ask. He reasoned that chances were pretty good he was going to hell anyway if he died. He could hardly be more of a heretic anyway around these parts. When you die, I think. Good enough for me, Tom replied, drawing his knife. Jackalope grabbed him by the hand, yanking him into an embrace, nuzzling him closely and even giving him a boop, which he guessed was her way of trying a kiss. He returned the gesture as best he could. Then she released him, looking a bit coy. Just in case, she went, looking down. Hey, I don't think this will kill me. Besides, I don't even follow your gods, Tom replied, turning back to Calistine. How much and where from? I didn't say I would let you, Calistine responded. Tom's grip on the knife tightened. I will let you try, for a price. Name it, Tom responded, bartering with the lives of a fucking baby. He tried not to think about how much that made him hate her right now. Find and kill the one who broke my horn, Calistine replied, switching into a vicious tone. And make them suffer for it. With pleasure, Jackalope responded coldly. Tom had to admit he didn't have a problem with that either. He was guessing that would fall under hunting down child murderers. Deal. Now, where and how much? Do try and put it where it can't be seen. In looking like a whipped draft horse already, Tom had to admit the glamour of when he had first seen her had sort of vanished. Magic life horse though, so he was sure that would return eventually. You won't need much. A few drops will do. That wasn't too hard to manage as he moved to her side. Thank you, he went as he nicked her by her cloven hoof. He had expected a horse's hoof, but what the hell, it was hardly the strangest thing about her. The small nick didn't bleed much, but it did the trick as he scooped up some of the strange silvery liquid in the fuller of his knife. Jackalope brought the basket over, setting it down next to Tom, and held the little girl's mouth open. When you run out of science, use magic, I guess, Tom went, tilting the knife to let the blood run into the little girl's mouth. The effect was immediate, as the liquid seemed to burn its way through the tongue and sides of the little girl's mouth, bright white light beaming out from where Tom was expecting a wound to be. There was just a quick flash. Then it was gone, with no evidence remaining. He flinched back at the sight. It was a violent reaction. Jackalope was clearly not expecting that either, turning away from the flash of light for a split second. Calistine let out a pained sound as the blood hit. Tom guessed she was paying for this somehow then. In fact, she appeared to be paying quite a lot. Then the little girl convulsed, almost like she had been hit with an electric shock, eyes and mouth shooting open, with the same blinding white light pouring from them. It looked more like something out of a horror film as the scream came, an agonizing, desperate scream of a baby in great pain. She thrashed around, the light beaming from her. Tom felt he needed to do something, but Jackalope hit him in the chest with enough force to drive out his breath when he leaned forward. Don't touch her. The light slowly began to fade from blinding to bright, to none, as eventually the clear green of the kid's eyes could be seen, the scream turning to the sweetest sound Tom could hope for. Crying. The fact of this verse is in a place of ports, for is it exactly armises in many people use it without a held. The fact, 80 numbers. The fact, well, they hadn't blown anything up yet. Inevitably, because they hadn't managed to make anything even close to being ready for testing. Instead, they had packed up the 3 items that were sort of ready to show off. Dakota wasn't entirely pleased that Tink hadn't waited until they had proper prototypes ready, not to mention they weren't here to play at being inventors. It wasn't hard to argue that it was good for their schedule, though. They hadn't expected to have this meeting for days, or possibly even weeks. It hadn't been much more than 24 hours, yet they now found themselves standing outside a very impressive-looking building. It was very tall and had all kinds of strange things cluttering its exterior. There were windmills of different kinds, weather vanes, cranes, hoists, and a fair few things Sapphire had no clue what were. Sapphire had left her bow at Tink's workshop, as it might provoke some questions around here. It also begged the question, if this was where the engineering guild was located, why did Tink seem to live in his own workshop, a fair distance away? Oh, this is going to be marvelous. Come along now, the clearly excited Tink went as he approached the door guards. Hello, my fine fellow. I am here for an appointment with Craftmaster Yakulev. My, got another brilliant idea, have you? One of the guards responded slightly sarcastically. It didn't seem to faze Tink, though, that was for sure. No, 3, he replied triumphantly, and he is gonna love them. Well, go on in. He'll escort you since you're bringing friends today. The guard turned to look at the trio, clearly slightly surprised as he gave them each a once-over, eyes lingering in certain places. Where did you find those beauties? He asked as he turned to open the door. They found me, in fact, Tink replied, completely unfazed by the guard's attitude as he slipped in the door. The inside was decently decorated and definitely well kept. It was a rather stark contrast to Tink's cluttered-up workshop, with its nice corridors and clean floors. Sapphire peeked in the few open doors they passed, which seemed to lead to offices or something of the like. There were certainly both parchment and tables in there. So how's it going lately, Junior? The guard questioned. The two of them bringing up the rear. Oh, you know, the usual until those 3 showed up. Am I allowed to know what it is our new Huntress friends have come up with? Oh, they aren't the designers. They are messengers. And unfortunately, no. Not yet, at least. Darn it. I'm guessing it's quite something to get old Tink to stop chasing his own crazy ideas. Oh, I'm sure you would like to know. Also, sorry, Tom, we definitely found a crazy one, Sapphire thought to herself, sending the mental apology to Tom. They had arrived at a set of nice double doors. 2 guards stood here as well. Well, whoever this guy is important, that's for sure, Sapphire thought as the guards swung open the doors following them inside. Inside was a very nice room with large glass windows on the far wall. Looking around, Sapphire saw shelving everywhere, most of it filled with models of different kinds. There were model buildings, wagons, siege engines, and many other odd things that she had no clue what were. In front of them, at a very large desk, sat a male dragonet of around Nunuk's age. He has spectacles, Sapphire thought to herself. She knew those cost a small fortune, and she hadn't ever seen someone use them before. Usually, you would get a healer to fix any kind of eye problems. So Tink, what did you come up with this time? Oh, greetings, Craftsmaster. First off, on the insistence of my companions, I must have you sign this before we continue. Your guards too, if they are to stay. The old dragonet, who Sapphire assumed must be Craftmaster Yakulev, tilted his head downwards a little to peer over the top of his spectacles, sighing slightly. Bring it here. And yes, they are staying. You may go, Werner. Tink handed over a copy of the non-disclosure agreement, the guard who had escorted them leaving the way they came. The 2 other guards moved up to the desk. I see, quite unlike you to not want the world to know what you have been working on, Yakulev replied, signing the document, the 2 guards doing the same. So, what you got? Tink gestured for them to bring forth the things, first presenting the drawings Tink had copied down, and then the prototypes. It took a bit to explain what it all did. Yakulev didn't say anything other than ask questions here and there. So it will not make your hand dirty when using it. Oh, gods no. This is just the core. I wrapped it up in a bit of leather for the time being, but it should just be wood. It would revolutionize design work, not to mention save a lot of parchment in the drawing departments. It's cheap too, and can be carried wherever you go. Excellent for note-taking or possibly map work. Imagine not having to carry ink with you or relying on charcoal and chalk. I'll grant you it's rather brilliant. But can you make it? Certainly it shouldn't be hard to do. It's just clay, that ghastly grey stuff, and cheap wood. Very well, what of this self-lighting lamp? Why not just carry a flint and steel? Oh, we want to make it smaller so it can fit in your pocket. And you can carry it at all times. It would become your flint and steel. Isn't it brilliant? Tink was clearly barely restraining himself. Yakulev, though, was a lot more calm and thoughtful. Agreed, but what of prices? This looks to be a rather complicated piece of kit. We talked about perhaps making the first ones more like jewelry, a status symbol for the rich. That could work. I certainly want one. If you can make it nice and clean, it would make lighting a pipe so much easier. The lamp might be easier to make for general use. Excellent. So would you agree to produce these under license? Dakota went, cutting to the bone of why they were here. If Tink here can come up with some proper designs for a finalized product, I don't see why not. Except for the fact, the most complicated little things we make are locks. We will need some more jewelers too. I'll see what I can do about that. What sort of licensing are we talking about? Quarter of sales price, Dakota answered calmly. Sapphire had been working that out. If a golden lighter ended up costing, say, 20 gold, they would be getting 5. That meant that if most of the people in the council bought one, they would make hundreds of gold from a drawing. I can see why Tom was so damn well paid back home. And that's just the lighter, Sapphire thought. 1/5. Jakalev retorted, leaning back in his chair. Not happening. Quarter on everything. Those are our terms as per the contract we brought. Remember, we're just the messengers. Then, I want exclusive rights for no less than 5 years, with a clause for renegotiating the contract once it expires at my discretion. That sounded like rights forever to Sapphire, with a 25-year maximum, only extendable upon agreement of both parties, Dakota replied, seemingly very pleased. Oh, and before you consider breaking our agreement, should this venture prove profitable for both sides, which I'm sure it will be, these will not be the last inventions you can expect from us. Jakalev looked at Dakota quizzically at that, seemingly trying to figure out what exactly he was dealing with here. Done. Tink, get yourself in gear. I want those things ready yesterday. We need to know if they could do any harm before we send them for approval. Sir, yes sir, Tink replied, beaming with pride. Approval? Sapphire questioned. That was a new one to her. Yes, of course. Any such radical invention must be approved. We can't have some craftsman who knows nothing of how to handle arcane inscriptions trying to sell them to the wider public. That would be disastrous. I can only imagine the harm done to our reputation if we started selling items that turn your hand black or gray. How long would that take? Dakota questioned. Normally that would take weeks, perhaps even months. Luckily, I might be able to help speed that process up a bit. Not to mention, there is hardly anything dangerous here. There isn't even a hint of magic, in fact. It should be no problem. It should be no problem. You're safe here, I promise. Lothal went as he rocked his little sister back and forth gently. The baby still hadn't stopped crying yet. Unkai had checked her over, finding nothing wrong, incredibly. Tom guessed what had just happened wasn't a pleasant experience in the least. They had moved the 4-year-old girl over to try with her. Calistine requested a minute before they continued. This was clearly not easy on her. Lothal moved away with the baby, going over to the other kids to stay clear of what was about to happen. Tom repeated the cut, drawing fresh blood in the same manner as before. As with little baby Gennaro, when the blood hit Vibex's mouth, it seemed to burn through. Calistine's breathing grew labored as she strained greatly, a bright white light pouring forth from the young girl as she too let out an ear-piercing scream. Tom stood back this time as she thrashed around on the ground. It looked horrible. Just like with Gennaro, the light began to fade and eventually cut out. Then there was silence. Jackalope leaned down to jostle the kid, to no effect. Gennaro had been screaming and crying right off the bat. Tom, she's not breathing? Jackalope went, looking at him with a horrified expression. Tom turned to look at Calistine, who was face down in the grass. He quickly moved her head so he could hold a hand in front of a nostril. Well, she's still breathing. Unkai, get over here, he replied, slightly relieved. He could guess at what the punishment was for killing a unicorn after all. I think she fainted? He went as Unkai arrived, sprinting over. Does that mean? Jackalope trailed off, looking down at the girl, the spark of hope in her eyes fading. Tom didn't want to say it, but he knew. She was dead, very dead by now, in fact. He didn't know how long it had been, at least an hour, though that was for sure. Short of some miracle magic, there was nothing to be done now. He had believed this was all going to be fine. Why wasn't it fine? He didn't even know what god to curse for this. The old man from back home could hardly be held responsible. But why? Why give them hope? Twice even, just to snatch it away like that. Most of all, Tom just wanted to chuck his helmet for distance right now, or go punch a tree. This wasn't fair. It was the exact goddamn opposite of fair. Unkai, do you think she could, later? Jackie tried looking to Unkai. I know jack shit about unicorns other than do as they say and be polite. His tone was hard, though there was clearly hurt in there. He would have expected it to work too, Tom guessed. Why wouldn't he have? Right, Tom replied somberly, not quite sure what else to say right now. Ill. Grab a blanket, he continued, getting up. Jackalope held out an arm to stop him for a second. Tom, you sure you can't? She tried, clearly putting on a forced, hopeful smile. We couldn't save her now, even if she was in a hospital bed in my home's capital. Sorry, Tom replied, looking down. And I'm not even a doctor, healer, whatever I can help her. Jackalope's smile faded as she looked back to the girl. Tom, for one, couldn't stand to look at the girl anymore right now, so he walked away. Jarix had laid down and curled up into a half-moon shape, with Zarko and the rest of the kids within the half-moon. Tom made his way over towards Zarko, who was sitting with the twins. He almost felt sorry for Zarko as she was trying her best to comfort them. They weren't stupid. They knew they had just lost a sister. For the second time today, the twins were damn near shaking with fear as they looked around despite Zarkos' efforts. Lothal was sitting with the crying Gennaro. Revo was lying on his back, head turned to stare at his dead sister. Tom couldn't even imagine what it must have felt like down there, not knowing how long it had been. He hadn't seen any food either. They might have eaten it, of course, but there was a good chance they were starving too. Tom sat down between Revo and Zarko, gesturing for Lothal to come over. He took his backpack off to get some rations out. Sugar probably wasn't the right thing right now, but he did have a rather large bag of trail mix of the local variety, and they could use all the distractions they could get right now. You hungry? He tried, holding out a handful for the twins. It took a bit before one of them reached out a hand to gingerly take some of it, not saying a word. No need to be shy. It's yours. Would you mind, Zarko? Of course, she replied, holding out her hand. Tom giving her the handful of trail mix to let her feed the two of them. How's he doing? Tom said, looking to Revo, who was lying on his back. Unkai said his lungs are dirty, but he'll be fine. Somebody was brave protecting your little sister, hey? Tom tried, in his most encouraging voice. The boy turned to look at him, giving a meek smile which quickly vanished as he looked back to where Jackalope was sitting. Tom could hear her sobbing from here. Lothal, do me a favor and hand this out, would you? Take as much as you want. Tom went, giving the young man the bag and getting back up again. She's not coming back, is she? Revo questioned, clearly on the verge of another breakdown. I'm sorry, but no, I don't think so. Tom could feel the air vibrate with the growl that came from Jarix, the kids ducking for cover on instinct. Welcome to war, Jarix. I hope you like it, Tom went as he walked over to him to retrieve a blanket from his pack. The growl almost turned out a whimper at that. Maybe that was too rough. Jarix had done extremely well thus far. He needed to learn, though, and he would hopefully never get a better lesson than this. But she's dead, Tom. Why didn't she make it? Jarix protested, clearly very distraught. Yeah, okay, that was too rough. This wasn't his fault after all. Shh. Big guy, you did all you could. And we would never have found them without you. Hell, we wouldn't even have made it here without you. And we didn't lose a kid, okay? Tom went, waiting until Jarix finally looked at him. We saved 5. You helped save 5 kids. And you should be damn proud. But I wanted to save 6. We all did, but that's another fact of war, Jarix. You don't always win. Tom grabbed a blanket from one of the bags, low slung on Jarix's harness, giving him a pat on the side. And there is a big difference between losing a fight and losing a war. It would seem Jarix got what Tom was talking about, his head swiveling around to look at Tom. We were told that if we find the enemy, we are to return to the key. We haven't found them yet, Tom replied in as hard a tone as he could muster right now. He mostly just wanted to scream for vengeance. That wouldn't do, though, not right now at least. Tom moved over to the sobbing Jackalope, wrapping the kid up in the blanket before sitting down with her and giving her as much of a hug as he could manage. They die for this, she finally sneered out. What do you say we see about making that happen? Come over here, we have something to discuss, he went, releasing her. She didn't need to be told twice, shooting to her feet and turning to flank Tom as they walked over. Zarko, it was 4 hours to Deriva, right? Yes, but it will be night by then, and what about the kids? We leave them here with Unkai and Kalistine. We will give her some time to wake up. I don't want to get there before nightfall anyway. Are we sure we are dealing with darklings here? We shouldn't be talking about this here. We will be right back. Jarix, watch them. He is big and friendly, so don't be scared. No one hurts you while we are here. Tom had to agree with that assessment. Probably better to leave them be alone for a bit, rather than rub their noses in this. The three of them walked by the water's edge for a bit, until they were confident in being out of earshot. Well, except for Jarix. They took the bodies, Tom. There must be darklings among them, Zarko started. That door was no darkling, though. Do they need to sleep? Yes, just like we do. They are essentially us, you know. She sounded ashamed of that. It was just what Tom wanted to hear, though. Excellent. Can they see in the dark better than you can? That took her a second to respond to. Don't think so. I think I would have heard of that if they could. Very good. I say, we go to Deriva, you drop me off, then you get some rest. I have some fun with them in the night. You want to go in there alone? Jackalope questioned, clearly not happy with that idea. You people can't hide at night. You're white, and there will be moonlight. I can. Tom, that is a stupid idea, Zarko agreed, and we would lose the element of surprise. If you insist on us trying to help them, then I say, we dive in, take some shots at them, and climb out. With luck, some of them will follow us, and we can draw them off. Tom had to think on that for a second. Can you hit them in the dark, though? Whatever broke down that door and did in Calistine cannot be a small target. If we can handle that, the Keep might have a chance, or at least hold out for long enough to get help. Think Jarix can outrun whatever it is they have. He might be brash, but he's fast. It's not without reason he flies without a combat crew. What if we do both? Tom then asked, looking at the two women. At night they won't see you until you're right on top of them. Then when I start blowing shit up, you dive on the bastards. Then I slip away in the confusion. Tom, Deriva lies on the edge of a canyon. There is not much to hide behind, and he can only come from one side, Jackalope protested. That would be a problem. With his cloak, though, he should be fine so long as he could maintain a decent range. Do they have sniffer dogs? Or anything like that? The two of them just looked at him confusedly, clearly not having a clue what he was talking about. Something that can find me using smell. A Vargolf can do that. I'm fairly sure, Jackalope replied, clearly thoughtful on the subject. Tom guessed it made sense if you hunted from the air that you wouldn't use smell much. From his understanding, though the Vargolfs were more like hyenas, they wouldn't pass up a carcass. So it made sense they could find it. Zarko, will they be organized enough to search for me, or do I just have to not be seen? Depends on who's giving them orders. With beasts like whatever broke down the door present, I say there is a very good chance they have someone telling them what to do. So it's just one dude telling them what to do. Maybe. There is no saying if there is more than one. Not to mention, they took the bodies from Hylesdale. They must have something with them which can corrupt. A regular Darkling can't do that. Another Dark Knight then? Quite possibly. Then I say this just turned into an assassination mission.